Mobile Legends Bang Bang. We've had an exciting season filled with dramatic upsets and exciting matches. And this will definitely be the case with this new season, where it starts off with the Mobile Open, where teams from APAC, LATAM, and EMEA will compete for their spot in the respective regional mobile challenge. Winning teams will qualify for the regional mobile
Yep, hello guys.
teams will have to go up against even better teams for their spot in the next and final phase, the Mobile Masters. Only the top 12 teams split across APAC, LATAM, EMEA, and MENA will qualify for this prestigious event. Which teams will represent their region and claim
Hello. Hello guys.
Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and who will ultimately be crowned the champion of it all?
Tanjiro Waltz. Hello. Wait 2 seconds. I'll set up my chat.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
As we say goodbye to 2024 with an unforgettable M6 World Championship, we welcome 2025 Mobile Legends Arena with Season 6 of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Today, 8 teams from EUR&MENA and Turkey will return into the Land of Dawn to
Hello guys. Hello.
SPS Challenge
Jilly says hello.
fresh beginnings and chasing their path to power.
Hero hello. John hello. Ukt hello. Ukt.
Host Liz, and you're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Hello guys. Today we watch Snapdragon. We don't play Virtuoso. I watch party Snapdragon. So right now we're not gonna play. No, yeah, I just want to watch something. Finally not playing. I just ended stream yesterday. I went to sleep, woke up and started another stream, guys. I don't even want to play. I just want to have a watch party. That's all. Just chill watch party. Fuck. No.
Welcome to SPS Season 6 for Mobile Legends, the challenge season for EUR&MENA and Turkey. I'm your host Liz. I'm so excited to jump into the new year with a new season and to be back with our wonderful...
What countries are participating? Guys, it's not about countries, it's about teams. Oh my god. I'll tell you countries of players from teams if you want. But first I need to see the teams.
Definitely a pleasure to be back for another season for the Snapdragon Pro Series. Like you mentioned, 8 teams ready to fight it out. 4 from Turkey, 2 from MENA, and 2 from Europe. So it's definitely going to be a lot of excitement.
And for all of you guys watching at home, make sure to join us on our social medias. Follow us on X, Facebook, and Instagram at ESL Mobile. It's pretty easy to remember, ESL Mobile. And while you're at
oh
it,
my
make
god,
sure
these
to join
casters.
us on our Discord channel.
Also now we got
And
some
that
beautiful
is
Asian lady.
Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, especially if you can't make it to all the matches, you're going to be able to get all of the updates, all of the exciting action that you might have missed. You can go ahead, check out the socials, check out the Discord to see where you left off.
Yeah, definitely check out all the highlights, the latest and greatest. Definitely going to be some today as well. So
Ростик, можете закрити двері?
teams are getting ready to step into the land of Dom. We have a lot to cover
Закрийте
today.
двері.
Yeah, let's take a seat back to memory lane, freshen up on how we got here into the challenge season.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 for Europe, Middle East, and Turkey delivered a season filled with epic battles, standout performances, and unforgettable moments.
Early stream, bro. I'm doing a watch party.
Bracket fights. Every stage of the tournament showcased the immense skill and determination of the competing teams. In Europe and MENA, GK Esports and Team Falcons.
GK Esports and Team Falcons.
Their flawless strategies and teamwork made them the teams to beat. Similarly, in Turkey, Incendio Supremacy, previously known as Fireflex Esports and S2G Esports proved their dominance. The Syndio Supremacy played with precision and composure, while S2G's aggressive style earned them a clear path to the finals. The lower bracket was where teams fought tooth and nail to survive. Twisted Minds and Birthright in Europe and MENA, alongside Papara Supermassive and Besiktas Esports in Turkey, gave it their all. Twisted Minds displayed relentless determination, while Birthright pushed their way through the tough
Mikazuya.
over in Turkey. Papara Supermassive and Besiktas showcased grit and resilience, refusing to bow out without a fight. The grand finals in both regions were an unforgettable experience. GK Esports went head-to-head with the Team Falcons in a thrilling showdown. GK Esports secured a flawless 2-0 win, sweeping their opponents with ease. In Turkey, the Syndio Supremacy faced S2G Esports. The Syndio Supremacy's consistency and aggression crowned them champions of the Turkish Open Finals in a quick victory. GK Esports, Team Falcons, and Syndio Supremacy, and S2G Esports, ready to take on each other, and are joined by Elevate, Birthright, Papara Supermassive, and Besiktas Esports.
I call this Papara Supermassive.
And that, guys, is our 8 teams for this challenge season. 4 teams from EUR&MENA joined hands into 4 teams of Turkey, and they will battle it out in a fierce competition. Now, taking a look at the format, we jumped into the qualifiers and open finals in September and October, and
what's
now
a good
we're in
time for
January
stream
for the challenge season. The challenge season will feature double elimination style matches, best out of 5s for each series, and only the upper bracket finalists and lower bracket finalists will make it to the challenge finals.
Yeah, an exciting amount coming on here, right? Kicking off the new year so quickly. I mean, you never get a break here from Mobile Legends with Snapdragon. We're going to have all these.
So today 2 games, I guess.
We already talked about it. Best of 5 and
2 teams, 2 games
as well.
And a lot to look forward to, not only for us, but for the
Dazai, would you quit MLBB for 10 million euro?
$2,200.
Yes.
Right below that mark, $1,650 for 3rd place, a little bit above $1,000, and then $550 for the 4th place contender.
Yeah, that's going to be some hefty red pocket money for all the teams and the players. And just to refresh for this tournament, we all the Open
Oh my god, Asian lady is lagging.
And January now, we are in the challenge season, which will take place on the 11th and 12th and 17th to the 19th. And in February, we'll close the season with the challenge final on February 8 to 9.
Yeah, I mean, we've already, like we talked about it, it's carried in from last year. And
so GK versus Supermassive.
Today, the Group A here, it's going to be GK taking on Papara.
Oh, it's Group A only. It should be Group B as well.
Will be taking on S2G.
That's right. It's going to be best of 5s, and then we see one team move forward, the other one drop down to the lower bracket for a best of 5 and a chance to still claw their way up into those grand finals and semifinals positions. But nonetheless, the difference is we've got 4 teams from Turkey, 2 teams from MENA, and 2 teams from Europe competing it out with this blended region challenge season.
So they called it only Europe and MENA, but they mean Turkey is also here.
Supermassive in the top half, and for the bottom half, we'll have Birthright versus S2G Esports. Which of the 2 teams will come on top? We'll find out. Casters, let's take us into the first series.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing a matchup here, especially for this first one. Actually, I want to say
interesting to watch, because those teams were not playing for a long time. Interesting how they're gonna play, what they're gonna draft. I want to see the level of our region right now.
Just because you have that experience doesn't mean that you.
Who's there? The guy in the middle talking. He's also streamer. It's Private Dancer.
Yeah, like you mentioned, powerhouse team GK Esports, definitely a crowd favorite in a lot of teams, and also
he's caster in a lot of tournaments. Yeah. NA casters, yep.
Mid lane Costa Rica. You're gonna see Shin in the roam position and Carvey.
Shin?
Gold lane Carvey.
Costa Rica? I don't know who are these guys.
Experience, previous contender in the World Series, and now a pocket pick for the side of GK.
And on the other side,
So a whole gang.
of the map, Papara,
A whole gang from neighbor.
XP lane, the jungler Mohi. Mid lane will be taken by Shizuka, and Blotzfet taking up the roam position. Zhao taking up the gold lane, and then in the sub position, Kutsi and After Dark sitting there ready.
Interesting.
For action.
They've got a full roster ready to go, so this is going to be fun. Our best of 5 for today, the very first one for the challenge season as we step into the new year.
Yeah,
So
Wheezy and
now
Private.
stepping into the very first draft as well. GK on the blue side, Papara Supermassive on the red.
Yeah, I'm so excited.
Matilda first ban, Penny first ban. Easy. Like in my tier list.
M6, we've seen a little bit of the Snapdragon coming out when it comes to Southeast Asia to see what their picks up. I want to know what have these teams picked up when it comes to MENA, when it comes to EU, when it comes to Turkey. What have these teams picked up from that? Or maybe they've developed their own type of meta. That
Hilda Zuxin.
Some familiar bands coming
Damn,
out.
my tier list was so true.
A huge opportunistic hero when it comes to that roam position, and we see some very familiar bands coming out from Papara.
It's best of 5.
Definitely going to be a treat to see. I mean, especially
Crazy.
right after the World Series, you're seeing how much meta has shifted for 2025, and now everybody's going to be
Best
keeping a
of
close
5.
eye on this draft. There goes that Hilda being banned out. There goes the Lucas as well. So that's going to not be stepping into 2025. Already banned out in game number 1 of the challenge season. I think this is foretelling
Lucas
the future
and
for
Harris.
SPS. We may not even be able to see him showcase, but typically this happens when a brand new hero comes out.
Yeah, and especially when it comes to somebody like Lucas. My biggest thing, it's already out there. Joy has been a force to be reckoned with when it comes into that jungle position. For me, does that open up the Granger, or how will this gold lane? Because that has been the big thing for me has been the jungle and that gold lane position, which really right now, while the gold lane isn't as flexible, there aren't a lot of pool for it. It has this huge role when it comes into a lot of these fights.
Yeah, and I mean,
Meta heroes are so obvious right now. No, my tier list is for 5Q, not for solo queue.
A nerf as well for the range, so it's not going to be heavily prioed. And Granger has rose the mantle after the M series, and definitely a wise decision. The Badangdo sneaking into the scene. This will be a fun one to see, right? I mean, he just recently
I was participating in this Snapdragon tournament.
So now he can reduce
We just lost.
on that force swing for it by 25%, and the fist crack.
I was playing qualifiers for this tournament,
on that control,
but we
and,
lost.
Slightly less of a cooldown. So we'll see how this plays out. A little bit of crowd control on the side of GK as they pick up the Aurora.
Yeah, really interesting too, because I want to say when it comes to that mid lane, Joy has been such a menace for some of those less than mobile type of mages. So you pick up the Aurora, now you don't really have a threat from the Joy because you're on the same team. But on the other side, where are you going to go with this? You're going to try to maybe get that Sicilian, try to get some range, maybe
And
even like
Badang.
to try to get you more far back into the back line so that Joy won't be able
They're
to reach
literally
you.
playing
It's gonna
my
be
tier
very
list
interesting
meta.
as we move into the second banning phase of this match.
Yeah, we're going to have to see a little bit more from the side of Papara Supermassive, specifically for that Joy, right? I mean, they don't go in for the Fredrin, which we see more in the M series, to kind of get the crowd control effect to slow this Joy down in the tracks.
Irritel ban, guys.
Kochka, which is
Check who is
excellent
banned.
read. It's an excellent pickup, especially in the first half of the phase, because you don't really know which way it's going to go, right? It could be in the XP lane, it could be in the roam position as well, but both options
And
are
it's
very
pro
viable.
players
I think in
banning
this
those
situation,
heroes.
I would probably flex it into the XP lane, maybe get something like a Cho, maybe get something, if not a Cho, maybe even the Tig if it walks. Some
Zermix,
control
hello.
effect to help them stop GK Esports in their tracks.
Ooh, very interesting bans coming out, especially from Papara. They're kind of closing down that marksman lane. I think I talked about this before with you offline when it comes to those top 3 marksmans right now. Granger, the Harith, the gold lanes. Granger, the Harith, and the Irithel.
And
like the big
Hylos.
top 3
By
there,
Grill.
because those are the ones that kind of go over each other. The only 2 that really counter Granger, maybe Clint on the outside is a viable pick here
I don't
as
know
well,
if we're
because
gonna
his
have 2
first
games or
damage
1
can
game
still deal with
today.
Granger and his early game, but it's going to be
Or even 3 games
fight
today,
in
I
that
don't know.
goal lane when you have some of the prime pickups taken off the board. Hylos also taken off the board for Papara Supermassive.
This is
Probably we're
interesting,
gonna have
right?
3 games
you
today.
have this Katat, most likely going to be in the XP lane going up against this Badang. But the
It's
thing
gonna
about
be
it is with the
exhausting,
Badang,
I
with the
swear.
longer control effect, that's a lot of crowd control to work inside of GK's favor. I mean, you imagine the Aurora walking in with the Frigid Glacier and then the Fist Crack right behind it. You're not going anywhere, and I think that's going to be the game plan, especially on these neutral objective plays for GK, on these turtles, on these invasions, possibly for the buffs. And that's something that Papara Supermassive is going to have to watch out for, because they don't really have the heavy crowd control aspect. Yes, you have the Avatar of the Guardian over there with this Gadakacha, but it's not enough, right? And taking out the Tig, taking out the Lu Yi as well. They're on to the same thing that we are, right? They're looking for more crowd control, and we have to limit that capability.
And as we talked about before, Sicilian going to want that range. You're going to want to be as far back and as separated from Joy as possible. Sicilian fills that role, and he's just become this big, huge nuisance.
Okay, Sassy is not really in my tier list, but they still pick him. I don't know. Maybe I failed with Sassy.
Able to group the opponents. It just depends on how well GK is going to be able to play around that. Is Joy going to be able to close the distance during these objective fights to be able to take him down, especially in the early game where it is so crucial?
And, you know, I'm keeping a close eye on the Sicilian as well. I mean, he did recently just get a nerf with the recent patch, right? His mid to late game is not as strong anymore. I mean, they nerfed his bat impact. It does a little bit less of that damage.
Corazon, hello.
Which could lean inside of GK's favor. But
Nice. Carmilla is bad for him, guys. Carmilla is too hard to do something with Carmilla.
You know, that's a pick for the Joy, right?
It's hard to catch
use that right
enemies,
with the Dryad, you have
hard
a
to
little bit
initiate
slow, there
fights.
goes the
It's even
turtle
hard
we're
to
looking
tank
out for as
something
well
in
on the other
fights.
side.
I don't think it's a good idea to pick Carmilla, even if she has combo with Sassy.
Looking good so far.
Yeah,
Okay,
really
nice.
interesting. I want to say a big chunk of the side of Papara Supermassive.
I don't really like Granger versus Melissa because Granger might destroy Melissa, but team fights are better for GK. So I'll say GK gonna win this.
Off a lot of this damage because it could be turned around on them, especially with 2 vengeances potentially on the enemy team.
Yeah, but there's some isolation players that can get the job done. You have the Cho on one side to be able to use the knockouts, the Jikendo, the Way of the Dragon as well. But then you have the Gadakacha on the other side who can use the Avatar of the Guardian to be able to drop down on a selected member as well. So there's a lot of mobility and a lot of things working on both teams' favors. But one thing's for certain, ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into game number 1 of the challenge season in this amazing best of 5 GK Esports up against Papara Supermassive.
Man, I just love to say that Papara Supermassive just rolls off the tongue. It's very elegant. I'm actually kind of rooting. We do have the Granger, one of my favorite players. We take a look at some of these emblems.
Yeah, you've seen the emblems pop up on the board really quickly. Now, there is a little bit of a commonality, right?
Dang.
We have 3 Impure Rages over there from the side of Papara Supermassive, so it's looking like they are trying to go in for a little bit more of that.
I couldn't even
damage
see the
aspect. When you look
emblems.
at the side of GK, it's kind of a blend of multiple things, right? You have the Temple of Rain, you have the Quantum Charge, you have the Impure Rage, you have everything on their side. So damage is definitely the main focus for Papara Supermassive, whereas GK is going for more of a
First
blend
blood
of
already.
Well, then, yeah, as well as Shizuka. Well, actually, Shizuka already took a little bit of a death there. GK actually putting 1 on the board very quickly, and that's not where you want to be. And another one up at mid. Looks like there was a fight coming out, but was able to get away quickly. I mean, they're already starting off with the action. GK just not going to take their foot off the pedal right now.
Yeah, and that's a little dangerous for Papara Supermassive, considering Shizuka's running on the Sicilian, right? He needs those stacks. He needs to really play passive in the early game, especially with the mid to late game being nerfed in the recent patch. It already has a little bit of an upscale battle, and when you take some early deaths, it's definitely going to hurt you toward that mid game.
Ooh, Mohi goes, tries to get himself some damage, even hits with an evil queller, but not able to finish the job. Bloodfest coming in, getting some vision. They're really doing a good job trying to protect this turtle to get and secure this first objective. Shen comes in.
I don't know, because CEO started blue buff, he's now in bad position.
Right now, Mohi has the evil queller out, is able to find the retribution. Frigid Glacier is out, does not catch any enemies, and just like that, Papara gets a free turtle and an escape.
All right, so
Joy really had time to take her blue and then go turtle.
But able to pick up this turtle should equalize this economy. And now
I don't know why she was in such hurry
I mean, I'm
to go turtle, but
right?
fine.
It looks like he's just waiting He drops that wall, but he's waiting to use the fish crack because he wants that Frigid Glacier from Costa Rica, but he wasn't able to pull it off.
Yeah, and a little bit of a fight here. Now Bloxfest actually in a little bit of trouble. Does have that Wrath of the Dryad come out. It is not able to
You did sound dirty in that tier list. Because he's bullshit. Maybe he's not
And I just want to highlight
like
that, right? The
lowest
second
tier
death
right now,
from
but
Suzuka,
he is
the
still
Sicilian,
bullshit.
And the Belleric not
So I don't
able to
care
slow
if he's
down
in
young
E tier
Zeno in his tracks.
or
Able
C
to
tier.
get the electrifying beats to get the pick off too, and that's gonna not only lead him in the jungle, but also limit Shizuka even further than that one death he had in the beginning of this game.
Yeah, and you bring up a great point too. I want to say that was kind of perfect placement for Bloxfet on the Belleric. Ooh, another fight here coming off. We do have the ultimate coming out from Suzuka. Big pop up, and he does find the way of the dragon. Not able to take care
No
of that,
one
but he
followed
finds a
shoot.
kill
No,
onto Costa Rica. There is madness in the mid lane, trying to lock onto Samo. Not able to finish the job, and a disengage from Papara. 3-1, a GK lead.
Yeah, definitely a major lead. Young Zeno finding Shizuka. Electrifying Beats goes out though. Right now, Young Zeno 2-0-1 on this Joy.
A little bit
And
useless
I feel
fight on
the
bot
Papara
lane.
Supermassive
Jay
has
could
found
have
a way to
farmed her
stop
blue,
him,
but
right?
now her blue is with
He's able to do what he
CO.
wants. He's able to get some kills and then disengage. So now
I don't like how Joy is
looking
playing.
at the economy though, Papara Supermassive still ahead. They're up by just a few hundred, so it's about equal. Definitely this turtle play is going to be the
But
deciding
I mean,
factor
it's
in who's
fine.
winning the momentum.
Yeah,
Unless she's dying at least. It's not really good, but it's fine.
Kind of shown already Papara has a problem trying to protect their backline.
Because you can already see the difference in levels. Suyo has level 8, Joy has level 7.
No way to stop young
It's gonna be a problem soon. Not right now, but soon it's gonna be a problem.
Now we're dancing around the turtle. GK Esports, you see Zeno with some good positioning there. Zhao finds him out. Turtle is now reset. I want to say GK, they're dancing around his turtle, but they don't want the turtle. They want the fight. And Blotsfet and the rest of Papara Supermassive are looking for an opportunity to actually be able to get this turtle. They don't find it, and they're gonna reset.
Suyo used Retri, stole buff, now he's level 9.
Objective they were looking for, and that is going to.
You can see levels
possibly be
stacking up,
close. They
yeah.
need to hurry up and get this turtle. You're looking at some good placement over there from Shin with the frontline presence, and there goes the Costa Rica combination, waiting to get that fist crack in that Frigid Glacier.
Yeah, a turtle fight now has started. Avatar the Guardian comes in wide, misses, zones out the rest of GK, but still not able to use it as an opportune item. And this is something about when it comes to Gatakacha. He cannot be the initiator because of how long that Avatar the Guardian takes. Ooh, coming in there, Samo finds the turtle, able to get himself out.
She
but
took
Moby on the
turtle.
back end, able to find him with a kill. Shen taken down as well, 4-3. Carvey finds himself a tower at the bottom as well.
Fast, Joy.
Ooh, Young Zeno almost picked off at making the most out of the mobility, but a big play from Samo, rushing in with the G-Kondo to get the turtle, but the mid turret will fall.
But still, Suyo is going level higher than Joy.
Phase, able to pick up 2 kills on top of that, even though they lost. The
Because Joy
turtle,
was rotating
still
really slow, she was
able to
wasting
find
time.
Their rhythm and control this.
As a jungler, I can feel the
Really interesting. You lose the turtle, you take a kill,
DBR.
and
Hello.
you lose
Yeah.
tower at the bottom.
Miron
but
escaped
you've
slavery.
gotten a bunch kills yourself. You were able to take mid tower, which I want to say is probably the most important tower.
What
of
you
the
think
game.
about Rising?
So I mean, we're
I don't know.
inching
It's a
towards
cool
Papara,
mode.
Even though these team fights aren't exactly the prettiest.
That's what I think.
For them.
Cool mode for players.
Yeah, and
Some
even though they're not
motivation
winning,
to
all
create
the team
teams.
fights, you're looking at Papara Supermassive winning on the map, and overall, wait a second.
What
Now
about
GK on
using
top, so they're
Arlo
gonna
this
go a little
season?
push
Is
as
it
well.
okay?
Harvey able to take down that tier 1 turret, and
I
now
mean,
Optimus
Roam
start
Arlot
to
is
turn
bad
this
right
back
now, but
around, right? But they need to take this
explain
mid
Arlot,
because
you can
that's
give
gonna
a
help
you
them
can
invade
give him a
into the
chance.
jungle.
He's not that bad. Just there are better heroes than Arlot.
That was pretty brave, especially going into 3.
Jack Kai,
members.
hello.
Here comes the backup, Shen and Samo from the top, looking for an opportunity. You see Costa Rica dropping some bombs.
And
there
Asanali,
onto
hello.
Papara Supermassive, and everybody.
No, Balearic is not that bad Roam, guys. Balearic is actually really good.
Disengage right now. I would still say Papara Supermassive has
Joy
the
engages
advantage,
into you,
holding
you
on
just
to
ulti with
Avatar's
Baletic
Hero
and
to
save your
still
team.
move around more comfortably. But GK, when it comes to the team fights, as long as they're together, they're starting
Why
to
is Joy
find
playing
their
like a
rhythm.
monkey?
Right now, it's a little bit of a lead for Papara
She's not
Supermassive,
playing that
20,
bad,
you
like
know, sitting
you
at,
can still see
30,000,
he's
and now
professional,
looking to
but
throw some great zonage.
enemy jungler, what is his name? Moji? Moji is playing like way better in rotating. I don't know, it's like King Kong versus Kairi. Like,
into the enemy purple buff, we have the Avatar, the Guardian comes out. Playboy Carvey might be in a little bit of trouble. Gets taken down. Zhao with the
told you it's gonna be a
damage on that
problem.
Granger. They're gonna find themselves a tower
Because
as
enemy
well.
jungler is
And
just taking
like
everything.
that, the game swinging very, I want to say very dominantly for Papara Supermassive.
Yeah, definitely a good push for them. And now you're going to see 4-4 on the scoreboard. Both teams even in kills, but you got to look with where the kills are going, right? Mohi picking up 2 over here. And Fishcrack coming out.
Oh, catches 2 of them, but I mean, look at how tanky they are. Wasa barely even took any damage, gets frozen there. And
he's
they are
gonna die.
powerless. Now looks like Mohi
No.
might be in trouble.
He's not gonna die.
Out there and able to find the Soul Sever to find the kill. Papara Supermassive on the rise right now. Minions at the bottom. They're going to make short work of that tower, and they are almost knocking at GKE Sports.
King Kong versus Kairi, which one win?
They said
King
they're
Kong.
not no underdogs. They're big dogs in this game.
Guys, I don't
GK
know if you saw, but there are some videos on YouTube and TikTok analyzing King Kong rotations. And if you see them,
Not only that,
you'll
but
understand
also able to
why
take
his
down
team
Playboy
wins.
Carvey, right? He's now 2 deaths, no kills.
His rotations combined with
Melissa is gonna be that mid to
ultra
late game
good
marksman.
initiations
I'm still picking
and
a close
OP
eye on
gold
Suzuki too,
laner
though. With Papara Supermassive,
means
with
win
this
every
lead,
game.
He's going to be able to get more comfortable in getting these stacks, especially how he was falling so early in this game, to kind of speed up that pace and be able to hit like a truck toward that mid to late game. You're already seeing the Elegant Gym.
Dazai, what are some best explainers right now?
He's gonna have that burn damage
Hilda,
effect and
Lucas,
also the life bane on top of that. But for
Badang,
GK,
Hylos,
they need
Gatotkacha,
this map
Khalid,
presence. They
Chu,
need to be able to see
Fovis.
that turret in the mid lane, and this just showcases how important it is. Papara Supermassive, a lot of insurance, right? They can
Is this
engage
a
into the
tournament?
jungle
Yeah,
of
it's a
GK.
tournament.
They don't have to really
It's
worry about
ESL
too much punish 'cause
Snapdragon
they have a lot
series.
of turrets to be able to rush back to. The map
You
is
suck,
the same for
penis.
GK.
Ooh, nobody has eyes
It's
on Samo up
nighttime.
at the top, looking for an angle to kind of get in here. They spot him
Whatever,
out.
bro.
Still Mogi able to pick up the retribution. Avatar the Guardian comes out. They do find a kill on this Asamo. Shen running for the hills is going to activate that conceal to try to get himself away from Wasa. And Mohi and them are on the chase. They're going to go ahead and capture
Of course,
this
Papara
orange
gonna
buff,
win this game.
for their efforts.
Like, there is always chance to come back in late game when defending, but
What a game so far.
in pro games,
Massive
this
lead
percentage,
for Papara
this chance is really
Supermassive.
small.
A shocker, a bold statement as well to jump into the challenge season. You're going against one of the heavily favored competitors, GK Esports, and it's starting to turn into a domination. They got this little march through the mid lane, bot side.
Oh man,
Got
Zeno
to caught
gets
Joey
taken out.
finally.
Wasa and Mohi there, just watching, not able to do much to add to that fight. You see Wasa on the side here. They're looking to try to push their way in. Samo, Lord at mid, minions at bottom and top. In comes the Avatar, the Guardian, immediately hit with a Frigid Glacier and a way of the Dragon. Zhao coming in, takes out
Just
the
no
tower, finds
damage,
himself
no
a kill
damage.
onto Shen, knocking at the core is the Lord.
1-0.
Supermassive going to take game 1 from GK Esports.
What a statement. Papara Supermassive showcasing to the world they're ready to take it to another level for the challenge season, and now up 1-0 against GK. They
I don't know what was that, Jungle did?
They had the Sicilian
Probably.
and able to get the job done. Now, the question is, where do you go from here, right? Can they keep that momentum? Can they keep it rolling? Up with a 1-0 deficit is definitely a great place for them. And, oh man, GK, what a match.
Yeah, a very good match, even especially because Shizuka had a couple of hurdles.
Also,
in that
Badang
early
Chu.
game on that Sicilian.
I don't think it's a good idea. They needed some Hylos.
Early game where Sicilians gonna be the most
Hylos or
susceptible,
Khalid or
but eventually
Gatotkacha, I
able to
don't know,
round that
something
corner.
more
Zhao
team
was able to
fighty.
take off in that
that
gold lane.
focuses
We've been
more
talking
than
about it.
one
I've been
target.
mentioning this. Add Newman right now. That gold lane is so important. As you can see, MVP here, Shao, on that
Where is
Granger.
Kairi? Kairi is
And the thing is,
in
I love how you kinda
Indonesia.
highlighted the goal lane, right? Samo not able to find the way the Dragons.
This
not
is
able to get the
Europe,
isolation
Turkey
plays to the
tournament,
back line to
EUR&MENA.
take down Zhao. He went through that entire game deathless, and not the same for Cardi, right? You see
One
a lot of
Rising?
times
I didn't
Awasa
even play
rushing
Rising.
there with the AOG, the Beleric
I should have
around
played
the
yesterday when I
and then
started the
also,
stream, but I
Loki
forgot.
just able to deal some damage and pick up
Oh,
those
by the
kills
way, I
alongside
got Global
Zhao.
Elise, guys.
Carvi not able to get online. They were lacking in the damage department, right? I mean, even though they had Xeno, the Beleric's right there. You have the Wrath of the Dryad to catch him in his tracks.
Let me show
They
you.
needed a little bit more oomph.
Yeah, as we take a look at some.
You
of
look
the
like you from
replays here,
Georgia?
I feel
Oh,
like,
I'm not
the
from
team
Georgia.
had kind of split priorities with who they were going for. You see Xeno here getting caught. They had to execute that electrifying beats, but still not able to get the retribution. It was just.
I don't
so
hear
much,
sound
as it got
of
to the
game.
mid-game, there really wasn't much that they were able to do. Electrifying beats there. Again,
Let me
they
just
do
show
find a
you my
kill,
global.
but eventually, I want to say most of this game starting to go over, going over to their enemies.
And it started right here, right? Able to get the turtle to equalize this economy when they were down 4-1
What the
initially.
fuck is
Blast's
this?
taking down Shin as well, and this is where you start to see signs of life from Papara Supermassive and GK starting to kind of be more reactive than pushing the way and being proactive, and that is something that Papara Supermassive sniffed out. Able to get this finish as well, a fast finish too. It wasn't too late of a game. You see the double bladed despairs for the damage as well. I mean, we talked about it, right? Mogi
And-
Zhao, both of them have the Impure Rage.
Okay, global 14.
Some heavy
I was
DPS
13 when I ended
to
stream
push down
yesterday.
GK, and they were not able to sustain the damage against them.
Yeah, and as we say here, MVP Zhao on that Granger right now, man. Granger.
No,
is
I will
at
play
a
at least till
very
Global 1. What do you mean?
comfortable position in that goal
More,
line.
more at least.
For me, I almost wonder how much of an impact does he have to have on a game before we decide maybe we want to take him off of the table. Right now, I mean, only 4-0 and 4 here, but I mean, kill participation 80% there. It does not really do justice to the amount of effect he was having on the game, the amount of suppressive fire he was able to lay out during a lot of those.
I have
fights.
75% win rate with
He has the
Elise.
Sky
Holy
Piercer, he has
shit.
lethality. You know, when they get low, he's able to pretty much get the free execute as well and get those stacks. So it's a problem. And he went deathless that entire game, which means that he was able to create that separation. He, especially on Granger, I'm like, Granger's not even really the most mobile.
Why we have
marksman.
so
Yeah, he has
much-
a dash in his arsenal, but it's not the most mobile marksman. And
30 players of Elise in Ukraine.
Showcases that he's able to play at a little bit of a higher caliber so far. For
Who do you think will win by the first match? It's really hard to tell when it's best of 5 series because first time maybe enemy jungler, I mean GK Esports jungler maybe just warm upping, then he will understand his mistakes and stop doing them and win a game. So I can see Sperma Massive is better right now, but who knows?
Samo on the Cho not being able to find the isolation plays. It's just a
Nice
lot
Joy
that you
Hero
can kinda
powers
dive
this
into
season.
with it.
Individually, I feel like they were some strong picks. Samo on the Cho, we had the Joy out there. However, collectively, as a
When you gonna
team
play,
fight,
bro?
I feel like
I don't
each
know,
one of
maybe
these
after this
characters
series
had
end I'll play a few games, but I don't really want to because I'm tired. I'm really tired. I will not play good when I'm tired, so yeah.
That back line, get the electrifying beats on there. Cho wants to go in. He wants to isolate somebody out from the pack. That's not really what Joy wants. She wants to be inside all of them. She wants to kind of get all of that damage out on as many people as possible. And then Badang, I want to say, like, when it came to the early game, their individual kits really started to shine through, where you had the Way of the Dragon, you had the electrifying beats, the fist crack out there, but it didn't synergize in the team fight because each of these ultimates kind of accomplishes in a different way that wasn't conducive to another player when it came to those group fights, which I want to say the side of Papara really had down. They had an immense amount of taunting when it came to Beleric to kind of get that aggro onto him. Same thing with Gatakacha. You saw a few times I was questioning whether Gatakacha was going to be able to lock down Joy, and he was able to find
Is
those
this tournament in
opportunities where Joy
Europe?
wasn't
Yeah.
able to kind of get
Europe
a
and
closer
MENA,
distance onto that back line.
including Turkey.
And you know, I gotta ask also ask you the question. I love how you kind of broke that down, and it feels like
I
for
think they
GK,
should
were
pick like
trying
burst
a
and
new
defense
recipe, right?
fighters
When you
like
put a
Argus and
different
Thomas.
combination of heroes together that
Nah,
we
it's
don't
bad
traditionally
idea.
see
They need
as
more
a
team
unit
fight.
in the international scene or the
They need
competitive
team
scene.
fight like
It
Hylos,
so much
Gato,
doesn't work. How do you
Khalid.
feel about the Bedang and the roam position?
Phobius
Do you
is
feel
not
like it
that
would be
good, but
more
also
effective
fine.
answer? Do you think they
Edit
kinda leaned a little
probably.
too heavily into it? I mean, they did have the Aurora, I guess. to
Denji-kun,
combo with
hello.
it.
Yeah, and that's the one thing I was kind of wondering, I probably have to look back over the matches.
Oh,
'Cause I'm kinda
Danger,
wondering,
hi.
on paper, it seems like, I mean, once you get the CC down, the Aurora would be a huge hit. But I did notice some of the targeting wasn't, once we got into those team fights, the side of Papara was doing a great
Did they
job
go
of
for
having
diversity
that
again with the
Gattacacha,
commentators?
that
Yeah.
Belric up in front. They were the ones getting caught
We
with the
have
fist match. They
Asian
were the ones
lady,
getting caught with the way of the dragons, so that the rest of the team
American
was
guy,
able to kind of rain down
and the
damage.
black
when you're
American
wasting
guy.
all of your abilities, all of your CC
We are
on those
fine.
heavy hitters,
It's
gonna
like
be a
Netflix.
problem once that's over and once they've kind of wiped the dust off of their shoulders, and you still have those damage dealers to deal with in the background.
Again, Feniben.
And now, speaking of wiping the dust, wiping into game number
You're
2
reading
of this
two
best of
chats?
5
Yeah,
for the
I'm reading
first
two chats.
series of the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge season. Papara Supermassive able to do a little bit of a shockwave, kind of a surprise to me on how well they orchestrated game number 1 against GK, especially when in the beginning they were down, right? They didn't find
Thomas can be relevant in pro play
kills, but
as
they were
just
able
a
to secure
tanky
these
hero.
objectives, and it just seems
But
like as they're
Argus,
rotating around it, the synergy is just growing as the later the game goes for them. And I do agree with you. I
He's
think,
just too useless
having
at objectives.
The Wasa and also Blotchfett to be able to frontline.
Dazai, who's better,
waste
King
that
Kong
utility
or Kairi
was
in
one of
his
the major
prime?
things that helped him in that game, especially in the draft on the way though.
Oh,
A lot of assassin prio for the side of Papara Supermassive, taking out the Fanny,
King Kong.
taking out the Hayabusa.
Still.
Man, can I just say that Papara Supermassive, Shizuka and Zhao are looking directly into my soul. They're definitely looking through
Commentators
us into
won't say
GK
my name
Esports
if
to tell
I'm in
them to
tournament,
bring it.
because
Look at
my
that
name is...
intensity there.
What
Two
the fuck is
assassins
this?
taken off from Papara there, Fanny and Hayabusa. And we've talked about it before. There's still play here for
Kairi,
assassins
even in
right
his
now,
prime,
especially when you
didn't
take out
have
some
so
of the
good
big
macro
hitters.
as King Kong.
Suyu taken off there.
I
We
know.
saw Joy. Maybe not the unkillable or ultimate pickup that everybody thinks it is just yet, as having a little bit of problems trying to break through the line of what Papara Supermassive set out there. That Gattacacha, that Belric, it was a pretty big wall for her to try to cross.
Yeah,
Vincent, hello.
You know, it's interesting when you talk about the Joy because it was heavily prioed in the first phase of the draft. And I feel like Zeno was able to get a lot of kills in the beginning, right? He was able to get those pickoffs, but I feel it was Samo and Shin not able to provide the frontline presence and to provide the crowd control to allow the kills to go over to players like Carvey and Costa Rica. I feel like the Joy was getting its job done, but when you have all of those elements not working on your side, minus what you're providing, and then you have on the other side some great frontline players like Wasa and Blotchfett to be able to bait out all that utility, it makes it challenging, right? I
Yeah,
feel like you could still
I'll
go
dare
the
it
Joy
now.
in this situation, even against the same lineup, but I think the difference has to come from Samo and Shin, right? They need to find some setup potentials. I'm not really a big fan of the Bedang. I think maybe they go for something a little bit more traditional. I mean, even trying to maybe sneak in a Hylos or sneak in a Gatot here could be a possible game plan. But Papara Supermassive will be first in the draft this time around for game number 2 against GK. So GK will be on the red side with a 2-pick swing.
Well, it's interesting that you bring up the Bedang because I want to say from when it comes to that type of composition that GK had, you had the Cho kind of out there trying to dive into the back line, and you had Bedang trying to look for the forward set like right in front, and you didn't really have anything that was able to kind of protect the lines. Not a lot of CC for them. They were looking to be the initiator, and if they couldn't initiate, they didn't really have anything to fall back on. They had no peel, not a lot of CC to stop to
This
stop the
layout
enemy team from
looks
coming in,
ugly
so
as
it was a
fuck.
real issue.
But
This
it's
time,
just-
Wasa, or this time Papara.
It's just Snapdragon layout.
Pick up that Joy. We're gonna see what maybe changes. GK kind of
They always have this
kind
layout.
of just shown possibly how to deal with the Joy.
Yeah, Henia, hello.
Speaking of changes, now with the 2-pick swing, GK gonna go ahead and pick up this Mathilda alongside the Phobius, and I'm actually a pretty big fan of this, right? Phobius' main problem is when he starts to engage, he doesn't really have any.
They're not even
disengage. He
taking
can't get
Lucas.
out of the heart of the battle once he's in there. But when you have the Mathilda,
Maybe they'll take Lucas right now.
Get out of jail free card after you're wreaking all that havoc. So a really good 2-pick swing going on their side, but they are going to be going up against this Joy, and they don't really have anything to stop it in its tracks, which means they are going to be forced out to use maybe a Fredrin in the jungle or something, because they need to be able to stop that Joy. The Bruno, though, we were just talking about this, Private. How do you feel about the Bruno in today's meta?
I was about to say, in this economy, Bruno, but he has taken...
Stocks are down. Stocks are down.
Bruno's stocks are down right now. He took some heavy nerfs after M6. They nerfed Bruno. They nerfed the Malefic gun. He's lost a lot of range that he used to have. But that doesn't mean he's absolutely useless, especially if you have a decent front line that is going to be able to hold the enemy at a distance.
They're not even gonna pick Lucas. They banned Lucas last game.
You get the Malefic gun on
Now
him.
they don't pick him.
It used to be just automatic win-win. Here, I think we've evened it out. Now, if you have the Malefic gun, you're at like a normal marksman range for Bruno. You got a gotcha with they paired. I like that they paired this up this way. They didn't allow this to go into the second banning phase without them picking up something that will pair with Bruno, something that can kind of hold that line in front of them, something that can create that distance, allow him to get those crits and allow him to get those stacks. So I like the Bruno pick here.
And I also like the Fredrin pick to go up against Papara Supermassive, right? We were talking about when you have this Mathilda and this Phobius, you're lacking in the crowd control department, and going up against a hero like Joy, that's not something you can really afford, or that Joy is just going to go crazy with the electrifying beats. So picking up this Fredrin is a strong pickup for GK Esports to kind of counteract that. Now, we have yet to really see the marksman go up against the Bruno. I'm right there with you. With Bruno lacking the range, he's going to need a strong frontline presence to be able to really pop off, right?
Fredrin, really?
GK can close that distance and be aggressive.
Bro, like, he was playing bad with Joy. He's not gonna play good with Fredrin.
When we're looking at what they still have available, they still need to pick up their mid laner and also
Yeah, it's Europe tournament, Russia.
as well. For the mid lane, Lu Yi is still a viable option. It could be a little bit of a problem, especially going.
By the way, I have a new cat. I wanna name it Dazai, but it's a girl.
You don't really have to worry
Who cares?
about too much. And then not to mention, I guess you have the
Name her Dazai.
Lu Yi
It's okay.
lacks mobility, but if you have the guiding wind, then you can go back to safety as well. But they're gonna ban it out themselves.
Yeah, really interesting thing here. I mean, we do have, when it comes to Prio, when it comes to the mid
Name
lane,
her Sakura.
oh yeah, I was about to say Vexana. We still have Farja out there. Because, I mean, you're not going to stop them from getting to you. You just need to have a plan now. So might as well just go for some of those picks that don't really have a lot of mobility. Vexana being one
I know,
of
I don't
those.
like Fredrin pick
Farja's
already.
another one
Bullshit.
with a feathered airstrike. She's kind of a sitting duck. But, I mean, any mage right now is going to be a sitting duck when you have a Matilda. So
Stonic, stop being so homophobic and racist.
to be able to kind of cover that when you see the Matilda kind of using that circle.
What the fuck?
Use the avatar, the Guardian, create that space. Sicilian out there for the side of Papara.
Seems like a comfort pick for Shizuka. Gonna pick it up again now. When we were watching
Hitler.
game number 1, it didn't have the hottest start, right? It took a little bit
I
of
got
time
you.
for the
Hello.
engine to get revving up, and it could be a wise decision. I was just gonna say maybe they picked the glue here, and the reason why is it's a good read to the.
I don't know. This guy that is playing jungler for GK Sports, he already failed with playing Joy. And if you don't know how to play Joy, most likely you don't understand how to rotate fast. And with Fredrin, you will lose even more. But maybe they trained Fredrin. I don't know.
As some other heroes,
But it seems like GK Sports are doomed to lose again.
Against that Joy.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Vexana wouldn't be my pick against the Joy, but she's not there for the Joy. She's there for the Gatakacha. She's there for the glue to try to kind of offset these. Maybe even trying to get a pick off before the some of these fights begin, and then they're gonna go ahead round out their draft with the carry pickup. Now, when it comes to this, I want to say carry's gonna have a little bit of a problem in the early game. But as we start getting into the mid and late game, she's a great counter for the Joy. She's going to be a great counter for a lot of these tanky heroes.
Sperma massive draft is better. 100%.
And I'm right there with you. I feel like with the Mathilda, they're putting a lot into the Mathilda bank.
Oh,
right
no
now,
way.
Right? You're going with a lot of heroes.
It's a pause. It's a pause. It's a redraft. They're gonna talk 15 minutes right now.
Man, you're gonna have to be putting in some work over there on this Mathilda with those guiding winds, because if one player is out of position, it could be costly. But if they're able to find that distance and stick together, they may be able to turn this around. As you are now seeing us jump into game number 2 of Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 Challenge Season. Papar Supermassive up against GK Esports.
Yeah, it's a very interesting, I want to say, a very interesting, like, counter-based.
Okay, now Joy is rotating well. Now Joy is rotating to gold lane.
You have a counter for that.
It's better,
so
it's
it's
better.
gonna be very interesting to see how well this kind of goes
Now
out,
Fredrin is doing some
Joy
bullshit
is
with
gonna
starting
have, I wanna say, a few problems
blue buff.
when it comes to kind of dealing with trying to get into these objectives. Is Xeno going to be focused on the objective, or is he going to be trying to peel for his team? You talked about Shen on the Matilda. Is he going to be able to kind of get some of these guiding wins to get his team in and out of harm's way? Because I want to say it's going to be very interesting once you get locked on. We'll take a look there as we take a look at some of these player emblems.
Yeah, you've seen the emblems, you've seen a couple of quantum charges, especially over there for Playboy Carby to help with the mobility, but I'm keeping a close eye on the battle spells as well. 4 flickers on the side of GK.
Matilda.
To be able to stop the push play.
She's flicker, Joy caught.
Caught.
No way, Joy. What the fuck?
Taken down in the first minute and 30-second. Blotsfed might be the second on the list. Guiding Wind's going to bring in Zeno under the tower, looking for the damage, and Blotsfed taken down. Last hit
Mobazane solo, guys.
Not a very different game than we saw from game 1 as well. GK.
Oh, do you think Beatrix is better than Bruno?
Yeah, and the thing is, oh, man, I feel like Mohi's scratching his head right now. Where did I go wrong? And it's that Fredrin, right? That energy eruption for that crowd control effect is very hard to deal with, and
I don't know.
To stop him in his tracks.
Like, Joy is just stupid. It's not Fredrin, guys. How did Joy get out-rotated with level by Fredrin?
They were leading in kills in game number 1, and we were in this same exact situation. But this is where Papara Supermassive turned it around. The first turtle play, they were able to take this objective, and then they started to form that snowball. But this time around, GK more on the defense, not going to be as risky, and has a well-compensated draft when it comes to the pickups from Papara Supermassive, and the turtle will go on their side.
Yeah, one thing I kind of have to question, though, is you had Mohi was definitely not in a position to contest that turtle. So why were 2 other members from Papara sitting there on that turtle, like trying to show themselves to GK? Was there ever going to be an opportunity, or maybe would their presence in another lane have been maybe a better touch? It's some of these little things you have to kind of consider. If you're not going to be able to take a turtle, try to make it or punish them for it. Find maybe a gank in another lane, but just sitting there watching them take the turtle is kind of not a cost-effective solution.
Yeah, and these little things might not seem major until you're almost to that mid game, and you're like, oh, had we had, found the trade-off in the early game, we could have probably won this fight when it comes to the minor differences in gold. But right now, GK looks like they're pretty much in control of this game. Up 2 kills, able to find the first objective, and this is really good for them considering, they have this carry who's going to scale really well as the game goes to deal massive damage. The healing from Shin is and these guiding winds is going to be crucial as well. And right now, Papara Supermassive, I feel like they're testing the waters, but they're trying to find a mistake.
Yeah, they're doing such a great job putting a ton of pressure onto this gold lane. They want to make sure that they are laying every single
Why
brick
it's
for
always
their path
jungler
of the
fucking
carry
up?
success into that mid and late game. So we're not getting any ganks on her there. Even if they don't find a kill, ooh, we do have the demonic force coming out there. Does miss the energy eruption from Azino, not able to find the kill, but it is successfully able to push away the rest of Papara, who are having a heck of a time trying to even get their own minions from their own jungle, as this, I want to say, it was a 3-man from GK. Now they're going to come in. We do have Blacksvet diving away, a big worldy coming out from Zhao. Turtle, are they going to be able to get it again?
How's he gonna be able to get it? Joy is top lane. Commentators, fucking wake up.
By Papara.
Yeah, able to find that objective yet again, and now possible counterplay on the way. It looks like they want a little bit more. They're going to go in for the siege on the bot side, possibly. You see a lot of presence from GK down there, not trying to give Papar Supermassive any breathing room. Speaking of breathing room,
Damn.
Carvey.
What is he talking about?
Now going to have that slow effect as he does hit with those speedy light wheels up against Papar Supermassive. Something
He's
that
a
we
rose,
have to
hello.
watch out for. Look
Yeah,
at
it's
Suzuki
tournament,
on the
yeah.
scene, though, right? He needs to get these stacks. He needs to scale to that late game to be able to have a major impact. But wait a second.
Yeah, they are just
Unfortunately,
so
Akai-
they had from the first game, they use that as a lesson.
Akai
GK
hasn't taught them
immediately goes
to
mid,
help
immediately
take buff.
rotates back to gold without hesitation.
If only
They don't
Sperma
even
Massive
give a
had
tiniest bit of breathing
super
room
good
to
Akai
Sparks
that
even
is
to be able to
helping
maybe
buffs,
find himself
maybe
a little
Joy
bit of
wouldn't have
presence
died
here.
at early game with level 3 versus Fredrin level 4.
Maybe probably even look for the rotation at bottom.
Like, they really need Akai.
Yeah, and I think the difference is Shin, right? He's not running on this Bedang, he's running on this Mathilda, so he's able to provide a little bit more opportunity.
Philippines the strongest, bro.
Easier than trying to get that fist crack off.
Yes.
The battle, speedy light wheels.
Oh, we lose the blitz. Oh, actually, no, we don't.
Really?
Blitz. He's able to get away. Taunt on Dazai.
Really?
He's looking for an escape. He's able
Kill
to
them,
find
guys.
it.
It's your last chance to come back this
They
bullshit,
do
please.
lose a tower. Split is out. Energy eruption pauses him in his tracks. He's going to turn away from this fight, but the damage has been done. GK loses a tower in the gold lane.
Yeah, able to find that objective, able to take that tower. Both teams giving a good fight. A low kill game, 2-1 at the 6-minute mark.
By the way, guys,
GK,
is still Vengeance Glue working, or they
take
fixed
these
it?
turtles, which helped them a little bit in the economy. But you're starting to see Papar Supermassive, the fight come alive, right? You're starting to see them punish on some of the mistakes, the overextension.
Can you play in
taking
the
that tower,
Philippines
and they're
server?
able to
No, I
find
can't.
some kills, and now the turtle on the way.
Yeah, we do have a demonic force into the back line. Samo trying to put the damage onto Suzuka, who uses the flicker to get away. The turtle has been taken. Big energy eruption lands onto Wasa, who's gonna have to use that split to get.
Carry used
away
ultimate.
right
They
now.
all
A little
used
bit of a lead
ultimate.
for GK, but I wanna say
Vexana
for
has
Macro,
ultimate.
going very steadily in the favor of Papara Supermassive. Now they're gonna go ahead, zone out Supermassive to try to take this mid tower and
Yeah, maybe
successful take
Sperma
of
Massive are
Zone.
just waiting
Yeah,
late
take
game.
that turret, and this is definitely different than what we've seen in game number 1, where Papar
Because they
Supermassive
really
was
sell all
able to take that
objectives,
first turret in the beginning.
just giving Joy
That's gonna allow
farm,
map
space
pressure
for
this time
farm.
around to go in favor for GK for the early phase. So now they're going to have more of invasion plays, right?
But
They're
this
able to
might
kind
not
of
work because they have
constantly
Fredrin, they
cutoffs,
have
maybe
Matilda.
evade the buffs as well, and you're already seeing just how effective it is. I mean, look at the rotations now to the bot side.
Yeah, they go in there looking, and Playboy Carvy's going to have to back up here a little bit. Zhao came in there. The little bit of, I want to say, time that Blotsvet was able to get them. He did die for it, but they are able to narrowly protect this tower a bit. And I want to say, macro-wise, they're kind of even, except I want to say GK just a little bit ahead, even though they're under when it, I mean, it's one tower to one tower, but the most important tower, that mid tower, the one that opens up the map, has been taken by GK, so it's going to be a little harder for Papar to answer some of these calls,
GK
or to be
Sports
able
is
to
from
retreat, and
MENA.
that's going to do it for the gold lane tower.
Supermassive is from Turkey.
Yeah, and they're going to go ahead and take that. A good play from Carvey, and not even something that Papar
Like
doesn't
GK
defend.
Sports
They
is from
realized
MENA,
that
but
was
they
a failed
have
cause on the
players
bot
from
side.
different
Turkish
countries.
Fury picked up Rice Zhao, is gonna have a lot
Some
more
are from
effort now.
Egypt,
He has
yes.
the Hawks
Some
cross
are
as well
from
the
Mongolia.
but he lacks
Carvey
in
is
the
from
range
Mongolia,
department
yeah.
on this Bruno, so needs to be careful on his spacing.
From Temu,
We
yeah.
saw a circling eagle out there by Shen, locked onto Zhao, but not able to seal the
Katie,
deal.
hello.
They're going to go ahead and back off. Protection up at the
Yeah, I
top.
told you I'm gonna
Lord
stream
is
tournament.
out right
Yesterday
now,
when I was
and
ending
I'm
stream,
wondering
I
if
told you.
Papar is actually in a position to go ahead.
Then I'm gonna
and
stream
possibly
tournament.
contest that. Energy eruption misses just wide of Blotzfett. The rest of the team, I mean, you were talking about it. That guiding wins from Shen, doing a great job of kind of keeping this team together, keeping them grouped in a nice way to get them out of harm's way and pull them in a direction that GK wants them. Right now, looking for a good position onto this Lord.
Yeah, but top side, you are looking at Mohi. We talked about it earlier, right? They need to find the trade-offs, and he's gonna go ahead and take the turret on the top side. But a play for the Lord.
Yeah, they're gonna go in there. We don't have Joy for this.
Okay,
fight.
Lord.
Big, appraiser's
Joy is
wrath
still
with
pushing the
retribution.
fucking
Gonna go ahead
top.
and seal the deal. Take Zeno and get him this Lord, and a little Avatar of the Guardian almost cost Blotzfett. But I want to say
Nice
a
ult
little
from
bit
Gato.
of,
He took
not
flicker from
passivity, but
Vexana.
Patience coming from GK. They just, he comes
It's
in
gonna
here.
help
We got a
them
Lord
because
coming
Jay
out.
will be
Hold
able
on a
to kill
second,
Vexana.
guys. We still have this game under control.
Probably.
Try to extend to get this kill.
Jay got Divine Glaive
Seems
now.
like something Papar Supermassive.
Samo is from Syria.
They were
Okay.
with losing this Lord. They knew that.
You know Katie? Yeah, I know
wasn't gonna win the
Katie.
battle. He's on the top side, but he found the turret to try and open up the map just a little bit, right? And so, I mean, it's not the biggest advantage right now. Gold is definitely leading.
You
for
see,
the side of
Samo is
GK.
from
You have the
Syria,
Lord
Karvi is
on the
from
bot side as
Mongolia.
well. Not to mention Playboy
I
Karvi
don't
on
know.
this carry. You got to keep a close eye. He still hasn't fallen. So he's
I
gonna
guess
stay
they
on
have
the
some
edge
guys
and
from
have a
Egypt.
lot of damage with these speedy light wheels. But then on the other side, Shizuka, he hasn't fallen either on the Sicilian. And so maybe toward that late game, we'll see both of them from opposing sides dealing that damage to burst out pretty much anybody on the map.
Yeah, big surround here. Zeno comes in with an energy eruption, circling eagle on the back there. Flickering out is a Shen, but that's going to go ahead, give the distance that they need.
Joy is still
Take this,
farming. Holy
tier
shit.
2 tower from the side of Papar.
It's
Now,
their tactic probably.
bunch of pressure at
Just
mid
jungler
lane right
farming.
now. Oh, they might have actually caught Mohi. They're coming up there to close the distance. Mohi looking for an
Nah,
escape.
he'll die.
Are they going to be able to find it? Zeno in chase. Shen
No.
just a little bit too far to lock on. So they aren't able to go ahead and punish. But I want to ask, like, what was the effect of Mohi up there? Oh, we do have a flicker coming out. Split from Evansar. Wasa is going to be able to find himself an escape. Avatar the Guardian just wide.
I feel like
Nice
Moby, they're taking what they can get, right? He wasn't able to get the Lord, so he takes the turret. Even though he gets, he's separated from the team, he gets a solo pick off on Asamo. He's just trying to get whatever he can here to keep in this game.
No.
Mind you, we're at 11 minutes now. We have
Yesterday's
6
stream
kills
is
from both
fine.
teams combined.
Guys, do you see
Right now,
yesterday's stream?
42, which means this is more of a strategic match, right?
Oh shit.
This is objectives. This is tit for tat. This is going for the turrets, going for the lords. A very chess-like game from both sides. But right now, GK still having a little bit of that edge. As you are going to go ahead and see the Malefic gun still picked up by Zhao. It is limited in range. We'll have to see how effective.
Oh, it got blocked
this
because
will
of
be in
copyright.
this game.
Dang.
But like I said, Playboy Carvey on this carry.
Yesterday's
He's gonna be
stream
hitting
got
hard
blocked
too.
because
There's
of
a lot
copyright,
burst
guys.
potential
I'll fix it.
from Supermassive, not only with Zhao, but
Tomorrow
also
my
Shizuka
stream
on
will be
Sicilian.
available again, but
Mohi's going to have his work cut out for him when it comes to being able to join some of these fights. Because right now his team isn't engaging without him. But he can't really join these fights because you've got Zeno on the Fredgen. You've got Carvey right now on the carry. Two heroes that can absolutely hold down and shred a Joy player. So when it comes to some of these objective fights, I'm kind of wondering what is going to be the plan. You see him going ahead, locking on to Samo. Electrifying beats is out. And we do have an energy eruption. That might be all she wrote for Zeno, who's going to be able to get out with the guiding winds. But down goes Shen. Carvey finds a kill onto the enemy marksman and the mage. That's a double kill for Playboy Carvey on the carry. And on the back end, we can see the demonic force is going to put another one down. While Mohi finds a kill, electrifying beats come out there. He's able to find a kill. Oh, it might be a little low. Samo's on the line, looking for the kill. Flickers in, but not able to finish the job. That is a travesty there at the objective. So many bodies.
Yeah, like we said, tit for tat, and now 8-5 on the scoreboard. The Lord wasn't even taken in that engagement. It looked like it was going in Papar Supermassive's favor, right? There was
Where's the fuck it is?
GK finds a way around. A good play from Playboy Carvey to find
Blocked?
Zhao and Shizuka.
Blocked? Oh.
But then you see Mohi.
Yeah, only one song, only one song. My stream will be available like in 3 hours probably.
Lord, and becomes a stalemate play. 8-5 right now, 13 minutes. We're getting toward that late game, and now this is where we want to see just how effective the Bruno is with the Malefic gun, just how effective the Sicilian is with the recent nerfs on both of these heroes for Papar Supermassive, going up against some heroes that really didn't take a heavy hit, such as this carry.
Oh, Mohi tries to go to the back. Avatar the Guardian catches
Move my Kimi up, bro. Your Kimi is bullshit.
With the final hits there, Playboy Carvey running for the hills.
It's only for TikTok, so it's Skype Piercer.
Onto Samo, trying to use that demonic force to get away.
Wow.
And he is into the back line. Wasa's going to have to give up that split.
So it's a comeback.
Zyle is trying his best to keep the damage onto this Lord. In comes the circling eagle.
Oh, Joy. Joy don't throw.
Looking like Mohi setting up electrifying beats back.
Dang. Sassy killed Matilda. Casters didn't even see that.
For the side of Papara Supermassive.
Yeah, able to take that Lord on their
No.
side. GK.
Sperma Massive tactic worked. Joy got farm, Joy come back.
Right? When you don't have,
Even though Joy fucked up start, Joy come back late.
The guiding wins. A lot of their heroes lack the mobility, and they didn't expunge any of their flickers as well. I'm kind of looking, I'm like, when are the flicker plays going to come in? You can use it as a defense mechanism, but you can also be offensive with it as well, but they haven't really used it at all. And now you've seen the Lord on the top side for the siege into the base for GK.
Yeah, they're going to storming the gates right now. Ooh, do have a little bit of damage coming out there.
No,
They
Tivixana.
are going to have to back off. Ooh, and this tower might survive the night. A little bit of a sneeze of health left up on that top high ground tower. The mid, not so lucky. Zhao going to put the finishing touches up at the top. This is an amazing push for Papara right now. Coming in, you do see a little bit of a circling eagle on the Mohi. Electrifying beats is out. We do have
Oh, he's dead.
Crown out
Please
there.
kill
Mohi in
him.
trouble, taking some tower shots, does not make it out. Immortality
Yeah.
block, but the finishing touches from Carvey on that carry are gonna lay
He's dying
out
like me on stream.
Supermassive's
Oh.
jungler.
Yeah, I was gonna say, when did they push back? Right, they got what they came for, able to take 2 inhibitor turns.
Your
but at
tier
some
list
point, you gotta push
bullshit.
back. You don't have
No.
minions on your side, and overstaying their welcome, Mohi will pay the ultimate price for that. But still,
Hi Dazai, Chan, you start so early? Because it's tournament. I can't start late.
Are gonna take a lot of time to be able to get back in this game, and it's gonna be a huge impact. if you're
Dazai,
out of
Joy
position,
good
as we
play?
are now seeing
You mean this Joy or just Hero?
full builds.
Hero is
Sicilian
good.
Wishing
Hero is
Lantern,
great,
going
meta
wide
hero.
behind Glaive.
This Joy
Looking at the
fucked
other
up
side,
start,
one
but
round
is
pick up
playing
by,
well.
Costa Rica for a possible save before these engagements. But like we said, Shin has to be alive. He has to be in proximity.
All tournaments
for the
except
guiding
Philippines
wins,
and
because
Indo
you're gonna
is boring.
expect Papara Supermassive to try and
Bro,
get to your
it's
backlines,
boring
to try
because
and
it's
find
not your
Playboy
region.
Carvey and try and find Costa Rica.
Because you don't have any connection to these teams.
Yeah, and a big thing too, Mohi found a great position, found a great slot when it came to that last objective.
For
fight
example,
on the flank,
NACT was
surprised Costa
really
Rica
not
at
boring.
an opportune moment. So-
It was
so
really
many
fun
things
to
happened
watch
right. Costa
Mobazain
Rica
come
had to show
backing.
himself to the team so that Supermassive knew where he was. Mohi had to find a great position, and Shen had to be out of position to save Costa Rica from the electrifying beats. So it just all went well, and I'm wondering if GK is going to make that same mistake again, because that really flipped this. That's a huge amount of damage. Take it off the field before the objective fight even starts.
Well, with the Lord spawned in, I feel like we're going to find ourselves inside of a 50-50, right? It's really going to boil down to who can get the micro over the other, right? Who will be able to play better as a team when it comes to synergy on the 5v5 skirmishes.
Please,
They're
Joy,
not
be
even going for the split
careful.
plays on
Please
the
be
lanes, right?
careful.
They're not even going to try and create some separation. So it looks like it's going to possibly be a bloodbath as the Lord does evolve at the 18-minute mark.
Yeah, really interesting. Oh, clutches an energy eruption onto Blitz. Is that going to
Ooh,
be
gato,
enough?
gato,
Look at the
gato, gato,
damage. He has
gato.
the almost procs that immortality out on the backside. Has the split, finds himself onto
Look,
Carvey.
Glue
Is
just
that
killing
gonna be
Kitty.
enough? We do have the Winter Crown, and down goes Samo.
They don't have marksman in fight, guys. You can't fight. You can't fight.
There. Avatar the Guardian comes out, does not catch anybody from
And
GK
Red 3
Esports.
lost.
Mohi finds the Lord Shen, finds a kill onto Mohi. The rest of GK taking flight right now, trying to run away. Playboy Carvey taken down by Shizuka. Is this it for GK Esports?
It's over. It's over, I guess. It's just over.
Behind you and still holding on to 4 members and also having the advantage in numbers. Not to
Make a lower tier for Eudora. Okay.
It may be a game winner.
I'll make Z tier for Eudora. It's GG's anyways, they just can't defend it.
Another core secured by Papara Supermassive.
Carry just decided to suicide.
2 games for what many would have considered the underdogs, but now they're writing their own story. The pin
Mobazane became coward, not answering fans and not even playing with his team. Really, guys? What happened with Mobazane? Let's talk about Mobazane. What happened with Mobazane? Tell me. Because I was not watching his streams and I'm not really his fan and watching what he's doing. What happened with Mobazane? If we have Mobazane subscribers here.
One more victory to go and they potentially could find their first victory in the challenge season. What a statement they are making today.
Yeah, there's a dog inside Papara Supermassive. It's just not an underdog. I mean, it's a bad dog. That's a garage dog. It's a big dog. Yeah, it's a big dog coming out for Papara. I mean, a great game, especially being able to maintain their composure through a lot of the early game that they knew weren't going to do.
I don't know.
Mohi had a lot of trouble trying to kind of close.
He's so tilted after that lose. Because one guy told in chat that he's not even playing with his team.
We're gonna have to split push. We're gonna have to put Mohi to kind of clear out some of these lanes. And
I mean,
finally they were able
maybe he wrote some message in his YouTube, like he's on vacation or something. Did you check community tab on his channel? Let me check. I'll check wait.
But the correct targets onto Carvey, onto Costa Rica, onto those squishier lines.
Mobazane, where is
This
he?
game was a lot closer than match number 1, right? It was back and forth the entire way, down to the wire and down to the micro mechanics, which made the difference. And overall, worked more in Papara Supermassive's favor. Speaking of micro plays, a lot of tit for tat, a lot of back and forth. This game in the beginning was very low in kills, right? I want to say for at least the first 12 minutes, I think we were under 10 kills completely. And you started to see the life from the side of Papara Supermassive on the micro plays just overwhelm.
Yeah.
Trying to find these
Guys, his last message is, "Hi everyone, I would like to address the recent post I made regarding the Malaysian flag. I fully understand that it was disrespectful and I regret posting it. I want to sincerely apologize to the Malaysian community as well as anyone else who was offended by my actions. Esports is about bringing people together from all countries, and what I said goes against everything MLBB stands for. I no way did intend to insult anyone, but I understand that intent doesn't always match impact, and I take full responsibility for my post. Moving forward, I'll be learning from my mistake and make sure that this does not happen again. Thank you to everyone who has held me accountable. It is a reminder that we all need to be more mindful of our actions and how they affect others." Cool, Mobazane.
Well, and that's kind of, it's just when it comes to some of these recipes, especially having a Joy on your team, you've got some good split lane prio, which isn't really able to be answered. We saw even the Phobius tried to go.
It was his last post.
And, got taken down one of those, and that's why we had to kind of send the entire team up there.
He was not streaming for 1 month, and it was his last post.
Gracing the board this time, yeah, this time with the Bruno.
I don't know what is
and, you know,
happening
we
with him,
also
but
asked the question, how effective
he
is Bruno
certainly
in
got
the
some
recent, showing
problems
not
with
just him
Malaysians.
with his basic attack range, but also with the
He wrote the
gun
apology with ChatGPT.
limited range on that now, but still able to get the job done. It's not like Bruno's lacking in the damage department. All the damage is still there. He just has to be a little bit
Nah, he will
closer
come back.
to be able to pull it off. And
Why would
able to get
he
that done
dump
in
his
this
YouTube
game. Is it
account?
bannable?
And
Time will tell
depends.
as we progress through the challenge season, but right now I don't really feel like it was the heaviest threat. I just feel like overall the micro as a team from
Spreading
Supermassive
fake news
was
is crazy.
slightly, better
Why,
than
it's not
GK
fake news, it
making
was
efforts
on
for
his
that game.
channel. It's a
When I'm
post
trying
on
to think
his
back to the
channel.
matches, I'm trying to think, what did GK have? What was their initiating factor when it came to some of these fights? What told them, all right, everybody, go in? For me, it kind of looked like Fredrin was sitting there, and a lot of these games were just waiting. When are they going to attack Fredrin? When are they going to attack Vexana?
Bro,
When
apologize
are they
after
gonna be able to
every
get some
tournament.
backline onto our marksman? There wasn't
Oh my
ever
God.
anything on GK's side. All right, do we
My
got the
Bazane
set?
is not
Everybody
learning
go
from
in.
his mistakes.
And this is something that I've kind of been noticing from both games, where they have this great laning phase. They have these heroes that are able to kind of pick off when it's like 1v1 or when it's like these off-ended. But when it comes to the team fights, they don't have that factor that's going to tip the scales in their hand. That's going to give them the advantage. You can't really fight, like I've always said this before, a 50-50 fight is never a fight you ever want to take. It's never the opportune fight you want to take.
Why is he
You
showing
always
Bruno
want to have the
rotations while
advantage. You
showing
always want to have
carry?
something in your favor
What the
that kind
heck?
of signals, all right, guys, it's time for us to go in. We're going to be able to win this fight. And I just didn't see that factor on the side of GK.
Chicken and him had argument after also on stream, blaming each other for loss.
They put everything into the hands of
I don't know.
to really be able to provide that for the team. And they
Playing
stacked up with a bunch
Fredrin
of,
every game and
flickers.
expecting to
Like I
win.
said, there's a lot of moments where we didn't see a
Like
lot
you're
of the flicker
really
plays
fighting
come
not
out,
only
right? Even
enemies
on
but
the
also
engagements,
meta
and you don't
when
have to
playing
only use it
Fredrin.
as an evasive maneuver. You can use it
It's kind of
to,
useless.
be aggressive as well, but we just didn't really get to see it as
He's
often,
learning
so
how to
I think
apologize
maybe jumping into
properly
game
every
number
time.
3, if GK wants to have a chance to turn this around, I feel like the
Oh my God.
recipe that they're building, right? They've been crafting up in game number 2.
So much fun
It's
being
not
made of
that it's not
Mobazane.
working. They just need to add an additional ingredient, and I think they need to have some hero that can split push to the opposite sides to not allow, like you mentioned, the 50-50.
But he
Why
should
take
at
the
least tell
50-50
us
when
he
you can
was
get a
going away
60-40?
for a
You can
while.
have
Yeah,
the advantage
probably.
when it comes to these neutral objectives. And I think if they were able to pull that off, they may have found an easier time, because that was a late
Hello,
game.
Corbin
We went
Fallas.
pretty
Hello.
far that time
Are you
around,
going
and
to
it
play
definitely
today?
wasn't one-sided.
No, I'm not really going to play on this stream. But after I watch tournament, I will go chill a little bit and start another stream where I will play. There is a chance.
But critical thinking,
Because I'm really tired. All I can is make fun of Mobazane.
You had a Fredrin and a carry there, and at the beginning, right off the bat, I want to say Mohi experienced it, saw the energy eruption, saw how he couldn't go anywhere, gets taken down, immediately adjusts. From the first few objectives, he's immediately going to the side lanes, trying to get some
He
pushing
plays
power,
like
knows
3
that he
hero,
cannot
Alpha,
compete
Fredrin and Bane,
with
yeah.
Fredrin when it comes to some of
Okay,
these
Alpha
objectives.
is
Then we
meta.
found the
Okay,
opportunity,
Bane
we were
is
able
not
to go
bad.
to the side, find
Fredrin
the
is
flank
bullshit.
onto a Vexana.
And with
So they're
Alpha, you need a
playing
good team
well,
fight.
not just well, it's
You
not
need
just
some
great
Matilda
compositions for
probably,
them,
you
but
need
they're
some
also
Gato.
playing around the
And
counters,
anyway, you will have
around some of the
problems.
strengths that GK shows them, and they're adjusting very
Yup.
well to it.
And if enemies know you're gonna pick Alpha, they just gonna draft the way, so you can't have a good combo with Alpha, you can't have a good draft with Alpha. That's what enemies did, Mobazane lost, and
for the team to always find that perfect play. You got to create that opportunity. So I would definitely say he's the opportunity creator.
Denji.
Supermassive. For the side of GK, I mean,
Good morning, Dazai. It's my birthday today. Happy birthday, happy little leaf.
Reactive, right? They were waiting for Supermassive
Let your birthday be like Lil Leaf.
Ultimately,
Happy.
kind of played in their hands when it came to a lot of these engagements to be able to win these trade-offs and push on forward. So
Exactly, at least say, guys, I'm here, just need a break, I'll be back stronger than ever.
But it's now 2-0 with Papara Supermassive in the lead.
He just forgot.
It's about time
It's
for
normal.
GK to kind of brush off some of that rustiness. I know we had.
Oh, we're not gonna know what's happening in his head unless he tells us so.
But but it's about time for them to kind of show that.
Don't criticize him too much. He's tilted.
We take a look at the team head-to-head here. Average kills, I want to say, I mean, this not really a big surprise, but the big thing to me is that it isn't more. So that means that this game is still well within reach for GK.
Dazai
What
wins.
also is interesting, the Sicilian being most picked here. I mean, it's been picked both games from Suzuka, and I wouldn't even say that like he didn't really pick up a lot of kills, but maybe it's the damage that's being dished out. But the interesting part about this specifically is that the Sicilian
Come on, last game. Super Messi wins this, and let's go next game. Maybe in a break between games, I will play one game.
The whole point of that was to
One game.
stop the Sicilian from being such a huge force with that damage early in the game.
But not more, not more. I will
Just kinda
die.
happens to do with how his kit and how he approaches fights. Sicilian isn't like Vexana.
By the way, I saw
Trying to
Hoon
get in
streaming,
there, take
I
the
saw
CC,
Chicken
trying to get
streaming.
the damage. He's well off in the distance.
Like
just
almost all his
lobbing
team is
stuff from
streaming,
the
but not
back line.
Mobile Zane.
So he's pretty safe. And once, I mean, it's almost kind of a risk to send somebody that far back because then you're potentially having the entire enemy.
Nah,
team
I'll not play
close
Brawl.
in
I
on
play
you.
rank.
It maybe kind of has to do with the
I'll have
play
time for
style,
one
especially
rank
with
game
how
because it's gonna be a
Papara
long,
has been.
long,
Because it's not just
maybe
Sicilian,
even two
their entire
games
back line
because
is doing great. I mean, we've seen Zhao get
it's gonna be like 30
twice
minutes
here.
maybe.
He's been almost untouchable on all of these marks.
I just don't really know the schedule of this
Papara and them are able to kind of protect
place
that back line
of these
and
games.
make sure that they have the space, have the time to do what they need to during these games.
Drafting
Speaking
phase.
of time, the
Holy
clock
shit.
is ticking and seconds are running out for the side of GK. One more win for Papara, and it will be a clean sweep for the first series of the challenge.
Benny
season.
Ben,
They
Sicilian
need
Ben.
to find answers, and they need to find them fast. And we
Oh my
talked about
God,
the
Ball.
Sicilian. That's a target ban.
Yes, that is
Sicilian
really
got banned,
interesting to
guys.
me because
Super
game
freeze,
one,
Sicilian.
Suzuka didn't really have a great game. He got killed, I want to say, like 4 times right in the opening one. For me, the problem has another problem. The problem
Yeah,
is
GK
Zhao.
is losing
But
2-0, and
the
it's
problem
best
is you
of
can't
5.
ban out Zhao. You're not going to start
Best of
wasting,
5
a lot of these
in first game.
bans on Granger, on Bruno, like because there's just I'm guaranteed he's got a pretty big hero pool he's got out there. Maybe this might be. I mean, we just saw that head to head. The most picked heroes were Gatakacha and Sicilian. Maybe we just gave away. The
According
recipe
to you, which
GK,
hero is
because
going
those
to
are the
get
first
M7
two
skin?
bans that GK go with.
Let me check because I forgot what heroes
This
are
is
there.
tricky too because I think it's one of those situations where he's just so effective on the Sicilian.
I'll check right
that
now,
he
wait.
forces out the ban, but they have the 2-pick swing. So when you ban that Sicilian out, you're allowing something else to walk for the side of Papara Supermassive on the red side. Now, Granger Danger.
Oh, by the way, guys, free tickets.
We've seen how
Free
great it's
tickets
been.
for
Definitely
a Hunter x
heavy
Hunter
bio
event
Marksman should be picked up by Papara
today.
Supermassive here for GK.
Stop
Do they invest
inviting
back
me,
into this Joy?
monkeys.
Again, do they slot that in? It seems like the Joy was very effective for Papara Supermassive.
I'll
and I'm not
spin it
even sure
later,
if
but
that's
let me
something I'd even
see.
take the risk of allowing Papara to get, because if you allow them to get this
Shit,
Joy,
I already got
and you
3
allow them
free
to get the
tickets.
Granger on top of that, that's gonna they're building up the numbers for a winnable lottery ticket.
You've got Joy, you've got Granger, Lucas is still
where
out
is-
there as well.
Oh,
Harris just gets taken
M7
off the
skin
board.
poll.
I'm actually kind of wondering where this goes. Do you
So-
go with the Lucas? He's untested. He hasn't had.
It's
the
gonna be Granger
greatest
or Joy
amounts
because,
when it comes
yeah.
to XP lane. From what we've seen, they're gonna go
Granger or Joy?
Secure that Joy.
Okay, so Granger Fredrin, does that come out here?
Why is it fuck you?
Massive?
What? I just told Granger and Joy and they picked Granger and Joy.
I'm just saying.
What
I
the
have
fuck?
Yet to see the Lucas
I was watching
on the
M7
competitive
skin
scene
poll.
internationally. It would definitely be great.
Does
to
I
see
watch
as
some
we work
hentai
towards the
while we
challenge
wait?
season, but is that a risk that Papara Supermassive wants to take?
Okay.
Or do they want to go more for the direct hard counter against this Joy? I mean, technically, you could still go in for the Belleric. It could be something to stop this Joy in its tracks. There are other options. I would say the Hylos as well can definitely do it. So this is interesting. I mean, they haven't showcased who their jungle is, and I think that's actually not the worst option. They can get it right here when it swings back around to them. It's better for them to lock in this Hylos than allow that to go into the hands of GK.
Yeah, it's interesting though, but we don't have a real answer for Joy just yet. We're kind of really banking on what, Hylos to maybe get the stun off onto the Joy. And do we pick up Lucas here? Are we going for that bait? I feel like both teams, Irithel, a great answer when it comes to Granger. I'm actually lost. Lucas, it's one of those things. Lucas is brand new. Maybe a lot of teams aren't too comfortable with it. Do you go that route even though he's supposedly strong? There's still some great counters for Lucas out there as well. Aurora picked up for the side. We've seen this before too. Aurora and Joy on the same time. This is what GK went with on the first time because it provided Aurora a lot of that comfortability. She didn't have to worry about a Joy diving into the back line to take her out, but it wasn't as successful.
Well, speaking of diving into the back line, Hayabusa has now been picked up. Game number 2, there's a lot of Assassin ban prio in the first phase. Hayabusa was one of the heroes that did get taken down, but now with him available, Papar Supermassive is going to
Hentai is not that bad.
With the Hayabusa, he will have the quad shadow, so he will have the mobility. He'll have a higher chance to be able to get those 50-50s on these neutral objectives as well.
From all these skins, I like only Julian's skin.
Shizuka. The Sicilian's gone, which means this is going to be the first game.
Okay, Irithel versus Granger is bad, but Irithel can fuck Granger at least. Joy is good, but there is Hayabusa, so gonna be hard. And also this guy just loses jungle every time.
And I talked about this before. He's a great counter for Lucas, so I'm wondering if we're gonna see the Lucas on the side of Supermassive. There's not too much that I want to say you would want to take off. Oh, and we took off the Freya, so really focusing onto that XP lane right now, especially when we don't have the XP lane, we don't have our mage set up just yet.
Why did he even write that, James? What made you write this bullshit?
We know it's not going to be the Sicilian this time. So, I mean, maybe we go with the Farja, maybe an Xavier. They both kind of fill the same roles when it comes to kind of getting that distance and being able to rain fire on from the back line.
I think taking out the Hilda here, the main focus is probably because the Hayabusa, right? I mean, if you run this Hilda in the XP lane, or even technically could be slotted in the roam position, you never know, especially with what GK is cooking up. But it would give that Hayabusa a lot.
What's going on? We have tournament, Snapdragon. Challenge already. Europe and MENA. Right now it's MENA team versus Turkish team.
Ladies and gentlemen, history in the making. Lucas has been slotted in for the first time.
Okay. Finally, they picked Lucas.
I'm excited to see how well he does in an XP lane. I kind of smelled that cooking when the Phoveus got banned out in the Freya. I'm like, yeah, they're looking for something. They're looking for that, possibly that Lucas, and that's been the biggest counters for him in that XP lane. He hasn't been as successful as I've seen him when.
I'm hungry.
There's just too many counters and too many.
Lucas is OP.
For Lucas, so we'll see how well it deals up.
What do you think, guys? I told you Lucas is OP.
And we're gonna have Cho out there again.
Okay, CC fucks Lucas.
Say, though, Cho didn't have a bad game in the first.
If Lucas fucks up with his emblems, CC gonna fuck him.
Needs to be a little bit better.
So be careful, Lucas.
Man, it's okay. I see the idea, right? You go for the Aurora for Frigid Glacier, the AoE crowd control plan, right? But then you have a hero who has isolation pickoffs with this Cho, with the way the dragon, the G Kondo. But right there with you, right on the
bro, why aren't you up there? You're very good.
Thing, right?
I had a team. We played qualifiers, but we lost.
In for the isolation play. Was not working in GK's
we lost, and
strategy, and now there's a new element.
We can blame a little bit our skill and a little bit MS, because when you play qualifiers for Snapdragon, you play with MENA teams and Europe teams, and you can have 120 MS, you can have 60 MS or 30 MS, and we had a lot of games with 100 MS. So sometimes in qualifiers it's more about luck. I lost that Snapdragon tournament and I didn't play any tournament after that.
In this series.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. It's 0-2 right now. It is all on the line for GK.
Yes, that is stupid, but basically Snapdragon doesn't separate MENA and Europe. So when you play qualifiers, you play Europe qualifiers Europe and MENA qualifiers.
Supermassive.
So you can play on MENA server with 120 ms, what we actually had, or you can play in Europe server, and Europe server is not always 20-30 ms, it can be 60 ms, because it can be Spanish enemy. So yeah. That is bullshit. It's like playing qualifiers for MCC. But on MCC you play every game on Russian server and you have 60 ms if you are from Ukraine. Yes, you can use Exit Lag app to a bit lower your MS, but it will be still 40.
Here comes Mohi, looks for the quad. Shadow finds the kill immediately onto Samo. Are we going to see the electrifying beats? We do have. Shadow kill is out. Zeno has to disengage there.
Not bad, not bad.
Shen actually might be a little bit trouble. Look at the damage coming out from Wasa, pushing off 2 members of GK in that XP lane. And what a greeting to Luca in this tournament.
Took a closer, take a closer look, the dude on the right, if he shaved his beard and got a haircut, the spitting image of Paquito. Now it's clear where the Montoons dug up this hero. What the heck?
To be able to get the 50-50s with the quad shadows is something that GK will have to watch out for as well. Turtle now spawning in. Look at Wasa already with this Lucas in effect. Gonna go ahead and pull that aggro. Bot side though.
Can you tell me the name of player?
Can he sustain himself? Shizuka very low, forced to use the wings by wings to safety.
Yeah, it's actually very patient with that. I was expecting the wings to come out right away, but actually being very patient, allowing Shen to put some damage on before he actually finds himself an escape, because he wanted to...
Nah, people who buys Hunter x Hunter skins, they usually buy them just to have collection from anime, because they like anime.
Doing their best to kind of keep this turtle at bay, pulling it in their direction, and Mohi is going to go ahead and start on his... Goes beelines for Shizuka, but gets caught by Blotsfed, doing a great job of protecting his mage. Now they're going to go in. Samo in a little bit of trouble. Way of the Dragon comes out, does not take down Evan Star. Zeno comes in onto the back line. Shen has to find an escape. Wasa taken down, and we...
Yeah, guys, I also want to join these big tournaments, but it's really hard. It's really hard. Because every team in Europe, in Ukraine especially, already found players. They are 5 queues. Creating new team is hard. Takes a lot of time when gives you 0 money.
Just like that, I want to say every
so
we do have enough. We're gonna have a quad shadow. Are we gonna be able to see that shadow kill? Is out.
If I'll have enough income from my YouTube to also have my team, then I will do that. I'll try. Right now I just can't. I just can't.
Cho is right there trying to find the kill. Another kill so quickly by Mohi.
My heart, man.
That's why I'm streaming right now, trying to develop my channel a little bit. They already losing. That's again because of Joy, by the way. Again, Joy fucked up.
Than game number 2. We
saw
about, let's say, less than 10 kills before the 12-minute mark. We're already at 8 combined. Both of these teams, we haven't even...
Good luck with that, really. Thanks.
Yeah, and the interesting thing...
Now, Hunter x Hunter skins, I like only Julian skin. All other skins are bad or mid. No, it's not bad draft. Every game I see this Joy wasting her time doing some bullshit. The fuck?
Задонатив 50 гривень.
Thank you for the donation. Why you donated me? Bro just donated even without any message.
Look at the top side. Mohi finding Carvey all by himself against the 4-man rotation. But look at the trade-off with the turtle.
And this is what I've talked about before. If you're not going to go for the turtle, at least make something happen there. They lost not only lost.
Thanks for donation, even without name.
Tower, and that kind of adds into the value of losing the turtle. So a great play there, but Papara Supermassive. Blotzek goes in, and Shen forced to kind of push him away.
This is kind of, Costa Rica finding Wasa as well. That is going to be a kill to work in his favor. A turret will drop, though. Right now, map advantage. I guess both sides.
Corben, why you donated? I wrote you a comment in your account.
100 advantage for the side of Papara Supermassive. Specifically,
already.
Xiao, is still alive in this game. Keep an eye on the Granger, but wait a second.
Yeah, great way of the Dragon. Shen was able to find Shizuka, and then you found the freeze there from Costa Rica, and that's what we've been missing when it comes to these setups for the way of the Dragon. Push him back into your team.
Holy shit. It's gonna be a long song, guys.
Mike Cristaldi donated $1 through Super Chat.
Thank you, Mike.
They will be able to invade into the jungle of GK for a push. Glorious Pathway.
Well, Glorious Pathway goes out, but they don't have the minions to help out and push up.
Nah, it's just it's automatic donation message. It's really long.
Taking care of the next turret.
This is just Mohi's game.
Why not try to join in EUR&MENA like Carvey? Because I can't move out from Ukraine. If I play from Ukraine on MENA, I will have 100 MS. So I should move to some closer country or to Egypt, where they have boot camp. I can't move out from Ukraine right now. My birthday was 29th of December, 13 days ago. I am 22 right now.
This is just Mohi's game. Quad shadows in, creates some chaos, allows the minions to deal the final
Pet
touches
Haya,
to the turret.
Granger with farm seems like is a game.
This just showcases why the Hayabusa is so effective, and without Shin able to find him and get the way of the dragon, there's not really much GK can do.
Yeah, Jujutsu Kaisen collab was good. I don't really like Goju Satoru skin, let's be honest, but Melissa, Julian, and Yin skin are good now.
Ooh, locked on the Xeno with that shadow kill. He is going to be able to disengage.
Holy fuck, I thought I'm old. You need a vase? Yes.
The jungler of Papara Supermassive. And
hi, hello.
Such a great job keeping on the pressure, going up, cleaning up lanes, putting on more pressure, looking for a kill.
In Ukraine, what is drinking age? 18.
Keeping up the pressure, and they're not giving GK any breathing room. As they're going to go ahead
in whole Europe, it's 18.
Top, you're going to see at the bottom, Mo. He's going to go ahead and get the split lane. Oh, speaking of that, there might be a catch there. Suzuka gets caught again. Frigid Glacier is out. A little bit of damage goes down, takes down Wasa.
Okay, Supermassive just making stupid mistakes. But unless Hayabusa is not giving out his streak, it's fine.
Because I just feel like they just gave it to them for free. It wasn't really worth the risk to be able to push, especially this close in game. Now
Julian, to be honest, is getting too much collab skins.
Similar to game number 1, not able to find that turret in the mid lane was what stopped them from being able to be.
Where is oh, there should be Naruto collab, yes.
But the pressure, the macro from Papara Supermassive to be able to clear out these waves, even when they do lose a couple of members in the engagements, is overwhelming.
Man, Farsa ultimate wasted.
We do have an early feather.
Oh. Again, 10 hours music, but okay. Faded silence. Hello, thanks for donation.
Dazai D Silsai and Csai official donated €5 through Super Chat.
Faded Silence official. The Pac.
Yeah, but
Thanks for donation.
And now Papar Supermassive force out the Lord Pit.
Yeah, Shizuka got caught. Zeno finds the kill onto
No. Sasuke gonna be Suyo with like Susana.
At the 10-minute mark.
That's right. Able to find this opportunity, but can they turn this into an advantage to push up this map? They need to take the turret in the mid lane. They need to find a way to stop the defense from Papar Supermassive, but they're so great at picking up the pieces when they drop on the floor. You are looking at the Lord on the bot side, quickly pushing.
Itachi will be Julian.
In the top lane.
My God,
GK
stop
able to
giving
seize that
Julian skins.
opportunity. Now GK is coming alive. Now they're finding their composure. 10-7, leading in kills as well.
Now, I want to say, too, maybe a little bit of a problem with Shizuka not having a Gattacacha to be able to protect him from a lot of these engagements. See right there, he was almost caught again, had to use that wings by wings to get away. But I want to say the big problem, 0-4 for a mage right now, kind of points out to your
Sun gonna be Naruto is cool, yeah.
Like I was saying, you don't have the
That's why they buff Sun.
They kind of landed up there again. Chen in a little bit of trouble down at the bottom lane. Playboy Carvey comes in to dish out some damage with that heavy crossbow. You saw that shockwave blast coming out from
Phobius has 0 skins.
And now
I don't know why they gave him 1 skin. They should leave Phobius without skin till the end of this game.
Yeah, right now 10-8 on the board, 2 kill advantage for the side of GK, able to open up a couple of turrets. They take the mid turret, so now they have a little bit of breathing room to be able to invade onto the side of Papara Supermassive, and will be costly now.
No, Masha can be Sakura
Forced to use the glorious pathway
if they will add Sakura, but I saw there is no Sakura there.
Yeah, this is going to be a tricky one. We just passed 12 minutes. We're getting toward that mid to late game, and this is where you're going to start to see Playboy Carvey deal a lot of damage. You're going to start to see maybe
Attack on Titan skins.
Be able to hit like a truck on this Granger. Now it's going to be a battle of the 80s.
They're not
right?
so bad. They're like higher than mid.
Maybe I would say Shizuka because he has the range, he has the artillery effect, but when it comes to Costa Rica, I feel like he just has to get some great placement on the Frigid Glacier, but the damage is going to be coming from Zeno. It's going to be coming
Naruto
from
will be Lucas?
rushing to the back line.
Really?
To find Shizuka, and this
Okay,
starts with
whatever.
Shin
If Sun can have clones, Lucas can have
there's been a difference
Kurama?
in this game, right? We mentioned it, like in game
So
number
it's
1, he was
normal.
not finding the way the dragon sets onto the back line, but I want to say at least 2 times he's gotten it with game number 3.
Yeah, I also kind of want to point out that Mohi has found himself some quad shadows, but they've been onto the wrong target.
Will Papa Supermassive come back this bullshit? Or it's doomed?
But you're dealing with a vengeance there, and then you wasted that. As soon as that's down, GK know that they don't have to worry about that. See right here, he's caught on the Shen. They're not going to be able to put him.
Come on, Hayabusa, steal the Lord, steal the Lord. Come on. Oh no.
We do have a feathered airstrike out as well. Passive. Samo finds a kill onto
Okay.
Mohi. Zhao finds a
Hayabusa
kill
did some bullshit.
Zeno
He just went straight to Chook.
kill on to the Lord. That is 2 down for Papara Supermassive. Another fight going over to GK. Blotsfet actually might be in trouble here as he's looking for an escape. And now deeper into enemy lines and being gunned down by Samo. He chooses turret for a death.
All right, well, I guess we're going to game number 4. The way this is looking.
No game number 4, guys.
Making the most out of the situation.
Let's win, let's win.
Supermassive, the positioning from the feathered airstrikes from Shizuka, not really hitting the mark. I feel like they're a little premature.
Yeah, and as you say that, down goes Shizuka.
Gara will be whale.
Actually, shadow kill. Mohi comes in, able to put enough damage onto Carvey to find the kill there with that shadow kill. Lord at bottom, pressure at mid and top. They're gonna go ahead and try to lock.
Oh, Joy.
On that Granger, he is
Nice.
just a mass of dashing ability. For
Damn.
catches 2 members. Down goes Show.
I don't know why Granger died.
Will fall. You're gonna lose 2 members from both sides. Does GK continue on this.
Their
push,
marksman also died, but
they don't have Playboy Carvey, and they really need that ADC to be able to get in there for the push potential. So they're going to go ahead and retreat on this situation, which will be a stalemate. But this is a little risky, in my opinion. Right now, we're almost
by the way,
past the 15-minute mark. We're now in the
I
late
want to
game,
try
and this is where it's really going to boil down to
if Aurora
micro plays and macro plays, right? It's really going to boil down to these little engagements, either getting a split push on the side.
if Aurora can
or
flicker
winning team
second
fights.
skill.
And both of those objectives, literally for the last 2 games at least, were working more in Papara Supermassive's favor. So it's
Aurora,
They're gonna have to keep a tight shot group if they want to extend this series into a game number 4 and not allow the sweep from Papara Supermassive. And we know Papara Supermassive is a team that knows how to play from behind when they don't have the advantage. So they're playing ball. Right now, GK up 3,400 gold as well. We've got about 50 seconds until the Lord spawns in. So both sides trying to gain control of the map, trying to
She
be able
can't.
to lead the way in the jungle, but you got to be careful with the overextensions. There's a lot of mobility from both sides. You have the high boots with the quad shadows. but you
No,
also have
Aurora
Xeno on
can't.
the
She should
CC.
use Flicker
You got,
first.
Samo on the CC, Xeno on the Joy. Any mistake is costly, and the respawn timers are high.
Shen going out there trying to get some vision, get some information for his team. 23
She just can't. Even if I do this with 2 hands, she just can't.
Mohi and Shizuka need to kind
What
of
about ultimate?
Shizuka needs to be able to kind of, I mean, maybe hold the trigger on some of these feathered airstrikes, because I want to say the first few have kind of come out without. Oh, you see here we have a shadow kill go out, but now what has that done? You do not have a shadow
Aurora
kill.
can do Flicker
You're
before
trying to take this
skills.
purple buff. You were going to be able to take it anyway, but you're not going to have that shadow kill when it comes to this Lord fight. And extends very far. Feathered airstrike comes out, takes a little bit of damage down onto Samo. Glorious pathway is out, diving into the back line, being kited.
Boom.
French Glacier comes out, catches 2. Down goes Owasa. Playboy Carvey with the kill there. Another onto Blotsfet, and that is a double kill for Carvey, and looking like a easy Lord for GK. If they don't see Mohi, they sense something is amiss in the bushes, and they're pulling out the Lord until they can see what's going on right now. Now clearing out the mid lane, trying to put some pressure out there, and I'm wondering if Mohi's going to be able to find it. You can see right there, Samo's going to be able to check that bush. He does find both of them, and down goes Shizuka. We do have a shadow kill out there, not able to find it. Mohi in trouble. 3 members closing the distance on him.
Almost.
He has the quad shadow, gets caught by the way of the dragon, and that is going to be the next Lord for GK Esports.
Man, a lot to break down from that engagement, but we're going to start off with these feathered airstrikes from Shizuka. Boy, what are you doing? You got to slow down on that trigger finger, man, as you are going to go ahead and see GK take this Lord and now work their way toward the base.
Snoopy, I have a lot of food.
Possibly their first
Trust
win
me.
in this series.
Yeah, fighting for their lives here, trying to protect.
My brother right now is here with his friends, and they ordered a lot of pizza and sushi. They are celebrating some birthday in the kitchen. So I have food.
Crashing at the base at once. This is going to split up Papara Supermassive's control. It's going to mean that we do have a concealed play out here. Sensing it, Mohi dashes himself out to safety, but the top high ground tower gets taken out. Lord down at the bottom. Feathered airstrike.
Please defend this.
Wasn't able to take out all of these minions. This might be it.
Yeah, Hayabusa, Hayabusa.
Supermassive GK can smell victory out there. Are they going to be able to find it? Locking on the back end. Mohi tries to take down the enemy mage. Is he going to be able to find it? They both trade their lives while Papara Supermassive lives.
Getting Aurora is really good.
The defense from Papara, we talked about this earlier.
No, thank you, no, thank you.
To somehow find a way when the advantage is not in their favor, able to hold off the Lord.
Snoopy, chill. No, thanks. It's fine.
Has given them another moment to possibly take this game away from
My
GK.
little sister's
GK,
birthday
they're
was
starting
3
to tie
days
up their
ago.
shot group. They're starting to
Cool.
play together as a unit. Speaking of units, speaking of shot groups.
Yeah, a lot of damage goes on. A big ice crown comes out. Samo with an immortality switch out, able to find the escape. What a play from Samo. CC the unkillable right now in this late game. They've been doing a lot to try to focus on him.
Hard game.
Not being able to get that job done.
This is starting to become a challenge for Mohi, right? I mean, a lot of the heroes on GK's side kind of counter this Hayabusa, and now without being able to really traverse across the map for the turret plays, this just comes down to the team.
No, Haya can kill Joey, Haya can kill Aurora, Haya can kill Sisi.
It's going to be good for the 50-50 trades if they do go in for this lord that spawns in the next 30 seconds, but they got to watch out for the overextension.
He just needs the right timing.
Shizuka on this feathered airstrike. He's 0-6-6. I mean, he has to slow down a little bit, play in the back line, find, not waste the feather, like save it, hold on to it. Just wait. A matter of seconds could be the difference when it comes to these two teams, but this is the longest game we have had so far. We have now passed the 20-minute mark, 21-12 for GK, and they are hovering around the lore pit, ready to take this objective. Does Papara Supermassive fight this? I feel like they have to. I don't feel like they can afford to allow this one to go.
The problem with the feathered airstrike right now is we don't have a setup for it. It's either GK Esports diving heavily onto your team or the small amount of CC and setting potential that Papara Supermassive have, trying to hold them down. See Samo taking a decent amount of damage. Zhao on the back end trying to get away. Ooh,
nice.
Actually in a little bit of trouble.
Is that? Please? Nice.
Is that going to be enough? Costa Rica with the Frigid Glacier does find one. Zeno finds a kill onto the back end as well. It is a trade. Both mages down for both teams.
But Lucas will die.
So might be the next one on the line as they close ranks around Papara.
Haya still no ultimate.
And that is 2 down for Papara. Mohi looking for an opportunity, looking for an angle, still has immortality, still has a vision. Nobody's checking that bush. Xiao coming in. He wants to try to get some kind of distraction.
Oh, what the hell is Xiao doing?
Oh, Super Light comes in. Shadow Kill is going to be able to take down Carvey. It is not, and that might be some wasted potential.
Damn.
Way of the dragon.
So bad.
Goes Papara Supermassive. Oh, he tries. Winter Crown.
Nice, GG's.
But that is going to be a wrap.
What was Granger doing? I don't know.
GK Esports going to find their first.
I don't know why they made this best of 5, but
where there's a will,
I'll be right back, guys.
No, wait a second.
Want to go toilet?
GK able to take game number 3 and remain in this series. No sweeps today. Looks like they found their momentum and off to a possible comeback if they can keep that going. There's a lot of things that went right for GK in this match, but there's a lot of things that went wrong for Papara Supermassive as well. As we do dive into a little bit of a breakdown from what we've seen between both of these heavy contenders, there is some things that definitely stand out. Shin on this show was able to find the isolated plays, able to find the setups with the way the dragon into the backline, able to constantly catch Shizuka out of position. On the other side, Papara Supermassive, Shizuka not able to get those feather airstrikes he was looking for. Private mentioned it, right? There's just, once you go in for the feather airstrike, there's so many heroes that can get to the backline to cause disruption. And these are things that GK did to punish Papara Supermassive.
Yeah, and not just that, but Zeno had himself an amazing game. 10, 2, and 6 right there. I mean, a great game. You can see there MVP with 10 kills up there, and the damage was just immeasurable for the side of GK. 25-13, a very dominant game for Papara. And actually a flip from what we've been used to seeing, where Papara, where GK usually has that early game advantage, and then they lose it throughout the mid to late game. This time, it felt like Papara, man, Mohi was finding the kills on the Hayabusa. He was like 4-0 at one point, and then finally GK were able to find the pickoffs that they needed to go on there. And then I want to say that a great game, even when they were able to dive into the back line, they were able to catch Costa Rica, able to use that Winter Crown, able to use that passive to be able to survive. Same with Samo on the CC.
It's a little bittersweet over there for the Lucas as well. The debut not able to get the victory, which means it now has a 0% win rate. A lot of engagement so from both sides. The longest game we've had so far. Both teams fighting over that 20-minute mark. But overall, it came down to the macro plays, right? It came down to both teams using their kits. A lot of times, Shizuka with the feathered airstrike, it was either too early or it was out of range to deal damage. While on the other hand, you got to see Shin with the isolated plays, the setup, Zeno being able to get to the back backline. There was a moment, a brief moment, where I felt like this could have been a victory for the side of GK, especially toward the end when you saw Mohi. He was hiding in the bush at the Lord, but as soon as he saw, I believe it was Shizuka, go in, he decided to give up his element of surprise instead of trying to trade a Lord for the 50-50 and getting picked off himself as well, is what ultimately led to the side of
Shizuka
victory so far. But another great game in the books for the challenge season.
3-2 comeback, no way. I'm gonna kill myself if Sperma Massive not gonna win this game right now.
To whoever made the decision to ban out the Sicilian. We take a look here.
It's my Joy Emblems.
No surprise there. 10, 2, and 6, 64% kill participation, and 673 gold per minute. A great effect in there to be able to get to the back line, especially once Cho was able to get those Way of the Dragons, landing it on the Farja. Zeno was able to kind of come in there, scoop up a lot of those kills. But on the side of GK, whoever made the call to take out Sicilian and put Shizuka onto the Farja, not just that, but I want to say they got a Kacha ban too as well, because that was what was really helping to get the peel away from their mage. And I feel like it really exposed a big crack in the armor of Papara when it comes to that mid lane, when it comes to the positioning there. If they don't have to peel for their mid, they're going to have a lot of trouble being able to keep them alive.
No problem.
And it's a little bittersweet for GK, because I feel like it took them all the way to this game to find it out. Had they
oh my god, Snoopy, stop.
After the first victory,
cut it down. I don't want to fuck some hoe with you.
Is crucial, and now that they have found it, do they continue?
I want to sleep. Can you buy me a sleep?
Again, as they progress through this series, as we are looking at the heat map for Zeno, Mr. MVP on this Joy everywhere at a moment's notice. It's time to
Dazai, I'm Global Balmont and Sun right now.
Well played. Electrifying beats for some pickoffs and some objectives.
That's actually.
I mean, it's not hard to get global Balmons though.
Moves around the map and
how fast he is.
But yeah, you can see here just absolutely all over the map here. Congrats to Zeno finally being able to kind of carry that team and push them towards a victory when they were at death's door, so to speak. One game left for them to be able to get kicked out, and they show the fortitude needed to be able to push forward. So a great game for them, and we'll see if they can kind of, like you said, match this up, especially now that they're not going to have the prio pick.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, I wonder, like, okay, the Sicilian, it worked out great for Papara Supermassive. The Farza, yeah, let's not do that again. Oh, wait, look, I will take the Farza away from him, man. You just gotta do something different. I don't think he's ready for the Farza yet. If he is, he has the placement of the.
I slept like 7 hours, but I'm still tired.
Opportunity plays, right? And I wonder if that's why they went for the Sicilian, who can just play from afar and get those bats impacts and eventually just do some massive damage that the team can rush in and clean up. But when you have the Farza, it's a little bit more technical, right? You have to get the feathered airstrikes. You have to be in range. You're also a little bit stagnant when you use the feathered airstrike as well. And then you have a full team diving in towards you to burst you down. You have the Cho.
No, Granger was just throwing calls this game, so it's normal that they lost.
I think that if they
without alcohol, Snoopy, no.
Game number 4. They ban out the Sicilian and they
let's do crack.
Another hero into the hands of Shizuka, and they have backline capability dive. They may be able to get another victory for them.
Well, it's not just the Farja, because we noticed with the other 2 games, I kind of brought this up.
Oh shit, guys! I forgot to take out my laundry.
In fact,
fuck.
It was Zhao who was having the great game, being able to carry them, and I feel like that's mostly because after the
I'll be right back.
Of Sicilian, their roam, their XP laners, they started to close ranks around their mid. They were able to kind of fill in that gap, able to kind of cover up some of that weakness. Here, they had a big problem being able to kind of cover that up to be able to protect Shizuka. So maybe I don't even know where we go from here, because when it comes to being by yourself as a mage, Farza has probably one of the best escapes that you can ask for with a wings by wings to be able to get yourself out of harm's way. If you talk about an Xavier, if you talk about any other hero, there's really not much the same type of utilization for mobility on the map. So I think this kind of comes down to who can we pair him with that can maybe put some peeling potential on him, or maybe take Cho off the board.
I would say they need a mage that can play from afar, because I feel like he starts to kind of struggle when he gets in close proximity to the other teams, whereas when he can play from afar, the team doesn't really have to worry too much about him.
No,
striptease,
no.
This Lucas as well. Yeah, it was a treat to see. But when you have that problem in the mid lane, I feel like you need a little bit more of a stopping roadblock, right? You need somebody that can completely deny the aggressive heroes that want to rush into the back lines from being able to close that distance. So maybe not even going for the Lucas this time around. Maybe going for something like a Tig or something like a Hylos to be able to make that path a little bit harder to get to Shizuka could be a good start.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they go through here. 3 bans are out. Harith and Hayabusa and Fanny taken off the board for Papara Supermassive. And then they're sticking with those 2 bans here, Sicilian and Gadekacha, taken off the board by GK Esports. And I'm wondering, do they go with potentially taking out the Suyu that we've seen? Maybe the Joy is going to be the next one on the board. They're still trying to make up. 30 seconds left for GK here.
Yeah, I mean, the Joy should possibly get banned out unless they're comfortable running against it and just going for a little bit of a hard counter like the Belleric or the Fredrin. But I mean, we've been seeing the Joy walk pretty much every single draft, so I don't expect it to be banned here. I think Papara Supermassive will go in for that pickup, and GK, they may be comfortable running something up against it. So the next question is, when it comes to the marksmans, what are we going to prio here, right? We've seen the Granger play well. We've seen the Iritho. Both of them been some wise decisions. Maybe be able to see them both here again. There's only really a couple factors. Oh, they're going to first pick the Granger over the Joy here. Okay, this is different. Not bad, but different, I guess, because both teams, they know how to work around the Joy, and they'd rather just have the gold lane prio. But I mean, you still have heroes like Iritho who are still very good as well. So is that worth it?
Yeah, it's really interesting. Iritho, while a counter for Granger, I mean, early game still kind of goes to Iritho, and God forbid you start putting pressure onto that lane to back up Iritho, you're going to have some big problems. Pretty strategically, they're going to go ahead and pick up that Joy. They're going to take that off the board very quickly. And I'm wondering, what do you answer that with? Do we possibly pick up the Fredrin,
Granger again
on the Papara side?
Joy Hilda.
Actually,
it seems like they're losing draft again.
So that's going to be a lot. That's going to maybe stave off an assassin pick. And yeah, just like that, you're going to pick up the Suyu.
And the Tig. We talked about
okay,
the Tig,
CEO is good.
We were jumping into the draft. The Papara's main issue was they did not have a way to stop the backline from rushing into Shizuka. But now when you have this Tig in effect, that's gone. You can count that out. If you want to rush in A, by all means, that's a free kill for my mage with the implosion plays and the setups. So I think it's a good read from Papara Supermassive. The Hilda is interesting. This may be a challenge for the Hilda, though, because considering there's a Tig, right? So you still can't be overly aggressive. And not to mention, we have yet to see the mid lane pickup from the side of Papara Supermassive. I mean, you could even go in for something like in this situation, technically a Valentina, which would even deny the Joy even further with the Terrified. It'll deny the Hilda from being able to rush into you, and then you combo that with the implosion play. Not to mention, you can take the real world manipulation away from the Eve as well. That could be something that Shizuka picks up, but the only problem with that is it requires you to play up close with that Valentina to get those ultimates.
Interesting here. We pick up the Eve, who's had man, it's an interesting role that she's kind of had when it comes to five mans at the top of like competitive play. She does do very well, but like I want to say,
both drafts are good right now.
Very niche pick sometimes. A great early game, though, by GK Esports when it comes to the Joy, when it comes to having that Hilda on the team. We're actually...
This is Snapdragon tournament.
there isn't
Right
much
now.
to stop a Hilda and a Joy on Papara's side, especially if they're going to try an early game invade. So I'm wondering if that's going to be something that they're going to try to come out with. The Ganakacha is taken off the board. They're not going to have that. You see Hylos is in the next one from the side of GK Esports. There's going to need to be something that can protect them, because I want to say both of these heroes are actually going to do very well to be able to kind of burst down a Tigreal, maybe burst down a Suyu. And depending on what lane Granger is at when they invade, he might not be able to provide a lot of support in the early game.
Yeah, I want to see what's going to be slotted in the gold lane as well up against this Granger. I mean, you have heroes like the Moskov, which may be able to go in there. Could be effective, but right now I'm getting the idea behind the Eve. Right, you have the setup with the RWM. You can control, entire zone. And then you also have the Hilda who can rush in for the
Van Irritel.
when it comes to GK, they've been
Okay, they banned all good
line
marksmans.
dive. And that's where the Joy is going to be able to do some work. That's where the Hilda is going to be able to do some work as well. The Hilda, we still don't know if it's XP or roam position. It still can be flexed to either side. I mean, they can pick up, like a Tat and the Hylos are gone. So maybe not, may not be the wisest decision. But nonetheless, right now, the draft for both sides is looking pretty solid. There goes the Bedang again.
Badang is good counter for Suyo.
You are a huge fan.
That's what I know from my yesterday game.
Didn't really have such a great effect in game one, but I mean, it depends on how some of these fights go. We have a huge initiation type of chase composition coming from GK. You've got the Joy, you've got the Hilda, and then you're hoping that you can surprise the enemy, that they're gonna back up themselves up against the wall to where you can lay down the real world manipulation, and then Bedang will be able to come in. The only problem is if the side of Papara are able to turn this around and they are the initiators, then you might have some problems here. We do have the Valentina being picked up there. It's going to have some great scaling in the early game for them. And I'm not going to lie, from the first composition where I thought it like everybody had kind of a different goal in mind with the heroes I have.
Okay,
GK, there is a
Supermassive have high chances of winning this just by draft.
Of this type of composition.
Yeah, the only
Bro,
problem for
where are
this
you
for
from?
me
I'm
is,
from Ukraine.
The idea is there, but it's the player's play style that I'm a little worried about, right? It hasn't been consistent enough for me, especially when it comes to Shin on these.
Show me some good gameplay,
please. It required way too much of him to be able to dive in and find the perfect moment. And
Can I
team
move
couldn't
this
afford
shit
that,
from
and that's
there?
when you started to see Papara Supermassive
It's
win on the
blocking my
trades. But we'll have to see how it
face.
goes. I mean, maybe he's a little bit more comfortable now. He did have a way better game with that Cho, with the way the Dragon setups into the back line. So I think maybe he just needed to warm up a little bit, and possibly we'll see a new and improved version as we jump into our possible final game or possible tie to this amazing series. Papara Supermassive up against GK.
Okay, now it's better.
Yeah, we can see that. I mean, the signs of life coming out from GK Esports here now, not going down with a clean sweep from Papara Supermassive, trying to see if they can kind of double that and mimic and mirror that potential from the last game into now. Blotzfett doing a good job trying to keep that vision onto Shen, who's playing the roam position. I think we talked about this before. We'll see how well this kind of goes out there. Ooh, Shen with a good little push there onto Suzuka, gets the little bit of damage out there as well, and that's going to be a Litho Wanderer going over to GK Esports.
I still think the Valentina was such a good pick here because you're denying a lot of the backline presence from rushing into you, and then you have Blatchfett to be able to rely on with the implosion plays. And then not to mention Zhao. I mean, you talked about it, right? There's multiple times when Papara Supermassive was able to claim a victory. We kind of felt like he carried the situation if Mohi wasn't popping off. And with that at their arsenal, with the Suzuki,
You can already see jungle diff.
I mean, this should be
So you will
the
have
perfect
much more
recipe
level.
for them to be able to win this game. But for the side of GK, the X factor for me, right? It's the but dang, I mean, you saw my reaction to it, man. I'm still a little iffy on it, but signs of life from that show from
Dang,
may be different.
what was it? Flicker Valentina.
First kill already. Shizuka caught again, the first blood for GK Esports. But I want to say this is not unfamiliar territory for Papara Supermassive. They've dealt with this before. They've been on the back foot. It's that mid and late game where they really seem to shine. As we can see right now, Zeno doing a good job starting on this turtle already. Suzuka coming up from the side. We do have a Blotsvet looking for a positioning. Wasa out there. Real world manipulation is down, and Zeno gonna pick up a clean turtle. Sama in a little bit of trouble, is gonna be able to find an escape.
Stupid Valentina ruining early game.
GK, they get a kill, they get a turtle as well, and lose nothing in the process, which means they are going to be leading the way in the economy. Not by much, but definitely off to a good start. But we know Papara Supermassive is a team, even when the odds are not in their favor, they find a way to quickly turn this around and equalize it. So for GK, if they want to keep this rhythm, they got to continue to slowly climb up on these objectives to where they pile up enough to form that snowball.
Ooh, demonic forces out. Is Mohi going to be able to come in time? Samo senses something in the air and disappears into the night, right back into those bushes. And look at how he's able to keep up the health. And that is why Hilda is so, I mean, sought after when it comes into this XP lane. The amount of regen they have. Oof, we do have a fist crack out there. Shen has to go ahead and flicker out. Playboy Carvey with the barrage. Is that going to be enough?
What
Zeno
is
comes into the back end,
cameraman showing?
Onto Suzuka. Another real world manipulation IMU and trying to trap out Zhao. Actually, I think that was the actual real world manipulation that coming out.
Again, Joy having less levels than Suya.
And it does look like this tower lives to fight another day as they're continuing to put on the suppressive fire. Minions crashing in on to that tower. Costa Rica looking for an opportunity. Blitzfight comes in, finds the push and the pop-up, but Zhao not able to find the damage, and now taking a heap of damage. Two more members come in for the flank. Fist crack is out, finds a kill on the Zhao and Blotsvet, and that is two members down for Papara Supermassive.
We just talked about this, right? Take it piece by piece, inch your way up to where that snowball starts to form, and it's starting to roll. 4-0 at the 4-minute mark, able to take the first turtle, and now controlling the second.
Now Supermassive
well,
doing some bullshit.
Invasion play may not be the wise decision.
Wasa actually coming in with that demonic force, but is taking a heap of damage. We do have RWM out, and the ultimate coming out from Carvey is going to be enough, keeping away a lot of the members. That's going to be a second turtle for the side of GK Esports, taken there by Zeno.
Yeah, another turtle in their hands, but a member did fall. Shin, Zhao, the one to pick up that kill. If anybody gets it, it's definitely important that it goes to him, which is going to help him, especially on this Granger, the most dominant marksman so far on the competitive scene, as we are starting to see some of the items pick up for him as well. He did get the Hunter Strike, so he's going to have that additional speed boost, that additional pin for a low price as well to have a slight advantage. But the Corrosion Scythe picked up over there by Playboy Carvey on this Ixia for the slow, and then also the
Joy with soft boots
from the Legion source. So when it comes to damage, yes, there's more pin over there for Zhao, but there's going to be a little bit more damage from Playboy Carvey.
I mean, I hate to harp on a single player, but Shizuka really just... Okay, well, now we're going to have some actual damage going down. They go ahead, put some damage on Asama, who's kind of coming in. Dude, right now, the Hilda, this is the problem with the Hilda. Even if Samo's not getting the kills, even if Samo's not able to do much, he's still able to exert pressure, exert abilities out there. We do see a little bit of a push going on the Blotsvet, but this is doing a great job of keeping away the team. Look at all the damage going up onto that top tower. And we're talking about somebody. Ooh, real world manipulation is out. Zhao taking a heap of damage.
Carvey ulted creep.
From the flank comes Waso. Does catch a pop up the side.
Hey, Kester says it. Carvey ulted creep.
Just yet doesn't like the opportunity he has with his team. But look at the pressure mounting up at top, and we don't have that same pressure anywhere else.
Is Julian still meta in ranked solo queue?
A little unfortunate too for Blatchfeld. I mean, I like what he did. He found the play with the implosion.
Julian is not really ultra meta, but he is still
Now
good.
he has the Sky Piercer, so it will be a little bit of a different situation, but not able to get the kill and the flicker out the safety from Carvey. Not only wasted the utility from
Now Valentina doesn't need damage boost.
but also is,
She's a
GK
support team play
is
mage,
now
not damage
going for the
mage.
turtle.
Mohi able to find himself a tower off there. 10% left onto this turtle, but Zeno able to find the retribution. That's going to be another turtle, the third and final one for GK Esports. And I'm wondering what Papara can do here. I mean, the pressure that had been mounting up at top. Wasa is even up here right now, trying to help out. We're about to have 3 or 4, and it does look like we have even teams here, but the pressure is too much. Ghost Ricky going to find the final touches on that top tower.
Oh, wait a second. Zeno need to get out to safety. Private, I hope you have your jacket, because there's a snowball heading to the land of Dawn as we speak. And I don't know if Papara Supermassive has the kit to stop it. You're looking at 3 turtles for GK and 3 kills, and it's not even at the 10-minute mark, and they've already have the 2K advantage. What is working in Papara Supermassive's favor, though, is Zhao, right? He did find a kill, but he found a death as well. So, I mean, you get what you get, but right now, GK definitely leading the way, trying to even out this series, and off to a possible start to do that and begin a reverse sweep if Papara is not careful. Look at the folks on the bottom side. Look at Samo trying to put on some pressure to kite these minions, but some good rotations, keeping Shizuka alive on this Valentina, who Samo really cannot dive into. I mean, look at that. You got Shizuka diving into Samo because he knows he has to Terrify, and there's nothing Samo can do about it.
One interesting thing here is Mohi is 2 levels. Well, he was 2 levels over Zeno. So he's doing his job. He's farming. He's not part of a lot of these fights, but he's going around the map, trying to farm up, trying to get himself ahead. So maybe when Mohi starts to join the fights on Suyo, we might start to see a little bit of a change in these group ups. But right now, I mean, like I said, GK doing a great job holding the line against Papara right now, trying to keep on that pressure. Towers are about even for both of them right now. The big thing here is the laning phase has ended. We're going to have group ups here, and this is where it all comes down to. Oh, Bloodshot takes a heap of damage.
Okay, nice start. Nice ultimate from Valentina. That's a good kill before Lord.
Some of those deaths in the early game. Now it is a 4v5.
Oh, and Joy will die as well.
Catches an implosion, and down goes GK's jungler. Just like that, and the rest of GK looking for an engagement. Samo comes in, finds a kill, and we do have the full barrage coming out, but on the back end, Wasa with the demonic force finds the marksman. Samo might not be long for this world. Shao trying to clean up here with that barrage,
nice.
and the Rhapsody does in Samo.
A little bit of mistakes from GK.
Able to find their momentum, and now able to turn the disadvantage in their favor. Now leading in.
What do you think of Leomord? He's not meta, just a hero that can is playable, that's all.
Shin, as soon as he got caught out of position, they didn't have that utility, and then down goes the RWM from Shizuka with the IMU to be able to control that.
Just his skills are quite useless in fights. And the basic attack fighter. Okay, half skills, half basic attacks fighter. Hero for early game. That's all.
You know, even though he didn't have all the objectives, he's been going around.
Yeah, it's possible to win with Leomord, but why you just don't pick Hayabusa or Suyo, Fanny? They're just 10 times better.
Pretty much tied up when it comes to levels. Actually,
or Alpha if you want fighter.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. He's kept himself, he's kept his gold, he's kept his levels up there. So the one X factor that Papara Supermassive has had is that they haven't had him in a fight. And once he is in these fights, he provided just enough leverage to be able to kind of find that burst, to really surprise GK. Blotzfett went ahead, put himself into a position where GK Sports pulled the trigger a little fast, wasted a lot of abilities on the roam, and then that was where they were able to find the opportunity onto Shen. and Mohi finds a kill onto GK's jungler as they are putting the boots
A comeback.
onto this mid tower. Zhao gets the last hit there, and there is a lot of pressure. This went from an even game to now Papara Supermassive knocking on the high grounds of GK Esports.
Yeah, Papara, they're standing up now, ready to try and close out this
Can
series.
Nice go
Yeah,
back
it was such a
from
domination
jungle.
in the beginning, but one slight mistake quickly piled against GK, and Papara was able to take every single turret minus the inhibitors from that. And now look at the gold lead. They're up 7,000 gold. Keep in mind, they lost every single turtle this entire game, but still not stopping them. Even look at the leaderboard. Look at Mohi. We talked about it, right? He didn't get the neutral objectives, but he was all around the map finding everything else, and it added up. This is a time where the math is definitely mathing.
4,000 gold lead on one player is insane, especially when it's your jungler. That's what we were talking about, and I was talking about this before too. His smartness when it comes to being behind and knowing what he needs to do. He doesn't need to be part of these fights. He doesn't need to take a death in the early game for some of these objectives that he doesn't think are going to matter that often. He needs to make sure that his skill level is up, that his levels are up, that his gold lead is up there, so that when he does join the fight, when it matters, when it's on these Lord fights, he's going to be there to be able to turn the tables, and he's doing just that. And GK needs to be able to figure something out, because I want to say some of these picks are very great when you're ahead, namely the Hilda, but once you start getting onto your back foot, Hilda has a problem trying to find targets.
Enjoy dead before Lord.
Speaking of finding the target, Zeno, a bullseye from Zhao as he takes him down. That's a little bittersweet, especially when the Lord is in play for GK. Now they don't have their retribution, so the odds are more in Papara Supermassive's favor. But it looks like GK still wants to go in for the contest.
Yeah, we do have a full barrage coming out from Playboy Carvey. He quickly decides against that, cancels it, and is going to have to try to find himself some new positioning. And I want to say Shen and Costa Rica powerless.
Yes, they really need some 1-1 or Irritel instead of Ixe.
Have an effect on this because it's been turned around so quickly. 5k gold lead total for Papara Supermassive. We saw it before.
Or maybe Moscow. Moscow is good here.
5k isn't huge, but 4k on one player is absolutely insane when it comes to this. Ooh, Blotsfed in a little bit of trouble. Does get caught behind the wall. Shen taking some damage from Zhao on the back end. Decides against engaging and is going to back off.
Now, we know Papara Supermassive likes to get aggressive. They may actually try and end this game with this Luminous Lord. I don't think they will be able to. Typically, you just see them take at least 2 inhibitors from it, but they're known to overstay their welcome, and GK needs to be careful because they may be running out of time.
Nice damage from Valentina.
Some damage onto this
Nice damage, nice zoning.
Mohi trying to clear out the minions from the bottom. That is 2 high ground towers down. Zeno comes in, tries to get some damage off, not successful with it. Now the team needs to take care of this Lord, while the rest of Papara looking to put some damage onto this bottom high ground tower. They're starting to group up around it. Are they going to be able to protect it? Suzuka comes in. Real world manipulation is out. The fear coming out. Zeno onto the back line. Electrifying Beats is going to be able to find Suzuka on the back
Nice
end.
try.
The full barrage catches Blotsfed as Costa Rica takes the final hit there as well. 8-7 right now. They are not able to get the...
No, they all used flickers. Only Badanka's flicker.
I'm not even sure if this is like... They lose 2, but is this really a failure on the side of Papara?
Now, I would say yes and no. Yes, they took the 2 turrets, but there's no... The 2 inhibitors, but there's no reason why they couldn't have pushed back right there. They lost 2 members, and now look at the punish from GK in the mid lane. They gain the mid turret because of that, and this all happened because they overstayed their welcome. And when you're getting to the 15-minute mark, when you do these things, it's so easy to be able to turn the tide back in your favor. Keep in mind, GK, they were leading the way for majority of this match against Papara Supermassive. They definitely don't want to give them the opportunity to turn this back around.
Yeah, and on the other side of the sword of having one player with a 4K gold lead, that means that if that player is not part of some of these fights, you're going to have very different team fights on your hands. So it's something that you really need to pay attention to. Ooh, on the back end, you can see a little bit of a skirmish there between the roams there. Fist crack is out.
Ooh, Shizuka dead.
Find a kill onto Shizuka. Mage is down for Papara Supermassive. Shen taking a fist full of demonic force from the enemy team. Costa Rica looking for an escape as Wasa disengages there. Both teams not too worse for wear.
Slow push on top lane, maybe that will help them.
Supermassive Shizuka getting taken out. Oh, they do find Samo hiding in the bush. The rest of the team trying to engage. Samo looking, running for the
oh, but dunk fail.
Blotzfeld looking for a little bit of CC.
Whoa!
Wow, finds the kill onto Shen.
No.
Onto the back end, two
Tigreal
down
cooked.
for GK Esports. Zeno has to run, wants to get back to the base. Are they going to be able to close it?
Oh,
look at the
joy.
pressure being mounted onto him. Zeno not going to be able to protect the base. This is looking like the close for Papara Supermassive, and that
GG's.
is going to be game 4 going to Papara.
And the first winner of
It was hard for them.
for our very first series. Some may have said they're the underdogs, but others will now tell a different story as they take down GK.
Yeah, they're not the
Miron,
underdogs,
hello.
they're the junkyard dog.
I don't know.
They were in there for the fight,
Oh.
able to find it and come away.
At least one more
with a
game is gonna be here
resounding
today.
victory over a very experienced team in GK. What a match.
Yeah, definitely a lot to talk about, and one I will not forget for a while. Specifically, a couple of players that stood out for me when it comes to Papara Supermassive was Mohi. He did it on the Hayabusa. Yeah, they didn't get the victory, but just the potential that he has as a player, it seems limitless. All the time he finds the opportunities and he creates it for the side of Papara Supermassive, but it's up to them to keep up with that pace to make sure that they can make the most out of it, specifically Shizuka. But this game
What's the
around,
next
he
game?
got picked off a couple of times, but overall he got the job done by picking up that Valentina with the Terrifying, using the RWM against Costa Rica. I just think overall it was a wise choice in the draft and some great gameplay.
Man, I want to say with this meta, because we have kind of harped on Shizuka a little bit here, I want to put this out there too, because I am a mid lane main myself. And this this meta has been so punishing for mid lane, to the point where I've been trying to experiment with different lanes, because there's so many heroes that can close the distance on you, that can put the boots to your neck very quickly, that can get that CC. The meta right now is all about engage, get to that back line, burst them down, and then get onto the objective. And that is just not conducive for a mage. Shizuka here, you can see just how quickly they're able to shut
Okay,
him
Miron.
down.
Maybe after stream I will
So
also
fist
sleep
crack
a little
here,
bit because I am too
resounding
tired.
amount of damage going up into the top lane, but here,
What's the
Shizuka
serious?
actually comes in and gets the
What's
kill
the serious?
onto Shen there. So
What the
able
fuck
to
is
come
this
back
question?
even with
This
their
is
own
Snapdragon
real-world
tournament, I know.
manipulation. So Shizuka not exactly like a non.
Right now, Supermassive won GK Sports. It was the first game of this challenge, so the GK Sports go to lower bracket.
Back there, you saw Wasa.
Oberon,
Such a great job. That was just the first real world manipulation he countered. There was a fight at the end where there was a real world manipulation and a full barrage where he was able to come onto the back line again. I want to say one of the hidden heroes there, Wasa.
I just want to know what are the next games, and if we're gonna stream 3 games today or 2 games today. Probably 3 games. Whole group today.
There, putting on the boots as well. A great game by all of them. Oh, actually, Zhao again with the MVP sneaks in 75% kill.
What's with his eyes?
5, 1, and 4 for the team.
Holy
Just
shit.
look at that face, man. He's ready for it all.
Look
He's
at that
able to get
face.
victory yet again, and also the MVP. Rocking in the gold lane.
Birthright is
What
playing
can
next?
this
No,
man
yeah,
do?
Birthright should play
Great
next.
for Papara Supermassive, able to find that victory as well. Some great moments. I feel like there were some hot and cold moments for both sides.
I'll see right now.
Overall, for the entire longevity of the series.
Oh yeah,
Par
once this
Supermassive
girl
was just the
comes,
more
they talk
dominant.
about
Now
other
we have our
games.
beautiful
Wait.
host Liz joining us back on the desk again. Man, how'd you feel about the series?
We were so close to having us end the day early. I'm just kidding. We'd love to see the series go the distance, but it just seems like Badane badoned the team to the lower bracket. So, like Weezy mentioned, I don't know how I feel about the Badon in this series, but definitely Papaya showed themselves as not just the underdogs, but they got the dogs in them. And now they have made their mark in the challenge season.
What's
and
his
in
private
Snapdragon
dancer?
Pro Series history.
All right,
Now, guys, let's take a look at the updated bracket with that series. Papaya Supermassive went into the upper bracket, and next we will see Birthright versus S2G.
Yeah,
some
Birthright
exciting
versus
games out.
STG.
Man, Papara,
I don't know if Birthright have a
Supermassive
chance.
taking
STG are
down
really
the
strong.
more experienced veteran team GK, and that just tells you at the beginning of the season, the beginning of this year, that there are a lot of surprises still yet to come.
Yeah, and a big step for Turkey as well, right? Having one of their teams that are representing their region able to push on forward for another step to getting closer to the challenge finals, as this is what all these teams are competing for so far. I'm excited to see where this goes. Nonetheless, it's best of fives. I always say it, and I'm going to say it for you guys as well. We hope it goes the distance all 5 games. We got 4 this time around, but hopefully for our final series of the day, we can see 5.
Yeah, and Weezy is saying that because he's not going to be here for the last series. But overall, that was some exciting match, and I'm really grateful that that is how we start the year for Snapdragon Pro Series EMEA.
Oh, we have only 2 games
And
today. Okay.
Moving forward, we have Birthright versus S2G in the second half. What do you feel about
Next
this
game
matchup,
is in
Weezy,
15
WB?
minutes.
Well, when it comes to Birthright and STG definitely has a little bit more of the favoritism. I mean,
I
you
can
see
play one
STG
Brawl
competed
game.
in MTC. They competed in the
Let's
group
play one
phase
Brawl
for
game.
M6 as well. They passed the wild cards, so they're definitely going to be a heavy contender. They didn't even go to the wild cards; they automatically qualified. So I think it's a similar situation to what we see with the first.
Okay, 2
series,
seconds
right?
I go
The
toilet
difference
and
with
they're
this
gonna
is
play
they
one
have
Brawl
even
mode.
more international experience as a team as a whole compared to just looking at one player like Carvey. So yeah, Birthright's gonna have a run for their money.
Yeah, and we'll have to see which team will come on top. And once again, guys, we're gonna take a short break, and we'll be back for the second series of the day.
Sunshine dripping off your skin. I just wanna take it in. Magic shimmers in your eyes. Can't look away, 'cause it's so nice. Give me all that sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all that sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. It's better with you. Better with you. Better with you. It's better. It's better. It's better. It's better. It's better with you. It's better with you. Better with you. Better with you. It's better. cause we're so high. You and me were meant to be together. You and me, everything is better. Give me all the sunshine.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 as we open the doors up into the challenge season. My name is Steph Weezy. I'm a caster from North America, and I'm joined by Johnny, a caster from the MTC. And today, we're going to give a little bit of an overview on how we feel the current teams are standing. We're going to talk about, just briefly, what you can expect to see as we open the doors for the challenge season. The first team we're going to jump onto the board with, it's going to be Geeky, right? Geeky, a lot of eyes are on them. And now they have the addition of Carvey on their team as well. I feel like with the addition of Carvey, they can become a formidable contender against the teams in EU and also Turkey. And definitely somebody to watch out for.
Let's go with S2G because they were the last champion of Turkish region. They have a good stability and experience. I think you may rate them as one of the favorites, but not the top 2 teams of the tournament.
I guess I'll jump over to Team Falcons now. I mean, they're backed by a major organization, right? A strong support system, and they typically place well when it comes to their region. Right now, it's just going to be kind of hard to place them in that top tier, and I feel like they're just
Bro, who you are supporting?
Something that we haven't really seen before from Team Falcons.
No. I want Birthright to win, but
and they are one of the most famous.
I don't think they will win.
They are very fast to adapt into new meta, and also during the series they can really adapt. Turkish community does not expect less than a championship from them, but I don't know if they have got rid of their haunting nightmares and memories of M6.
You know, that's a hard one to kind of top, is City's supremacy. Like you said, just so much synergy. But I'm going to move on to Elevate now, right? I mean, I feel like they're still kind of in their early stages, kind of the opposite. Making them
let's
an
go
interesting
play.
Underdog, though. They bring some fresh energy, and I feel like they could bring some potential to the table.
Papara Supremacy is
What the hell?
representative from Turkey. They are one of the oldest esports organizations in Turkey. Their players are really talented, yeah, but they have not, competed really hard in international stage. So I don't know what to expect from them, but they are very dangerous.
So I'm gonna go ahead and jump on the train for Birthright now, right? I mean, I feel like they've been very persistent.
I'll just
Has
play
the
one
chance to
Brawl
create
really
the inspiration
fast.
narrative. They have the chance to be able to showcase to the world that they're ready to take it to this level, but it's up to them to put the pen on that paper and write that story. So they're going to be the underdog for me, and hopefully we see them push through to new levels for Snapdragon Challenge season.
Beşiktaş is a very big name in Turkey, but they have very difficult.
I'll get
because
MVP.
They couldn't adapt into meta. Their jungler was a tank, and
Akai or Favis? I don't want Akai.
was not playing any assassin.
Yu Zhong.
I think in the future they have
Fuck you
very,
guys, bullshit
big
heroes.
potential, and they are also underdog for this tournament. I think being inexperienced will not help them at all.
And that's it. That's 8 teams ready to fight it out in the land of Dawn for the challenge season. Johnny, thank you so much for your time all the way out from MTC.
Oh, I muted them. Yeah. Just really fast Brawl game. Oh.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
As always. Warx. I didn't upgrade second skill. Fuck.
Smash them.
Dazai. What? Go get. Oh shit. Bang! Yeah, oh shit, shit. Fuck you, Alpha. Let's go full damage now. It's not that bad idea. Are we still talking about Brawl mode?
Request backup.
Damn! One more second. Rose gold is useless.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
I have Hanzo Sky Piercer.
Triple kill.
I see.
Enemy.
Oh. Damn. I'll need some defense versus Brody. Or let's just focus him, he's without defense. He used the edges as well.
An enemy has been slain. Shut down. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. An enemy has been slain an enemy.
Fuck! God. Where did I use Flicker?
Team destroyed a turret.
Okay. Oracle. Or Queen Wings. I don't know.
An enemy has been slain.
Queen Wings better. Okay, hello.
Ally has been slain.
Nice try, Lancelot.
Ally has been slain. Slain an enemy.
Really aiming with tough boots, man. How are you? I'm good. I'm great. Easy. I guess it's GG's. I'll buy Oracle. Are you crying at Brawl? Weak ass shit. Yes, bro. I really like Brawl. Brawl matters to me more than rank. Easy.
Victory!
Told you I'm gonna be MVP. Too easy. I'm from Ukraine, guys. Okay, let's go watch tournament. It's already started.
Is out there, and I think we may have missed it. Birthright missed a ban, or maybe one that we can't see. Either way, Granger going to be the prioritization. You've talked about it before, man. He needs to be taken off the board, but S2G very quick to scoop him up.
You know, the strongest response is going to be the Rithel, although which I think is quite good, right? Levi comes out with the Matilda here. Matilda did have a pretty significant win rate over in the C area for the SPS, but after yesterday's performance, it's back to 50%, so I don't think it's a very heavy priority. There's a lot of counters towards it.
You know Shevchenko? Yeah, bro, I know.
Especially in the very
I can even tell you I know two Shevchenko.
This onto another level. But dude, you know, Wheezy was gonna clock out on this Badong. I'm gonna clock out too. I disagree with it completely.
For me, it's when you try to put him down and be like, what does Badong succeed in that other heroes don't do better? And that's kind of where I have a problem when it comes to the Badong, especially when it's him in a role like a roam position there. I think we're going to have the Lucas is going to be in the XP lane, which puts Badong into that roam position. I mean, he's got some CC, he's got some damage, but if you want CC, there's a lot better picks. There's Tigreal. There's literally an entire roster of roamers.
Wicked.
If you want damage, there's an entire roster you can go with to kind of give you that still have the same type of squishiness
Sensei?
that you get from a Badong that doesn't really
Is it
shine
Ukrainian
in
Sensei?
that position. But I mean, they might have something up their hand. Maybe it rolls well into what type of composition they're starting to think about.
You know, the Badang, I think a front to back works quite well. But in terms of like a direct counter, I like a Khalid going up against the Matilda for sure. And you talked about it in terms of the sets. Almost every set hero is available. Tig, Chow, every set hero is available. You could go for the chip. You could even go for an Angela if you want to go a little bit more of that Ube style. But they do go for the Badang. This is something we kind of have to watch out for. Again, S2G is going to be kind of the one that stands on top.
Dazai, please give me gold. Sorry, I can't.
It's going to be a hard road up against him, but the Rithel is a solid pickup for that gold lane matchup. I think it sets them up quite well to at least have a very strong winning lane in the early game.
So the one thing here for me is, are we going to be taking out the Phobius on the side of S2G Esports, who I've seen has had a remarkable great games against Lucas when it comes to that laning matchup. Here, we're really focusing in on some of those assassins. Fanny, Hayabusa taken off the board there.
They skipped one Ben.
We don't have a ton. Well, I mean, we have the CC from Badang, but I want to say setting potential coming out from them. I'm expecting a mage, possibly like with some type of CC for S2G Esports, possibly the Vexana, possibly. I mean, Farja, not so much, just because we don't really have too much to protect her.
And I do think the Sicilian is going to be a great pickup for the side of Birthrights, but the interesting thing I feel like side of Birthright has set up is these assassin bans, right? Most of the junglers are taken off the board. S2G can opt to go for the alpha, which I think is going to be the best case scenario here. It's just that they picked up this Badang so early that they could have picked up the Fanny themselves. They could have picked up the Hayabusa themselves. S2G is a team that has international experience. They should know these types of picks are, supposed to be meta, but they didn't really pick them up themselves here. They get it banned out. I feel like Birthrights might have S2G in a choke.
Okay, I really like Birthright draft.
Yeah, and that's the interesting point too, because you've already picked up some of these picks like the jungler, so you're able to kind of focus down on that when it comes to the second banning phase, and you kind of put them in a corner for what they can pick up here. But I mean, we've talked about this before. S2G Esports, they've got the veterans on their team. They've got the international.
And I like how no one picked Fanny, even though she was open. They picked Granger, Badang, Lucas, but not Fanny.
When it comes to answering drafts in their own way with what they want. Still looking for a mage for their side. Still looking for, I believe, an X. No, we already have the XP laner. So, I mean, we have the assassin coming out there, and yep, the Vexana comes out.
And what's interesting about this draft is there was 5 mage bans in the beginning, yet both of these teams are kind of looking to pick up the magic damage their last pick. It's quite interesting. It almost feels like they just don't want these picks to be pushed out early, or they're saving some sort of draft. They want to make sure their mid lane has a winning matchup. That's why they're kind of hiding it in the back. There's still Farsa, there's still that the Valentina has been banned out, the Faramis. I feel like the Sicilian is going to be a solid pickup here for the side of Birthrights, unless they go for some like weird draft, because Matilda can go in that like magic damage position even in the roam.
I don't hate. Oh yeah, that's not bad. I was gonna say I don't hate an Aurora there, because you have.
Yeah, I like the draft.
That would be kind of coming in to kind of close.
I like Birthright draft more than S2G.
How Lucas fights, how Badang fights, how Nolan is gonna come at you,
but we'll see how it works out.
Distancing, they're gonna go with the Xavier out there. It becomes even more and more lethal as the game goes on, especially with those dawning lights. He's able to just fire off ad nauseum.
And I mean, the Xavier is good in a sense where it can deal with the poke damage that the Granger has to offer, right? It's like Granger comes in and pokes, Xavier comes in with the poke. So it's just, both teams are looking to start the team fight really, really early on with these damage.
They just missed the bans, that's all.
And then, come in, especially.
How many subs do you? So MLBB sent you diamonds?
Have what it takes.
There is no program in Europe for diamonds for creators. So it doesn't matter how many subs I have.
Yeah, we got the first game of S2G Esports taking on Birthright. You talked about the early game here, especially for a Granger. I'm not sure how well Granger, I mean, he can just overwhelm in the early game. Iritho really starts to really have that menacing team fighting ability when it comes to the mid game. When it comes to the lane and lane, I'm just curious to see how well these guys are going to go at each other if there's no support going into that gold lane.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of interested to see what the Badong does as well here. It might just kind of be like an EU thing because this is not something we see quite common. But at the same time, you know, the Badong can go with that Thunderbelt, and it's doing quite well with the spells that he has. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how they go. I still feel like Birthrights might have the slight upper edge here so far.
Yeah, a little bit of vision there from Mark on that Matilda to let Birthright know what's going on in S2G's jungle there. So I want to say good job for the roams there to kind of make sure that they're still gathering information, making sure that they're delivering that to the teammates.
And in terms of the priority for the first objective, I feel like S2G is going to have a little bit more.
No way we're gonna have balls.
Vexana has a very significant amount of.
What happened already?
Lane clear speed early on, especially compared to that Xavier. And when we look at the Badong versus Matilda, you know, has some damage early on, has a lot of the sustain, but it's not that frontline presence that maybe, especially in the very first few objectives, Birthright.
I really want to sleep.
But the interesting thing is, even when you take
Sorry,
a look
guys.
at the last series, right? Papara didn't even get any of the objectives early on. They were able to
Your
pull
face
through
like
into
Rosa
that late game,
Fireflux?
especially with their comp. So
I don't know
even
how
if
Rosa
they
Fireflux
do lose
looks,
on
but
a
okay.
very few first turtles from the side of S2G, I don't think it's going to be that bad.
Yeah, it's really interesting because I want to say on the
Valentin,
side of S2G, you have a very heavy engaged type of composition where they're going to kind of try to run in, get those stuns, get that damage off. But on the opposite side, you're talking about facing a Matilda. You've got
Already a
Xavier
boss,
out
crazy.
there. Two heroes that
The
excel in being able to kind of really stop that engage, that push forward, and be able to kind of pull back when it comes to like guiding wins in there. So it's going to be those two are going to be the big factors that I'm going to be looking for when it comes to some of these engagements and being able to maybe either stunt S2G Esports, or is there maybe misalignment or non-synergy going to be what helps them be able to push into Birthright?
Yeah, and I think you're correct here. I think S2G definitely has the favor, especially in the early game for any of these objectives here. The Xavier, Irithel, Matilda, I feel like those are just the heroes that take a while to scale, and especially going up against a Nolan, right? Something that does have a lot of prio in terms of clearing out the jungle. S2G should have a pretty easy take on these objectives. Now, however, Birthrights do have this Hylos in their favor, and they get the stun off.
Ooh, Glorious Pathway is out, and the creator actually looks like he's in a little bit of trouble there. Damage comes out, Kazoo finds a kill onto Levi, and they're able to push back Birthright with enough room to very comfortably find the first turtle.
You know, I'm not really into that Badong pick, but that was a very impactful play coming out from Pagu here. But it's still gonna take a little bit more.
I'm back, guys. I took a
one or two good hits for me.
bottle of milk.
Right? I still don't think the Badong is the right play here. I like the Matilda, I like the Xavier.
Yeah, Turan Khan. Good night.
SGG coming out with a small lead. Let's see if they're able to take this.
It's anyway only first game. It's not that interesting to watch first game.
Style, which I want to say, like, I'm not able to just give Badong the credit, but S2G Esports were very quick. Immediately got Levi down. As soon as they got Levi down, they immediately turned on to the turtle. They had a focus in mind. They had the goal and perfect synergy within like the same 3 seconds. They found a kill and found the objective. It just speaks on how their rotations as a team go.
And you know, it's quite expected coming out from us, right? We see the Xavier, we see the Irithel, we see the Matilda. It's not a very early game heavy composition. So S2G definitely, they have to have these pressures early on, getting these objectives, getting these snowballs early on. You can see a small invade looking to happen here. Birthright's able to get up that blue buff. No
My
problem
favorite
at
drinks
all.
are milk
You know,
and
this is
kefir.
still like textbook game style. S2G has the early on, but but ooh, small damage coming through.
You see those Death Sonatas landing onto Wicked. It takes a little bit of damage. He's going to have to back off. And I mean, we talked about how Wicked on the Irithyll could be a counter for the Granger, but Sickybum, you wouldn't know it with how much pressure he is putting on into this early game, keeping Wicked pretty much wrapped around his own tower for defense. And you could see still trying to take out some jungle minions there from Levi. There's just an immense amount of pressure that comes from that gold lane when you're not able to kind of move around comfortably, when you have Sickybum on that Granger kind of continually keeping you at your tower, especially when these objective fights come.
Yeah,
ooh, bad idea. Bad idea.
Comes through a lot of damage being pushed out for the side of S2G.
Ultra bad idea.
And the objective, S2G coming out ahead once again. This is something
seems like S2G destroying
on, right? Private. There's just not enough damage, not enough early game for the side of Birthrights to be able to deal with the objective focus mindset that S2G has. They have the Hylos with the Glorious Pathway. They have the Suyo, but it's just not enough yet.
Yeah, and it's something that I've noticed sometimes when it comes to some EU teams, when it comes to laying that path to kind of secure that mid to late game. Yes, you've got these things that when you hit that 10-minute mark, when you hit that 12-minute mark, are going to be great. But if for the first 10 minutes you're having trouble getting kills, you're having trouble holding your lane, holding objectives, that 10 to 12-minute mark is going to be very bleak for your team. And Pagu actually doing a great job. You see here with all the amount of CC he's able to kind of put down onto my lobby and keep him separated from the team.
Yeah, and I mean he's trying quite hard.
Not bad, not bad. I like S2G gameplay.
My vote on
really safe.
It's going to be a very tough one for me to agree on coming out from a roamer, but here we go. It looks pretty good here.
Yeah, he's going to go in there. My lobby's going to have to go ahead and pop himself a little bit of health there to ensure that he survives there. Pagu actually came in with a great little set there.
Okay.
Ooh, looking for a fist crack there. Does not find it. My lobby doing a great job. Does catch himself on the tail end of a guiding wind to get himself to mid. Now looking to go ahead and move on to the bottom tower. Right now, this is all S2G esports. They are delegating the speed, the pace of this game, where they're moving, and Birthright is kind of stuck to just replying.
And 3K 6 minutes in, it's not a super lead coming off from S2G, but it's still quite decent. They're able to get the top and the bottom outer objectives, and now they're looking for the next turtle here. They decided to take it a little bit slower, maybe looking for potential Lord. Nope, they're gonna go for the turtle here, and Birthright's on the back foot of this. It's just kind of due to their comp, right? The Rithel, the Xavier, it's just not going to be that great in terms of the scaling, especially in the early on. But when they get to that mid and late game, if S2G drops off a kill or two, Birthrights should have a little bit of an advantage coming as late as the game goes.
Yeah, we're about a 2K gold lead for S2G esports. That is the third turtle for their side, and just no signs of being able to take it from a Birthright. You saw that Levi was getting his purple buff, but not able to answer. Kazoo had enough time to clear top lane, to stop the push from up there, come all the way from top lane back to the turtle to help out to get that objective as well. And that just kind of tells you where it comes when it's coming to the rotations against Birthright and how well they are able to manage these waves.
And I will have to say that Birthright's actually looking quite good in my eyes at this 8-minute mark, right? 3K, they didn't let S2G snowball as heavy as S2G probably wanted to. They even got a top tower with the last objective. So Birthright's here, they're still able to kind of hang on the edge, but we need a little bit more signs of life from Birthright, right? They're getting into these item power spikes where, you know, each of these carries, they're already on their second item. Matilda finished the flash. You got the Xavier looking to get that anti-heal. So Birthright is grabbing up these items quite quickly. I think SG has to put the pedal on the metal here.
Yeah, they're not really taking too many deaths. It's a very low kill game right now. So, I mean, you still have the power spikes coming from Birthright when it comes to the mid and late game. But we've talked about it. I mean, the more and later this game goes, your in action may kind of turn against you. You're starting to see
Badank to
this mid tower. So important for them to be able to get this mid. Ooh, nice little Levi actually might be in a little bit of trouble there. Nolan looking to try to put some damage. Actually burst Levi down to about half health.
Yeah, and I mean, Paigu did get that purple buff there, so it's a little bit of a deny coming out from the side of S2G. Now, with the objective coming on, I do think Birthright is just going to give this and trade for an outer tower on the opposite end. But is this
so clean gameplay by S2G? Really clean gameplay. I like it.
If they just give up on every single objective, I feel like the side of Birthright, this is the time that they have to group up. Group up, find a good team fight, maybe get a positive trade in their favor, because if this just keeps going on, I think SUG is just going to take tower after tower.
Yeah, and that's the problem. When it comes to turtle fights, okay, yeah, you gave up the turtle. Maybe you could put some pressure somewhere else. But the Lord is a completely different story. Now you have like almost an entire another member at the bottom lane putting on pressure there. You're going to potentially lose some towers here, lose some map space, and that is going to be a huge cost for your team when it comes. You see, you're going to have to split up priority. You've got 2 at mid, 2 at bottom, 1 up at top. Your team is split up as Lord crashes down onto the bottom tower, still looking for an opportunity. Does look like Paigu picks himself up an item, and that is
nice. Play safe, push towers, wait next Lord, take all jungle.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's still a decent defense coming out from the side of Birthright. The gold lead is still getting a little bit more and more as each objective.
What's the color of your underwear today?
You know, Birthright hasn't given
green
that much kills, right? It's just 1 on Hylos, 2 on the Suyu, and we have to kind of see how Birthright's
green.
this game, or is it just
hello, Arabic guy. I'll see you. I can't read your names though.
To find himself an escape from the back end. Mark, ooh, glorious pathway comes up. Siggy Bum able to take down the tower. Dawning Light comes out as Siggy Bum finds a kill onto Mark. My Lobby next on the docket. 5-0, a double kill for Siggy Bum.
5-0, 5-0, crazy.
Esports without a single answer coming out from Birthright.
Hard enemies, hard enemies.
You know, this is the time where I do have to kind of take back some of the things I said about this Badang. I still don't think it's that great, but 005, he's definitely proving that this Badang is a force to be reckoned with. He's pretty much the one that starts a team fight and ends the team fight. First in, last out. He had a great set in that little skirmish onto the mid side, pushing S2G's lead up to 8k. This is kind of the danger zone that Birthright does not want to be in, right? 3k, 6 minutes, you know, it's negligible. But 8k, 12 minutes, this is a danger zone. I think Birthright's completely in trouble here. They have to play off some of S2G's mistakes, and it's just based off if S2G is going to go over aggressive or if they're just going to be playing disciplined and calculated here.
Yeah, 8k gold lead for the side of S2G Esports. You mentioned it, and this is kind of the big thing, especially when it comes to a lot of the
Nolan wants to take one more wave.
I mean, Danny's doing a good job.
Or even waves under tower, probably.
A lot of his shots, but they don't really do much damage. They're not really having a huge effect on some of these fights. Now it doesn't like they
he was just waiting someone to defend. Okay.
Levi tries to search the area with an evil queller, but
it's not bad. They still have slow push on bot lane.
After this Lord, another Dawning Light comes out, catches 2 from S2G Esports. But you can tell, S2G Esports, they don't even want this Lord. They're looking for a fight. They want to lure out Birthright.
Drinking milk is a way of life.
Lead. And Birthright is looking for an opportunity. They need to find and catch somebody out. Here,
nice. 6-0.
Bum comes in, finds the kill there, and that might be
so good team play. So good team play.
We talked about this. S2G Esports, they don't even go in to try to finish off the team. They get one and they immediately turn their attention to the Lord, find that objective, and now we have Birthright waiting for a Lord at their base with a 6-0 deficit.
I mean, perfect game coming out from Zeta S2G, 6-0 here. Completely you know, just dominating Birthrights in this game so far. It's only game 1, but S2G already shows that they have the experience, they have the discipline, and they're looking to take even another solo kill coming out from inside of Nolan before the Lord even hits.
It's over. It's over. Nice but ultimate. GG's.
Hard defense coming out from Birthright.
GG's.
From the back end, Pagu dives in with a
9-0, 0 kills. Lucas, don't die. Don't you dare die.
It for my lobby's gonna have to go back. He doesn't even make it back to the core.
I see.
Minions come out, but this is going to be the first and a dominant victory for S2G Esports.
11-0, crazy.
You know, after watching the M series, I felt like a lot of the underdog teams.
Leon, hello. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure, bro. I'm pretty sure.
Opportunity, and especially a team like Birthrights, which they have done well in
Angelicious, what?
In the international stage, they haven't found what they're looking for. But again, I felt like they had the opportunity to take, you know, to make this series a little bit closer. But S2G coming out with a dominating victory. I don't think they dropped a single kill here. And Badong coming out with a 0-0 and 10. I'm not going to be surprised if he comes out on the MVP list.
From something that we weren't really too big on seeing, even when it came, I want to say, like, just from all fronts, when it came to drafting, when it came to rotations, when it came to a lot of these
okay, nice first win.
Focus,
not bad, not bad.
Where they excelled and where they were able to dominate. Do you see, MVP going over to Siggy Bum. Yeah, Pagu just missed out on it there as well. But I mean, it came down, I want to say, the biggest problem here was the draft execution for me, because we've talked about it before. You had that early game from the side of S2G, and there was a decent amount of kick from Birthright when it came to the mid game, when it comes to the late game, but they weren't even able to kind of get onto their feet because they were constantly trying to answer S2G, who played basically a very perfect game here.
Yeah, and
waiting for another game.
Take out the Granger next time. The Granger is just a little bit too much. Even
like, I can see the shape of Birthright right now. I can see the shape of S2G right now. And I guess S2G will just 3-0 them.
He's getting the walls that come up. It's just
your top 5 solo queue junglers, bro, and Dazai.
See their glorious pathway.
Top 5 solo queue junglers.
Coming out from Pagu to set them back, and then they still come
Fanny, because high mobility, high farm speed, easy to kill. Split push abilities. Suyo, same shit. Joy, same shit. Hayabusa, same shit. Alpha, same shit. So yeah, Fanny, Suyo, Alpha, Joy, Hayabusa.
Who wants to lay down that glorious pathway and for the whole team to kind of try to charge forward.
Easy solo rank. If these are banned, you can go Lancelot, Nolan.
If there are other picks out there that would do better,
Bane probably.
I guess S2G Esports is just very comfortable with the Badang out there to kind of have it like that.
No, I mean, yeah, you could see the Granger did pick up the MVP here. It was a first pick priority from the side of S2G. Well deserved, 100%, you know, pick ban rate in a lot of regions. But I do think Pagu is the one that kind of set
the milk you're drinking is from a bull or a cow?
I do think Pagu could have done it with anything. He could have done it with the
they didn't specify that
against the Matilda matchup. He could have done it with the Angela, for Christ, but he came out with the fish crack, with the
bro, you look like a cow with your clothes. It is kinda sexy, bro. I like it. You are even drinking milk, crazy. Should I spill milk on myself?
Of kind of like the M series in the last one that I watched.
Yeah, and it felt like on all sides that S2G just really had some great answers. Not even just from the early game, even the lane pressure they were able to exert out.
Let's just turn this to strip stream.
Here. And Birthright.
ESL strip stream.
It could have gotten a lot worse. I know they didn't get a single kill out there. But they were trying, right from the beginning, they realized, oh man, we're not going to be able to win many of these fights. They were very careful about where they were staying. I feel like the kills could have been a lot worse for them. It just, I want to say, like, we need something to secure that early game to kind of keep us in this when it comes to drafts like that.
You know, Private, you're
Why
very,
they
very
are
nice
advertising
I feel like
8
it was
Pro?
pretty
I mean,
much,
Asus
you know,
ROG
3K,
Phone
6 minutes
8
is
Pro.
not the worst case
Why
scenario,
not 9
but
Pro?
again, they didn't
There
get
is already
the
ROG
very
Phone 9.
first turtle, second, third. They didn't get the first Lord. They didn't even get a good defense off. And the second Lord, they got one pick off, and the game ended. I think that was as bad as it
We
could
know
be.
you are gay and you like boys'
You
milk.
know,
Okay.
what could have been worse is a first Lord into the end, but S2G played that perfectly, right? And I think it does come out from the draft. You know, side of S2G, they
Matilda
picked up a
banned.
Granger first pick that got into the MVP. They picked up a Badong that's a little bit kind of that
I don't think
surprise
S2G will allow
element.
them to win.
Went 0-0,
They just
10,
want easy
91%
3-0.
KP. So I feel like S2G has a good sense of idea of how they should be drafting. I think birthrights have to go and maybe find that front line. Banning out the Matilda is great. They have to play with something that has a little bit more presence early on so they could have an ability to even 50-50 some of those objectives.
I feel like this has always been something that I've kind of harped on when it comes to some of our international teams, especially in Europe, is like I've noticed that we do try to set up that late game without. When it comes to international stage, when you start facing those C teams who right from the get-go, right from the opening minutes, they're going to be all over you with picks like a Hilda or picks like a Khalid or something over to just to harass and just start putting on pressure. That's why Gatakacha is a big pickup. That's why Belleric is a big pickup, because they can kind of stave off a lot of that. And I feel like that's something that Birthright's going to have to kind of get accustomed to right from the get-go. We need to have a plan.
Nah, milk is just divine drink.
Or to at least stave off, because while Granger got the MVP on that last game, he wasn't even part of those first two fights. You're absolutely
Last
right.
night on your strip stream you did great.
Pyre,
Thanks.
who came in there, was getting a great amount of sets and really kind of set up those first two engagements that really set the tone for Birthright.
It is impossible to play Hayabusa this season. No, Hayabusa is really meta. I don't know why you can't play Haya. Haya is easy hero in this meta.
To kind of like, all right, you know, we have Iritha who hasn't died yet, who might be able to do well because she's facing a Granger.
Milky.
She's been sitting there hugging the tower the entire time, praying for somebody to come help her. So here we can see Birthright. They are going to take out the Granger.
I almost dropped my milk.
For that first pick, and hopefully maybe have a little better of a time. This is something I've been wanting to see, especially because I feel like taking out the Granger opens up a world for the gold lane where you don't have to focus on Granger and what counters Granger, which is what I've been seeing in a lot of C games.
Yeah, what counter Grangers is the ban hammer. Like, take that dude out of the game. That, you know, Granger is just too good right now. I feel like he just pokes too much, has so much mobility, and even in my ranked games, like, it's just something I do not want to deal with. Now, bans are on the table here. It's interesting we have both a Granger and a Harith ban. It means the Rithel and some of the, you know, the lower tier marksmen. We saw the Bruno kind of come up, the Moskov, the Claude has a possibility, and even the carry. So those are going to be the marksmen that are going to be set in the game. But now the jungle, they pick up this Soyu. I'm wondering if S2G is willing to lean towards this Fanny. Didn't get to see it in the very first game. It did get banned out in the second phase. Does S2G have the
stream,
Fanny,
I will drop milk on myself. I'll spill a lot of milk. I'll be taking baths in the milk.
I'm guessing this is kind of
yes.
And the Badang. Eve comes out, and I want to say here immediately is going to be the Valentina. I mean, we've seen Badang has had a huge, big pick rate here when it comes to these games here. Valentina, the immediate answer for Eve, who has that real world manipulation. You're going to be able to answer it with the IMU as well, but still lacking the early game from Birthright. And I need
by the way, Sensei is from Ukraine.
Kind of have something out there.
From STG.
Since Badang seems to have that early game down.
you know, I will say against Suyo, one of the biggest counters, especially early on, is CC, right? In the beginning of Soyu days, we saw a lot of jawheads kind of tossing him around. So now it feels like the side of SUG has found something with this Badong pick. It's not very, you know, often that I see the Badong, but it definitely feels like there is an opportunity here. He did well last game. You like the Gato Kacha pick, so I think you're quite happy with how Birthright is drafting this out. They have the IMU for the RWM, and now they have a Badong as a frontline set that they were desperately looking for in the last series.
Also, I guess Kelra is perfect gold lane for me to push rank. Why I need Miron? Let's invite Kelra. Mid lane super friends. Brusco roam, yeah.
So I mean, there's a lot of interesting things.
MPL? No, it's not MPL. It's Snapdragon.
I don't even know where you could go with the gold lane because there's, like I said, there's so many options now that you've taken Granger out of there. That I mean, you can go with Beatrix. Heck, I think well, Harith is taken off of the board there.
What now? Draft seems good for both teams.
And we've talked a little bit about Bruno.
It more depends on skill right now.
Oh. Completely out of the meta just yet.
I will die.
I think
today
the side of SUG is really focusing on this gold lane to push out the Rithel from this side of Birthrights, right? They didn't do so well in the last series with it. They're kind of like baiting that pick. I think the Bruno is going to be a very good early game marksman for the side of SUG, just to even put pressure on the gold lane.
Why Brusco when you have me or Nacht? Yeah, Nacht. Nacht is Brusco's toe.
Something that they could try.
Tigreal was just walking around me like, Elise, help me, I'm jungler, I'm not your fucking support. You are roam, you go roams and we gather on objectives, and these guys, we have gay sex on objectives.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's what King Kong told to Brusco. That's how they became top 1 team.
Esports might want to go with. I do know that I have seen Sun shine in the late game when it comes to like catching a squishy boom, petrify, it's over. I'm like, all right, we're gonna move on because I know that player is dead, just because of how quickly Sun. There's been some changes to him, but I want to say there's some pretty CC-centric abilities out there right now that really kind of are not really conducive to like a Sun being out there. Even like a Granger, I feel like has problems with Sun because he's like a single target. But out here, I mean, you've got a Valentina, you've got Suyu out there. On the other side, you've got Hayabusa, Eve. There's just a lot of AoE abilities where Sun does not shine. Irithyll coming off the board though, that's going to be able to blend well with a lot of that piercing equipment like the Demon Hunter sword, which will do well to kind of chunk down people like Atakacha with Suyu into that mid and late game.
I feel like this really just leaves Birthright with a Bruno if they want to go with the meta. If not, you know, there's other picks like Brody that does decently well. You talked about the Clint. That's going to be a pretty good matchup early on. But if they decide to go for something like a Claude or a Carry, I think the Rithel's just going to dominate that lane. So Birthrights, I feel like they have to find a winning matchup in the gold lane. They're doing quite well. I like this Beatrix pick. You brought it up earlier. It has the early game available. I think it trades well with the Rithel. I think
I'm here.
Draft this time around is going to be a lot stronger, especially compared to like game 1.
Who is your favorite jungler?
So they have a great. They have an answer to invades from the enemy.
King Kong.
I'm not really at the point of like invading S2G esports.
I wonder why you don't get tired of sitting. I get tired of sitting. I just sit.
S2G at least here that can kind of help to carry us into
I
the late
need
game.
to sit
a glue pickup by S2G.
to watch.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a tricky pick. Glue does have his worth, especially in the C region. I think they have a success on a few games on Glue, but you know, it's not like a it's not like a super meta pick, right? The Hilda is still available, and I think there's a lot of other picks that SG could, you know, bring us. Even the Lucas that
I'm tired of sitting
decently in a few series before was available.
Let's be honest.
SG here deciding to go with the glue.
I'm not playing right now, Nightbot. Shut the fuck up.
They didn't get a single kill. It was like 0-11. They lost on the second Lord. That's a draft diff.
Emblems for Nolan, please. Go Assassin emblem with Thrill, Seasoned Hunter, and Impure Rage. Best for playing objectives. If you want more damage, you can go Lethal Ignition. If you want just focus kills, then go Rupture instead of Thrill as well. That's all.
Find out if that game 2, which is so important for many teams to be able to pick themselves back up and
I don't know.
that dust. Birthright taking on S2G Esports and looking to reply.
If your back hurts when you're sitting, then you should buy another chair. Because I was sitting in a good chairs and my back was not hurting. So just buy a better chair. This chair is bullshit. My chair is bullshit and my back hurts, but I'm just sitting. I'm sitting.
Has a little bit more prior, but Pagu already
Oh.
I'm a little bit of a hater on this Badong, but last game just proved me wrong here.
Yeah, Bagu actually going to have to go ahead and catch himself a quick ride home there as he caught himself an Evil Queller. Almost kind of a lucky Evil Queller coming from Levi there as he was kind of just scouting out the bushes, caught Pagu, and he's like, oh, well, looks like I got to go home. They are able to get that Lethal Wanderer as well, and a much different game in the gold lane. As you can see, both gold laners being
So Kazu is playing Kaya.
either pressing forward.
Cool, let's go.
For an opportunity on the
Whoa!
catches a quad shadow.
Nice save from Mark.
As you saw Mark just ready there to unholster some CC, and Kazu decides against the shadow kill.
Love it, right? You know, Mark already seeing the opportunity, already having an impact.
Mark is actually a really good throw-in player.
Series on the Matilda just didn't feel like there was too much going on, but this time around, already able to deny the Hayabusa on the first blood. Birthright's here looking quite good, already getting the priority over the first objective. Nice. This is a very big difference compared to that game 1. They have the priority with the 2 frontline sets. They're not scared to counter engage SOG's comp. Birthright is on a good one here.
Yeah, not gonna lie, a much different game from the first one, and Birthright very much wants to show that this game 2, that game 1 was a small hiccup with the draft, and they're actually able to draft better, they're actually able to play better once those picks are in their favor, as they are moving here into the 3-minute mark, not really falling too far behind, still doing very well when it comes to some of these rotations.
Yeah,
Gain
post lead for the side of Birthrights in this series here. Small pause coming through, maybe just a small technical difficulties, but again, Birthrights have a much better early game compared to that last series, right? And I feel like it's just due to the drafts that they have. Right, in the roam position, they have the Tigreal, that's 2 CCs early on. In the XP, they have the Gato Kacha. Gold lane, you know, it has the Rithel, it has the Beatrix to go against the Rithel. That's a decent matchup. You know, and especially in the mid, it's a Valentina versus Eve compared to the last game where they had the Xavier and Matilda. Both are just kind of like that late game poke heroes. So I think Birthrights came out much better on in the draft, but it depends on the execution, right? S2G, they played a perfect game last series. I'm going to assume they're going to take that fire this time around. It's up to Birthrights to see how they can deal with the aggressiveness coming out from S2G.
There's always that X factor when it comes to teams that separates the great teams from the pinnacle of the mountain, like top of the mountain type of pro teams that S2G has been competing with. And that's being able to keep the pressure up, to keep discipline up throughout the entirety of the game. Right now, Birthright is showing they have that discipline, they have that synergy, they have those rotations, but it needs to continue throughout the entire game for them to be successful, and that's what I'm going to be watching for here as we're moving into the 3rd minute.
Yeah, Birthright looking to go a little bit aggressive into the enemy's jungle territory here. Pagu.
Nice retry from Haya.
Start that I'm looking for to see if he gets a good engage or not, right? The Badong is just something that's a little bit more unconventional. It might just be what SUG has up in his tricks, but you know, it has to show its worth, right? It did show its worth game 1, but can it continue, or was it just a fluke?
I kind of gotta ask, what are we doing with the top lane right now? do we just abandon that? Because you can see there. I mean, there pretty much is no gold left on there because minions are basically at the gate and just dying at it. So now you're not getting any type of farm from it. You're allowing S2G to kind of push up at the top. And right now, I mean, while you're able to hold the line because it's basically a 5v4.
Donate him to buy a new chair.
Once we get into these
You could sit on us, Dazai, anytime. Okay.
It's just very interesting strategy coming out from Birthright.
Oh, I don't like playing when I lay in my bed. I just can't concentrate. When I lay in bed, I want to sleep.
With the amount of CC that they have, but some damage onto that mid lane.
Bro, the wave gets ult.
Yeah, you see Wicked and
What do you mean? Gets ult. It's really cool. I'm cool because I wave. Tell him, guys.
A nice snipe coming out from Wicked does catch.
It's really cool to wait.
My lobby trying to clear out some of the madness from S2G Esports. Levi comes in, is able to get Soul Sever out there, pulling out the turtle. This might be a second objective coming out for Birthright. Very different from the first game. Yep, that's going to be the second objective. Turtle number 2 going over to Birthright.
Yeah, but if you could look at the gold lead, it's pretty much nothing coming out from both these teams here. SUG, although they're not getting the objectives, they're still able to find some winning matchups throughout the difference of their lane, right? Birthrights, they're looking for opportunities to gank on this gold lane, but has not been that successful at all. I think they're going to continue the 4-1 strat, right? You can see the Gato Kacha already merging onto the mid side. This Suyo has to go to the top to defend that ASAP here.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing is, oh man, I just keep saying interesting because I don't know what it's something like this that I see when I see a lane abandoned, like every part in me just wants to scream is like, what are we doing? Are we just going to leave that open? You can already see a bunch of the damage kind of going on to that tower. Right now, Mark's going to go ahead and check that bush. Pagu is there. Oh, we do have an ultimate coming out from Wicked. Is he going to be able to clear it out? Avatar the Guardian clears out some of S2G Esports, but he is alone against 4 members looking for an angle.
Okay, STG not dying.
Boots onto Wicked as Mark flickers himself out to safety. Terrified is Lunar trying to get away. A snipe comes out, takes him
Blue
down
will
to
die.
10%. He's gonna have to
He's still alive.
Split. In comes My Lobby, gets
Damn.
out and baited as Lunar able to help his
Galoo
team
is
find
crazy.
that first blood.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a little bit of a micro mistake coming out from the side of Birthrights here. They did kind of have a decent fight. They were just unable to execute it. Pagu, again, walking out alive here. And, you know, I think they're trying to execute this 4-1 strategy early on, right? They're allowing the junglers to be able to get a full lane to farm on the opposite side while the XP merges with the gold and the mage with the roam onto, you know, the gold lane here. It's a 4-1 strategy. Opposite of the objective, quite standard here, but Birthrights, again, they have the advantage in these objectives.
Ooh, we're gonna go ahead and duke it out at the turtle. Kazu comes in, finds a kill on the Danny. Levi finds himself the
Glue should die here.
of the game. They do
No way he survives this.
Ooh, actually, that might be My Lobby down again as Lunar finds the split and takes him down. That
No
is
way
a
STG again gonna end 0 deaths. Just no way.
With all 3 objectives so far going over the Birthright, the gold lead in S2G's favor.
You know, so far, Birthright have solved one issue, and the issue that they solved is not being able to get any objective in the very first game, right? They solved that. Now, the second issue, micro mistakes. How are they team fighting? Here, it's still a 0-3. S2G having a complete sweep and domination. They're playing so clean, and they're not giving any bit of kills onto the side of Birthright. That's something that they have to figure out, because even with getting all the objectives here, the side of Birthright is still showing kind of no signs of life. They're getting dominated in terms of the macro across the map, in terms of the tower.
Do you want to try yourself in cybersport? Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and the big thing for me, Pagu gets taken out by Wicked, but
I'll do that a bit later.
The discipline of being able to kind of keep up that synergy. My lobby kind of jumped in a little willy-nilly onto Lunar on a glue. He got very low, but he immediately popped that split. My lobby saw that as an opportunity, went in and put himself in harm's way. And that's like the little type of discipline and the type of
I saw the link you sent in Discord, but what the fuck is that? MLBB universe?
He gets away 10%. Oh well, sorry.
What is that link?
Don't let that kind of lure you out, because it did end up costing them a kill. It's a very low kill game right now, and so
no,
like
he died one time. Fuck. Fuck, why you die?
More.
Yeah, and now it's going to be kind of up to how both teams are going to duke it out in terms of the late game. And I feel like in terms of the late game, you know, Arithel does not have the Purify, so Birthright's
nice, Mark dead.
Damage.
Mark got put into a coma in that bush there. First it was Pagu, then the rest of them kind of come in to stockpile onto Mark and put him down. Now you don't have yourself a roam for this fight. It's taken the Lord down to about 50%. You do see two members of S2G do catch a pop-up. Oh, from the side, a split is out. Flicker comes out there as well. Danny tries to put on some damage. Are they going to be able to come in there? My lobby looking for an angle, does not find it. And a quick pickup.
It's really good gameplay by STG.
Yeah, I mean STG.
Oh my god.
Another pick off onto the mid.
Kazuya.
And the Purify counterplay.
Yeah, a big shadow kill there coming out from Kazoo. Does find himself a kill onto Danny. They're looking
Sensei will die though.
Lobby finds a kill onto Sensei, but taken down by Siggy Bum as he is way too far into the back, and they're Wicked gonna bait out some kills. Oh, look at the damage coming out. Levi comes in with some damage. Finds
overextension by STG.
Yeah, we were just talking about how STG is playing so extremely disciplined throughout this series so far, but with a few mistakes here, scoreboard 4-6, they're down a marksman, an XP, and the mid laner. Birthright's gonna have a very good time clearing this. I think this is something that Birthright desperately needs, right? They need SG to kind of throw a little bit, and they're able to get some of that gold back into their favor. This is the time that SG Birthright has to kind of rise to the occasion. They didn't get this opportunity in game 1. 11 minutes in, they were already sitting inside their base waiting for the game to be over. This time around, Birthright is looking quite good here.
Oh, a big implosion catches two ults. Come out there, Danny finds a kill, finds himself a double kill, and now S2G Esports looking for the retreat. Pressure mounting at the mid tower of S2G. Wicked finds the final touches on there. Siggy Bum trying to defend here. Mark on the back end looking for an opportunity. Quad Shadow is out. My lobby on the front line trying to keep that line hefty for Birthright. And just like that, you were just talking about it, Birthright in a much better position to be able to turn this around. They do find the mid tower. Danny comes in from the side, still trying to mount that pressure.
Mark is always carrying games with his tag wheel.
Gonna find himself an escape.
Now, Birthright is in a okay position.
I get gems from them, but I don't have 3,000 subscribers.
Game, especially compared to the previous game here.
I will join there then.
More closer. Birthright,
but I'm from Europe.
To take a lot more of these towers that they didn't get to in game 1. But
fuck, bro, it's Arabic channel. I don't understand anything here.
They didn't have the Purify available for the Eve and got bursted out completely. This time around, Sensei has that spell available, so even with the Flicker implosion, it's still going to be hard to catch Sensei here. How is SG going to fight this out? Birthright still have to find a good micro decision. They've done well in the last 2
I don't understand the Arabic, bro.
Continue on this objective. I think it's going to be a big determination on who's going to be winning this match.
I want to say like a lot of
I don't think it's for me because
with the push,
it's Arabic channel.
Pagu wasn't even able to get a push or a punch out there to kind of shut him down, which has been the real keepsaker for S2G Esports when it comes to that Bedang. He's been doing a great job job of still being able to maintain and push that distance and keep Birthright at bay. So it's all going to come down. Can Mark get the set that he needs without getting interrupted by Pagu? As you see there, even Danu goes up there, gets hit by Pagu, and we are just at a standstill, a stalemate for this Lord as My Lobby juggling around up the front. They have vision on Pagu, looking for an angle, and right now, basically at a standstill.
Yeah, it's a hard set, but I think SGG is very happily waiting this objective out, right? They have the top side pushing. It's a very, very big minion wave. Birthright might have to send the Suyo onto the top side here, so SGG is in a great position. They don't look to defend, so I think that top is going to be going down here. SGG, with the right opportunity, looking to go for this objective. I think it's the right decision here.
Ooh, I saw a conceal play come out there, but it immediately
okay.
out on Lunar. Implosion comes out. Wicked finds the kill. Levi with
2
one
kills.
to Pagu, as well as 2 down for S2G Esports. Lord has been reset, but it is a 5-3 game right now.
Nice.
In comes Kazoo. We do have a shadow kill onto My Lobby. Wicked
But
finds
Kazoo will die?
No.
Whoa!
Running for the hills, gets taken down by Levi.
Damn, Birthright outplaying right now. It's crazy.
They secure the Lord.
A 4-for-1 with the objective taken out. Sensei is going to be the only one alive, and you talked about it, Private. You said Mark needs to be able to find opportunity onto Pagu. He finds one onto Pagu and Lunar. Both go down immediately before the team fight even starts. And here, Birthright.
It's everything because they overextended one time.
Do they have what it takes to get some of their inner towers here?
Ooh, yeah, you see that split. Lunar in a little bit of trouble here. Wicked does find himself a tower. They're still trying to make some work. Terrified onto Lunar, who might not make it out of here. Levi with the finishing touches there. Now mounting on some pressure onto this bottom tower. Danny from the flank. Lord still pushing at mid. They're looking to close this thing down if they can. Levi takes a heap of damage. Taking some
Levi
tower shots.
dead.
He goes down. Kazoo with the shadow kill. Is that going to be enough to offset Birthright? They are looking to close this one down, maybe biting off
Wind of Nature, they will go back now.
Misses wide. My Lobby there to cover the escape from his teammates.
I don't know if it's a small hesitation and over-aggressive coming out from Levi, but I felt like that was kind of a bad play coming out from him, right? They have the minions being pushed onto the top and the bottom side. Lord was already down half, so the more disciplined play that they could have gone for is, let's say, hey, 5v5, look for a pick. If they don't get a pick, they can push some of the towers on the side, but Levi decides to go head in first, dive straight into the deep end. SG finds the punish, and the defense here looking to go a little bit more aggressive.
Ooh, a couple of missed plays there. Force out the IMU. Real world manipulation from Danny. Thankfully, Birthright and everyone and S2G Esports both split apart. No worse for wear. Nobody taking any deaths. Ooh, we do see that BOD being put on by Kazoo. So I want to say these shadow kills are going to have a much different effect once he dives into that back line.
Now, still anyone's game, Private. The middle tower is down, but that's the easiest lane to clear for the side of S2G.
What is your server idea?
Some people on mid.
Just community, just my community.
Quite hard, especially when the Lord comes through.
I post there what I do, like when I stream, what I'm gonna do, and blah blah blah.
It's great coming out from both teams, right? Birthright
just my community, that's all.
More,
Sometimes I do giveaways, and I also do this in Discord. So
here is where SG I feel like shines a little bit more. The Rithel into that late game, especially if he doesn't get implosion on or CC, that's going to be quite good here.
Oh my god.
Ooh, big push. Mark does catch the marksman. Big pop
what?
up.
This marksman.
Down goes Siggy Bomb. Danny finds a kill.
What the fuck just? What?
Or for S2G Esports. Split is out. Luna running for the hills. Mark trying to create some distance from Sense that you can see.
Nice GG. So I don't know what Retail just did.
Trying to hide in the bushes. Real world manipulation is not enough to protect them. S2G Esports on the back foot. Only 2 left to protect this base. 90%, 50 down to 10. Birthright.
What the fuck?
Themselves game 2.
Retail just went straight to this.
Mankili,
hello.
What is that game? S2G
Bianca, hello.
Deep
Yes.
in Birthright's side of the jungle. I feel like it's a little bit not giving Birthright enough respect, especially when the game was so even in terms
I know,
of
they just threw a game.
Birthright, yes, they came up on that match, but it was honestly for me due to some of the mistakes that the side of S2G did. Right?
I follow
We
you
talked about
because
the
your
very
game
first
is very
mistakes. The
beautiful.
Brawl died between
Indeed.
the mid, first and second tower on one of their sieges. Number 2, the Eve got caught without the Purify by the implosion onto the mid lane once again. And then when we came to some of these objectives, it just did not look like S2G had, you know, the wind on their side. And again, they looked to go aggressive on an even matchup. They felt like they could out micro the opponents, but Birthrights came out with a good punish here, coming out with a victory 1-1. This is something we as casters love to see.
Yeah, and it's amazing for me, especially because of that first game where Birthright got 0 kills. And in your own words, that match went as bad as it could possibly go for Birthright. And they're able to kind of dust off their shoulders, come back, a reasonable composition, for the most part, very disciplined when it came to. There were a few plays by my lobby that I was like, maybe he could have held off a little bit, but for the most part, very disciplined for them, and to the point where it turned the pressure onto the side of S2G, where they were the ones making these huge mistakes, really underestimating the damage that could come out. That was one of the mistakes by my lobby, where he jumped in. But for the rest of it, man, it was just a great game coming out from the side.
Did you see how the Evos picked Sun in a gold lane? No. How did it work out?
It's just throwing.
Was he good gold laner?
This is where
Or they lost the game?
Right, 6-2, they're up in gold, and boom, gone. First throw. Second throw comes out. I believe they're gonna show it right here. Tig gets a 2-man implosion into a wombo combination. Boom, gold is even. And here's the thing, right? S2G has
STG just threw a game. I thought they're disciplined, but no.
to find better micros, but they just keep
They threw a game.
over and over. Mark had an amazing game this time around, but I think everyone from the side of Birthright just made less mistakes than the side of S2G.
Yeah, and I think you hit the nail on the head too. Is that I dare I say, like, didn't respect the damage. Is they were playing like it was the first game and they had a 9K gold lead, and they were really kind of counting on being able to kind of steamroll, especially well into enemy lines. As soon as you lose one, it's pretty much over for that entire engagement, and then bam, straight to the core. A great game. MVP definitely deserved here by Wicked. 0 deaths that entire game, and you could even see it even from the snipes he was landing. A huge amount of damage. Kill participation 86%.
Yeah, well deserved by the side of Birthrights here, playing a great game, right? Even Wicked here, 5-0-7, and I'm just a little bit upset. You know, I felt like SUG threw that out the window. Imagine.
Yeah, I'm upset as well.
Fight,
Mr.
dies first
Kester.
in enemy territory when there's no objectives up. Imagine that, right? Like, so SUG threw that out the window. Birthrights 100% deserved it. They are one of the most solid teams in EU. This is something that, you know, the side of SUG has to respect. Yes, they had a great game 1. Now game 2 is turned. Are they going to continue to let that slide, or can they regain their composure? Because at this point, I feel like everyone's going to be rooting for Birthrights.
And a great call to take out that Granger really allowed Wicked to kind of come online. This is what I've been saying, man. You take Granger off there, there's a world of possibilities that can happen in that gold lane. If Granger's still out there, it's all about, like, Granger. How do we deal with Granger? How do we help Granger? And it's like, just take him off the field, and you can open up a great pool and allow some flexibility.
Lunar, is he that Turkish player?
Just got himself
I guess,
MVP.
yeah.
maybe a little bit of an oversight coming out from the side of S2G. Like I said, that maybe that first game put it in their minds that Birthright was going to be an easy walk here. I don't expect them to make the same mistake
Draft
twice
again.
here. Especially, I want to say we're starting to see Birthright very much starting to get tighter and tighter when it comes to the discipline, when it comes to the rotations. Still a few cracks out there where they go into some engagement that they don't like, but it's something else I've also noticed when it comes to EU teams, and it does take a little bit of time for them to sometimes, the first games can be a little bit sloppy for them, where they're trying to get their wits about them, they're trying to get their ground, find out where they need to go, find out what they need to do for some of these teams. And right now, I mean, I want to see another game like that from Birthright, where with that type of discipline, and I want to see the discipline of game 1 from S2G Esports.
Yes, please.
I would love for S2G to kind of show that they are the stronger team in this matchup, but again, just throws after throws. It just didn't feel like S2G was playing as they should, especially not being up in gold, right? Yes, they're going aggressive, but you just can't not have your mage dying in the very first objective, or like before anything happens. You cannot have your marksman diving head deep, gets one shot here, and even in that last team fight, it just did not look that good here. Birthright's well deserved, right? Game 1, it was very, very hard, especially emotionally. I think that was like a mental damage that S2G put onto them, right? 0 kills, dead in the second objective. And the game 2, S2G played a great game, especially up to the very first Lord, right? They didn't get any objectives, but the
Harry's
gold was
ban,
close
Granger ban.
the whole entire time. They even looked like they were gonna get the very first Lord. That was the comeback moment that S2G had.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Birthright's just had.
I know my lobby, I know Mark, I know Wicked, I know Sensei, he's Ukrainian player. I played with him in this tournament in qualifiers.
S2G looking to bounce back, but I think Birthright's, they definitely.
I know a lot of players here. Pago, I know Pago.
Off the board, you know, Mark had a
He was
great
playing
game
in Europe server a lot.
This is kind of like the big thing of why Badang is an issue.
I really want S2G to win, but they're throwing a little bit.
All right, now they have to kind of waste a ban.
Not a little bit.
Because they're probably
You saw
looking to
last
secure
engage with
another
Iritel, it was
Badang
crazy,
pickup here.
stupid.
Granger taking off at the side of Birthright. I'm kind of wondering what else we kind of go with. With Tigreal taking off the board, there has to be something else, because like Mark, that was a huge game for him. I know he didn't get MVP, but it was a huge game for him when it came to enabling his team to be successful during some of those objective fights, during some of those pushes onto the towers there as well. So I mean, especially when it comes to CC, I'm not even sure where you go. Bellaric kind of has kind of the same thing. I don't know, maybe even a Lolita. It just depends on what type of composition we're going with.
Yeah, I think Suyu is going to be a priority. Yep, SG picks it up. Leah Rithel should be a very high priority as well, but Rithel has lost the last 2 matches. Right, there's not much confidence on that hero. Maybe both teams have prepared quite well against that pick. Moskov, Bruno, Claude again just opens up the endless possibility that you talk about here. Matilda is available, especially if they want to go for the Matilda Alpha combination. Right, that does go well against majority of the junglers. There's still, you know, the Eve that's possible here, the Farce if they want to go far range, but there's also like the Phoveus. There's a lot of things are open, and you talked about the Tigreal being banned out here. What is Birthright going to prepare up against a possibility of the Badang being picked up once again?
Tigreal banned, so
game 1 did quite well. Game
Tigreal
2,
banned means
got
lose
picked
for
up a few
Birthright.
more times. It has to be a mistake. It has to be a mistake, Private. There's no way. I'm not gonna say anything about it. It's a mistake.
Alpha?
We'll see what...
And fire?
No way, dude. No. You cannot have an alpha in the XP lane in the professional play. There's just something we don't see. Okay.
Not allowed.
It's Alpha Rome, guys.
Cannot.
It's Alpha Gold lane.
We've got the big thing for me has been especially too because like there's been a lot of focus on the Irithel when it comes on
Gmom Gaming.
I
Hello.
don't feel like she's a number 2 marksman in the meta. I feel like she is the number 1 counter to Granger.
I don't know, like
what she provides to the team outside of that.
Something happened on draft probably, or they really want Alpha X-Plate.
Especially because you're picking an Irithel into a Beatrix. I don't see that Irithel shines in any type of thing like that. We're gonna have the Alpha. I'm assuming it's going to be in the XP lane. For all we know, it might be there to match up the Bedang Rome. For all I know, with how some of these picks have been going, it's interesting. Honestly, I can't even be upset because one thing that I have been super happy about, especially when it comes to casting for EU, casting for MENA, when it comes to Turkey, is to see different twists on things, to see how they want to deal with the meta. But dang, for all we critique it, has been doing all right to be able to create distance, to push away a lot of that engagement that is so profound in the current meta. And he hasn't been doing a terrible job. Last game, yeah, dealing with the Tigreal, had a huge problem. I'm assuming that might be picked up here. And the Matilda. So it is going to be an XP lane Alpha. It's going to be a Rome Matilda. It's going to be very interesting to see how this goes. I mean, Alpha, he can do all right. He usually Alpha shines because you're able to snowball with him. You're able to get him ahead. He's be able to get a lot of that regen and damage that he can put off and really kind of have an effect in that jungler position. Here in the XP lane, I just feel like there are picks that can just outshine him. Layla actually being crossed off the list here, which is a very interesting. I'm wondering if this is a redraft because Layla, I mean, especially when the
but redraft is not allowed.
I was able to do well.
I was reading Snapdragon rules. Redraft is not allowed on Snapdragon. It's your problem. You picked Alpha.
You know what I'm doing right now?
Oh fuck! They ban Layla. They're gonna redraft. Fuck you guys.
I'm just waiting for the director to be like, yeah, we're redrafting this.
Where does Sensei live now?
Close to that.
I don't know. Before, he was in Germany
in my book,
or in Poland. Right now, I don't know where is he. Maybe he moved to Turkey.
Hayabusa is also not allowed to be anywhere but the jungle. So, I'm
Nesty,
gonna call
hello.
the redraft right here.
Calling it out.
However, we could look.
No, it's a EUR&MENA tournament. Snapdragon EUR&MENA.
Right?
It's not a world tournament.
Bans, 2 mage bans, the Tig gets taken off, and the Joy. Soyu becomes the priority. The counterplay, it does look like Birthright's looking to grab either the Hayabusa or the Alpha here. I think it's going to be the Alpha with the Matilda. I feel like that's a decent setup. Or they could go for the Hayabusa, but these picks are not in such a big rush. They could pick up the Matilda, and they could grab one of the mages here, right? So they could go for even the Matilda Phoveus. They could go for the Lucas Matilda. You know, lots of damage coming out here. But again, yeah, you're asking the same question as me, Private.
Well, I guess we're about to find out here. It's very interesting too. I do love how when these best of fives kind of come out, there's a lot of adjustments going out there. From game 1, we immediately learned that Granger needed to be taken off the table. After game 2, Tigreal is the next adjustment that kind of went out there as well. And I'm very eager to see where we go with these next picks, where the gold lane goes. I was actually very kind of concerned about the gold lane because I didn't want it to be the same 3 pick matchups there. I still feel like Gold Lane has a lot of potential that it can, like, as far as being this wide and diverse of thing that you can put out there. I think we talked about it before. I can't remember if it was during cast or off, that you've even seen the Sun in the Gold Lane actually be able to do a lot of have a big impact for a lot of teams. It's something that I like to see, especially in the Gold Lane. It started even with I want to say last season, when we were seeing Edith, when we were seeing Ruby in the Gold Lane, having when it came to these double fighter compositions. It's something that has been so flexible in the last few seasons. So it's going to be very interesting.
And yeah, we're definitely gonna get a redraft here. You talked about the Gold Lane matchup. You know why we are not seeing more of these like 1-3-1 picks like the Sun or the Ruby? It's because Kelva is too damn good, right? That man, he's able to take any marksman, especially the Granger Bruno matchup. He picked up some of the Harith and the Rithel, especially in the grand finals, and was able to do God's work with it. And that just
read
really
my
shows
fucking
you how
comment.
Heavy the meta is leaning towards some of these long-range marksmen, right? Not only the Granger, Harith, the Rithel is available.
You didn't write anything, Fish.
Moskov, especially with the spear going across the map, I still think that is available. We did see what Moskov.
What do you want me to read?
In our very first series, so that is available. However, Rithel is good against things like the Claude. And
how much time it took for me to learn English?
Rithel, you're kind of left with just Moskov.
Can't
and
tell
Bruno.
you.
You go for a Brody and a Clint to go early on.
I knew English before I started streaming English language.
Because
then I just tried. At first it was bad, but like after a few months, after learning some other words, watching some English content, I was pretty good with English. You're gonna rank later? Yeah, I'm gonna end watching this tournament right now. Go sleep a little bit, like 2 hours, and then go rank again.
But again, I think Rithel is still very, very strong, especially when the Granger and the Harith is still
Mosquito. Hello.
Yeah, and it's just been interesting to see. I like that you kind of mentioned the comments, because it's something I asked before when it came to like, where does the Irithyll shine? I'm not a big fan of it, just because I don't know, when it comes to marksmen without Granger in there, I just feel like there's better things to kind of go with. We saw Irithyll, player, a character diff where Beatrix was actually able
just
to do
practice.
very
You can
well
practice
the,
by talking to yourself, by talking to someone on Omegle, I don't know,
during the games.
by talking with your English teammates, by streaming, by making English videos.
Gold lead even onto the very third objective.
Yeah, I don't know why I have mosquitoes. Wait, I want to check if I opened Windows.
Territory to end the game.
Dazai, we Europe have our own meta. No, it's the same meta.
When it came to a lot of those fights and a lot of those objectives, you did see Beatrix, you did see Sigibum doing a lot more, especially when it comes to the kit of Beatrix. You're at distance, you're not in the fight. All right, so he switched to the sniper. He's able to kind of get off a lot of those picks. He's not getting kills, but he's whittling down the enemy, and he's kind of making him think twice about kind of coming in for a few of those engagements. So he was just able to better utilize the kit than we had seen coming out from Irithyll. Right now, I mean, anything is up in the air. My big concern is Bedang has been a nuisance for the side of Birthright. So I'm wondering if Bedang gets picked up. Well, I mean, we didn't even see it there. We did see the Hylos pick up. So I'm kind of wondering if maybe they're going to be stepping away from the Bedang. And it just, what will be the matchup for the Roam? Is that going to still be that Matilda there? And if they're going to have more success for it than they did with the first game? Because, man, that first game, it was rough, and it's something that can't be ignored, that I know sometimes usually happens in these even odd games, is they lose what hurt them so much in the first game. First game, you needed some early game protection. You needed some type of assurance in the early game. Second game, we had that. We were successful. Now we're on to the third game. Are we still going to make sure have that in our mindset. We still need early game assurance. We can't just kind of go high off the fumes.
Then why Sun is in every game in Ranked? Look, some guy in chat just told me that EVOS used Sun for gold lane. So maybe Europe server have problems understanding that Sun is not explainer.
Okay.
But he has a lot of damage, so he may be picked on gold lane. Just Europe players are retarded and can't understand that explainer is not for damage dealing.
They have players that gone internationally, so
this is Snapdragon ESL Tournament Challenge. Europe, Turkey, MENA. Fuck mosquitoes.
But if Birthright's able to draft a little bit early on, they have an opportunity here. Now it's a reverse, right? It's a Badong versus the Matilda. In game 1, S2G had the Badong. Now they're changing it back. I'm scared for Birthright here because Pagu was so good on the Badong. I know for a fact he knows how to counter it.
Yeah, that is one of the interesting things, and I'm kind of hoping that I always hope that when a pickup is picked up like this, like the Badong, that it's because it's highly contested in the region, and now they're just like, all right, I guess we'll pick it up. Not solely because we need to take it away from somebody, because if solely taking it away from somebody is the only asterisk for picking up this hero, then you're putting yourself at a huge disadvantage, because now you've got a hero that you're not great on and that
nice redraft
knows how to counter, obviously, especially because, like we said, Pagu's great on him, so he's gonna know what he needs to do. He's gonna know how to outrange that. So that's what we're
Ruby gold
right
lane
now,
is not really meta right now. Arlott is not really meta. Freya gold lane is possible. Elise gold lane is possible. And Sun gold lane is possible. And maybe even Argus gold lane is possible right now.
Great roams. As a roam
But
myself, right? We love to see Matilda
situational picks.
So we could go for counter picks, right? The Khalid is such a great
Do you want to play with Smetana in duo? I know you are old friends. I play with Smetana. I play with Smetana when we stream together.
It's getting blind picked.
I just usually stream at night when Smetana is already sleeping. That's why I don't play with Smetana.
It's not even a contested pick over in the C region, and they're just throwing it out like it's candy, like it's the best blueberry pancake that they're selling on the breakfast menu. Like, this is the best pick that they could possibly come up with. Unfortunately for me, I'm just gonna say this is probably why EU can't get far. You know, North America doesn't get far, but you guys are going for Badong picks 100% in this series. It just doesn't show discipline. I like SOG's draft here a lot better. Matilda, Eve, Suyo. I still disagree with the Badong pick. Get me out.
This Asian guy is bullying Europe server.
CC being taken off the board. Some big heavy hitters.
Where is Mobazane, motherfucker?
Taken out by Birthright. Got Akacha taken out of their Hylos. A lot of engagement there. And I'm wondering what we're going to have, especially to try to punish the side of S2G esports. We saw in a few of the games when it came to having that real world manipulation out there, the Phoveus was a big saving grace for the team, because he's able to get to the back line, able to land on those demonic forces that really the kind of
gold lane fighters is fine.
That happens from a lot
it was used a lot before. Just Sun, you know.
Having the Matilda out there really means that you
need to be brave to pick Sun gold lane. You need to be sure it will work. Because with Ruby it's easy. You pick Ruby gold lane just to easy dominate lanes and stun enemies in fights, win early game. Like, we understand why you pick Ruby. For Sun it's not that easy.
The side of Birthright, they had success with the Valentina and the Beatrix. It's a good combination to deal with the draft coming out from the side of S2G. All right, and now S2G's, you know, they have the Rithel available. It didn't do extremely well against the Beatrix. It's still one of the higher priority marksmen. They could go for something like a Claude if they want to shred the front line, or even a carry, but it gets kind of a little bit more late game. I would like the Bruno being picked up by the side of S2G. They're also looking for an XP lane. You said the Phoveus works well. I think that's a great pick. Maybe the Lucas if they want that available, but they want to go for the Glue once again here.
Glue and
did
Bruno.
well in game 2. Again, S2G just threw that series. But I think it's going to be quite good against Birthright's draft here.
Yeah, and we'll just see what it kind of matches up with on the side of. We're still looking for that XP laner on the side of Birthright. I assume, because if this alpha goes in the XP lane, I think Yui might lose him, might lose it.
I'm clocking out here, Private. I'm going.
9 seconds. What that?
I love. Okay. I'm gonna say this. I like the Badong on the XP,
But I don't like Bronco.
significantly more. Okay, I like it.
Is this Sensei play on M2? Yeah.
Franco is also very interesting because it is a complete opposite type of Roamer compared to the Matilda. Matilda, sustain, right? Looking for Ube, looking for fast rotations. The Franco goes back to that heavy pick meta that is very dominating.
Sorry, I don't speak Russian on my stream. I don't speak Russian at all. Never.
Something that we've seen
Especially on my stream.
If Birthright has prepared this special pick against S2G, I would say they have to be extremely careful on how to execute this. Birthright can snowball out of control.
Let's go.
Especially in the objectives. Now they have a beefy front line once again here with a suppression. This is going to be tough, I think, for the side of S2G.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, both teams tied at 1-1 apiece. S2G Esports taking on.
Yeah, guys, I will stream today, but later. I will end this stream. I will sleep a little bit and start stream where I will play rank. Yeah.
At 1-1 apiece.
Yep, and both junglers, actually going opposite this time. The Alpha is looking to go into that gold lane rotation, and the Soyu potentially looking to go up top unless he wants to go
KitKat,
in terms of
I tell you,
like a reverse
right now,
rotation here, but
and
again,
already like for,
they just haven't had such a
I don't know,
great
almost
game.
2 years,
Now with the Franco
I don't
pickup,
speak Russian.
If they get a couple of good iron hooks, it's
Understand,
good, but Matilda also provides,
and I will not
the side
speak
of
Russian.
SMG a lot of
Understand?
right? Even if the iron hook lands,
I
Matilda
didn't
can
tell
use
I
the
never
wings,
speak Russian.
to kind of
Understand?
pull and help out
Thank
his
you.
teammates back. So although this Franco is a very interesting pick, it depends on how Birthright executes.
Do you speak
it.
Ukrainian in stream?
And I honestly
Nope.
think Franco might be harder to find an advantage compared to Matilda.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing too, is because I'm trying to feel out.
I mean, sometimes I speak Ukrainian just to tell something to iди nahuy. But
I mean,
it's different, it's different.
You get an alpha charge maybe out there, but I want to say Beatrix is going to. Oh, Danny gets taken down a first blood. Birthright putting themselves on the board.
Dang,
at the 2-minute
first
mark.
blood.
Yeah, coming out with a little bit of a fadeaway. It kind of reminds me of game 2, where S2G, just isn't respecting Birthright enough, right? And Danny able to get the very first
What is
kill. Now they're looking
SPD
for an
content?
objective here, but Kazuya is in a good position.
Oh, man, and what a great engagement there. And the fist crack comes out. Lunar is down. Danny with the finishing touches on there. Now that, they come out. They try to get onto Sensei, but a great guiding wind pulls them away. Real world manipulation to keep them at bay, but all it does is prolong the inevitable. Purple buff goes to Birthright as well.
It's working because Smetana is good player. He is charismatic.
He did have to use
And
and Danny both also popped their flickers. So
but no, he's funny. Why not? Sometimes I like his content. Sometimes I even laugh at his content.
But again, having success
About
on
Argus
Matilda is gonna be
and
a lot
other shit.
easier than having success
It's
on
funny,
a
it's
Franco.
funny.
Franco has to kind of use that flicker bloody hunt on cooldown, right? Every time he has the flicker,
don't
he
tell
should
me
be able to
Birthright
get a
gonna
kill,
win
and if he
this.
doesn't get a kill, I feel like the sustain, the utility coming out from Pagu is going to overshine.
S2G will not recover from this lose, no way.
The Franco has.
It's really interesting too that you mentioned that, because I want to say S2G esports are very confident in their ability to not get hit by hooks, because you don't see a single purify on them. So they're pretty much confident that they're not going to get hit by those hooks, so they're not going to need to worry about trying to purify out of them. And yeah, it is going to be on to if Mark can get those flicker hooks all the way deep into the back line. But the problem is, and I was trying to talk about before we saw some of those kills, is that there's no immediate damage. Oh, we do have a little bit of a sustain there. Danny finds
Solo for Franco.
after the suppression from Mark. He doesn't even need the hook. He just came in there with the bloody hunt, locked down S2G, and that's another kill. 0-3 for Birthright.
Yeah, I was gonna say SG has some good lanes coming out, right? The top was looking like they were winning. Mid lane has a priority on the clear, but the side of Birthrights,
You're a good player, you play better than some top players.
Pretty much off cooldown. He has the flicker.
Probably.
So for the next time, they're gonna try to get another kill.
Yeah, they're looking for it. Some pressure coming down at mid a little bit from the side of Sensei. Kazu comes
I know.
in there.
If it
Levi
works, it
misses
works.
the alpha charge. Levi does find a
Whoa.
kill on the Pagu. We
Another
throw
hook.
A nice little group up there. Is it going to be enough? A flicker comes out. Kazu, but
Wicked will
takes
die.
him down, but that might be it for Wicked. Lunar finds the kill.
I still have Mosquito in my room. It's fucking crazy.
My lobby, but they are looking for the kill. Sensei goes in too deep. Levi looking for the kill. Down goes a Lunar as 4 members of Birthright escape into the night.
Yeah, looking, you know, just take a look at how fast Birthright is looking to kind of group up as this 5 versus 5 death ball, right? Looking for picks. Mark is already.
I have great retry. Shut the fuck up.
Their team into success.
I retry
He was
almost
able to
every
get the first
objective.
blood, and now he is 7 out of 7 kill participation. This man.
And I
is
have
the
godly
one that
retry.
SG has
Shut
to
up.
make to kind of shut down. Now that S2G, all of their members has died once. I think this is time where they have to kind of slow down the pace. They can't just out micro because they're just down in terms of the gold. They have to look for macro opportunities just like this one.
Ooh, they are able to find a kill onto Danny. That's going to raise their kills to 2. Still behind Birthright right now by 5 kills as this game continues. But I want to say, as this game kind of progresses, as we move into the 6-minute mark, those early kills might not matter as much as we're looking at some of these engagements. And it seems like S2G esports have kind of found their footing in these games. They're not getting surprised by these immediate groupings from Birthright.
Yeah, Franco, let's go. Hook Xio.
You know, that kill on Danny is a
I predict Franco will hook Xio.
right? That's a shutdown.
I bet $100 on that.
You know, Danny for Sensei here, so he was able to grab up a lot.
$100. Franco hook
Now
Xio.
Birthright's up 2K
Mark, listen to me.
The 3rd turtle being available here. They have a much better way of
Show Franco, bitches.
getting the pickoffs on these objectives here, especially with the Alpha and the Franco here. The Lunar on the backside.
Yeah, Wicked just skipped over him. You do see the Alpha charge go out there. Big
Franco?
Deeps coming out. Mark's not in a position to help out. 10%.
Franco?
Kazoo able to find the turtle, and no answer from Birthright. Both teams kind of back off here. Danny actually takes a little bit of damage from Pagu, and pressure mounting at the mid lane.
Yeah, interesting enough. I felt like there was a little bit of hesitation coming out from S2G. I felt like they could have gotten a kill on top of that, but the bloody hunt.
Nice.
Ooh, yeah, very quickly dispatches Lunar. But at the bottom, Siggy Bum uses that opportunity to take the bottom and a top tower for Kazoo. 2 towers for the side of S2G Esports. Really puts that 2 and 8 into perspective now that they're starting to macro up.
Yo, I've never seen a Magic Boots on a Badong on the XP lane. I've also never seen a Winter Truncheon first item on
Badang using Smetana build.
I know it's decent. I know it could work. But don't you think it's a little bit greedy on the professional stage?
Oh, we got so many ultimates out there. I want to say two.
Oh, a throw by Birthright.
Down. That's 2 down for Birthright. Now they're on the looking for an escape as S2G Esports give chase, looking for an opportunity. A little bit of a slow onto Wicked. Greeting them is my lobby at mid, but the flank is already out there. Birthright in trouble as S2G Esports begin to circle around Birthright.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of mistakes coming on from both of the teams, right? They just lost 2 on the bot side deep in enemy territory. It's almost like they're just not really calculating correctly, or they're not really respecting each other, or they're just not playing at a very high level here. I think both teams have a lot that they kind of have to look back on, because it's just mistakes after mistake. You can even take a look on the top side. The positioning is just so interesting here. Beatrix stuck in that bush, looking to clear, but gold is even for both teams now. It's anyone's game here. 9 minutes in, first Lord is going to be coming out. In terms of that advantage, Mark, again, has to find a hook onto a bloody hunt. So again, Pagu is going to have a much better times, having impact just from putting on some shields for his teammates.
Ooh, they do have Lunar trapped, but the guiding winds is going to pull him to safety. That cues for the rest of S2G Esports to disengage from the Lord. They don't want this fight, and Birthright is actually looking for an opportunity. It's very interesting that S2G Esports immediately back up from the Lord. My lobby on the back end dealing with Lunar, trying to get some CC in there. Now the Lord down to 50%. Mark
Bronco fucked up. Bronco fucked up.
Is it going to be enough? You do see the Ice Crown on the Mark, gets taken down. Kazoo finds a
I
kill.
have Mosquito here, guys.
Another one onto Wicked, and you can see Levi behind 2 members.
What
Lord down for S2G Esports, and they have taken the lead.
Yeah, I mean, Mark came out with a flicker, bloody hunt. My lobby also came in with a flicker. Unfortunately, it backfired. SG was able to kind of come out ahead. And again, right, it's very easy to play Matilda and have an impact on this match, especially when you compare it to Franco. Franco has to get a hook, has to get a good
Franco
bloody
tried
hunt,
to engage.
or
Won't you
flicker
kill?
bloody hunts. Versus Matilda, you just use your second skill, float around, save your teammates, get your teammates, and disrupt the enemy with your circling eagle. So I feel like S2G is just much more favored in terms of the draft. But if Birthrights can execute the Franco properly, just like how they did early on, I think it's going to be hard for S2G to find a winning team fight here. But right now, Birthright is on the back foot. They have to rely on a hook, and Mark is just not.
Lord is still going. Only they have all defenses on towers. It should be easy to defend it. Oh no.
Now you're at the tankiest person. You're trying to burst down. Most likely you're not going to be able to get it, because you're also competing with the guiding winds from Pagu. As soon as he comes up, he's going to be able to kind of get him out to safety. We need to be very selective about our targets, and I feel like that's the biggest problem that we're kind of coming out with here. Any other person that would have landed on besides Pagu, I feel like would have been a victory for Birthright.
I want to kill this mosquito.
Sensi, Kazoo, even
I want to kill him.
But he didn't. He found it on the Lunar, and that should have been. I mean, I don't know what you do once you've landed. Like, does your team just let you die, or do you all just have to go all in on that because of that? And that's just kind of a small mistake that kind of happens on Mark when it comes to these type of Francos, especially when S2G is trying to do their best to kind of keep those tankier players up in front.
I mean, it's kind of like playing the Chow, right? You get a kick off of one person of the enemy. If you can find the right team fight, I think it's gonna be great, right? Especially if it's like you're up in numbers, you get a pick off, or you get a clean pick off without one of your members dying. If they could get something like that, it's the best case scenario. But right here, if the side of S2G is looking to group up 5 versus 5 as they're doing right now, it's going to be extremely hard for Birthright to be able to find a pick off You know, especially with things like a Kaja or Franco or Chow. Now that SUG has set up a slow push on the far side, which they've done so well throughout this whole entire series, is always setting up the slow push on the opposite lane. They're just gonna do the rinse and repeat strategy of hitting the Lord a few times, looking for a decent team fight. If they don't have the team fight, they're gonna let Birthright hit the Lord here. And, you know, this is just a very good situation for the side of S2G.
Yeah, I'm really looking for Mark to see if he can land a good hook here. It'll be great for his team, but without that, I feel like there just is no engagement opportunity for Birthright right now. Minions starting to come out. As soon as they show themselves at the minions, you're going to see Wicked is going to show himself at the top or at the bottom there. That's going to signal to S2G Esports to go ahead, pedal to the metal, look for an engagement, and there it goes. They go onto my lobby, but creating the space that they need to be able to potentially take down this Lord.
Yeah, you know, we saw the hook coming out from Mark there. It literally just barely missed Lunar, and that just shows you how hard, you know, Franco is as a hero. You really have to hit those skill shots. And that's just kind of the same thing when it comes down to those single target CCs, right? The Franco, the Kaja, the Cho, it's just extremely hard to play, and depends on how your team fights it. You cannot hesitate on any opportunity. You either pick off the front line, or you know, you get a flicker hook, or you get a flicker suppression onto the backside. And unfortunately, Mark is unable to provide any of those. Last time he did that, he did get a flicker and a bloody hunt, but end up backfiring onto his team. So now he has to find an opportunity to either do it again or just play a little bit more defensive.
Yeah, and it's so funny too how they have the timing down. As soon as the hook goes out, the entire team moves forward to put on some pressure. Once the cooldown comes down, you start seeing them back off.
Whoa!
Oh, caught one with the flicker. Here comes the Ice Crown. Is that going to be enough? Suppression is out. And
nice hook. Nice hook.
Wicked with the kill. They just need to do that about 11 more times. And
nice.
Another hook. Number 2. Siggy bomb.
Third hook, bro. Third hook right now.
Now down to about 10 more times that they need to do that.
Come on, come on, come on.
Yeah, we're just counting down at this point, right? And this is exactly what Birthright needs to do in order for them to get back. Mark needs to land these crucial hooks. And I almost felt like Pagu was kind of like, yeah, please hook me. I got that Winter Truncheon coming on. I desperately want to use this item. Ends up backfiring. Not only do they get Pagu, they get Siggy Bum, the priority target, and here Birthright gets a little bit of real estate back into their favor, but they're still in a pretty horrid position. Top and bot, both as far
what
side
the
lanes
fuck
are down on the inhibitor tower. It means the minions are going to be pushing into their base, and S2G, they've done such a great job slowing down a lot of these objectives where it doesn't even feel like it's a 50-50. They bait Birthright out. They look for either a fight or out of position, or they just wait for the far side here.
Circling Eagle comes out, does land onto Mark. He's looking for an escape. They do have the real world manipulation come out. Ooh, Winter Crown comes out, is going to be able to save Mark, who flees for the core back to his base to kind of re-up there. Still now putting on the pressure is a Lunar and the rest of S2G Esports, who are very quickly going to move to get position on this next Lord.
Yeah, not bad. The Winter Crown does.
No Franco solo comeback this.
From the glue ultimate there. But again, Birthright still has to look for
Hello, I'm good.
If they're unable to do so, S2G, especially with the Matilda, is just going to sustain back up in terms of their team. Birthright is just, it's like an uphill battle, always.
Bonk,
Always
bonk,
has
bonk.
to get a set. That's the problem with these suppression heroes.
Oh man, and now that they know that
Ooh, nice try, nice try.
At the base, they're gonna go ahead, try to take on this fight. Kazoo finds himself the Lord.
Alpha gonna die.
Out as well. Levi gets taken down. Kazoo with the kill there, and that was just some great, I want to say, macroing by S2G Esports. They saw that both lanes were pushing out there. They had to bait out the Lord long enough for the minions to push onto the core, which forced Birthright to have to answer.
What is Danny doing? Oh.
immediately start the fight. Now they're going to go out looking for the defense here. Daddy gets taken
GG's.
down. That is going to be the last high ground. They are pushing onto the core. S2G Esports looking to close this down. We do have a suppression. Lunar almost gets the last hit there. Sensei
Wicked.
returns the favor, and Birthright might actually survive this 4-2 right now. Looking to defend, but that might be it. Wicked looks for the security of the core, trying to down, and that is going to be game 3 going to S2G Esports.
Yeah, we could thank the Badong
Mosquitoes doesn't like the perfume. Try it. Let's try it, guys.
The impact of picking the Badong in the first phase just was unable to kind of do anything, right? SUG, they had the Matilda. They were able to take these team fights for a very long period of time. They even had the glue to force a lot of Winter Crowns being bought up by the side of Birthrights, and just overall, it just felt like S2G just had the objectives a lot more in that late game. This is the team that we were looking for in game number 2. S2G should be able to take Birthright head on, but there's just still a lot of mistakes coming out from both of these teams. I don't think S2G is playing on their their best behavior. They're that disciplined. But I don't think Birthright is also, playing the best of their abilities. Both teams are struggling a little bit in this game.
Yeah, and kind of have to wonder. We see here MVP from Sensi there. 3 kills there. Not a huge.
Mosquitoes love perfume. It's too late, bro. I already did it.
Wow. Kill participation though, so just a part of every single fight for them. But you kind of have to wonder if maybe there were better options for the side of Birthright to go with. My main thing is the Badang and the Franco pickups. Could there have probably potentially been something a little better? Because we weren't really making use of the hooks a huge deal until like that very late game.
Cherry, hello. And a kind guy, hello. Hello, my kind guy.
He was a part of some of the kills, but just not getting them himself. So I'm not sure how we rate his progress here from that composition.
Yeah, and I mean, to be honest, the Badang and the Franco did quite well for the side of Birthrights, right? Both didn't die that much, had a lot of assists, had a lot of support presence early on, but it just didn't give the side of Birthrights the win that they were looking for, right? In terms of some of the late game team fights, you could just see that, S2G was just dominating. Look at this, right? The glue was just onto the backside here. The Franco on the front gets picked off, doesn't really have an impact, and there's just no synergy. And I felt like if they took the Matilda themselves and they went Matilda Alpha, they would have had a much better early game. But instead, they want to go for this Badong counter play on Pagu, and props to Pagu, right? He's able to take Badong to a level where enemies determine it's a pick or it's a ban, and they decide to pick it up themselves. Unfortunately, it did not work in their favor, but I felt like Birthrights, they still played this game quite well. 17 minutes, they almost had a winning team fight, a winning solution. They just needed a little bit more time or a better team fight.
Sensei MVP.
Yeah, as we see the MVP there from S2G Esports, Sensi with a KDA of 3, 1, and 7, 613 gold per minute, and we talked about it before, 100% kill participation, just kind of being
this perfume I use is really strong. Like I sit here, people in another room can feel it.
Like I said, not
so if Mosquitoes really doesn't like perfume, he's gonna fly away.
Done for them. Man, it's just I'm happy right now on a positive note that especially after that first game that was a little one-sided. I'm happy to see that Birthright has stepped up. They've shown that they're not going to get like absolutely steamrolled here. They do have what it takes to kind of match up to S2G Esports here, but we are going to be at a possible last game, and Birthright, this is where it really matters. They've already shown, I want to say they came back from one of the most detrimental detrimental losses just a few moments ago when it came to game one. So I know that they can get their headset and they can kind of focus in on what needs to be done. It's just how they execute that is going to be the big question for me.
Yeah, and I really think it comes out to the drafting, right, by the side of Birthrights. And SUG, they were able to find, you know, like the Tigreal ban to take it away from the side of Birthright. Again, guys, grab the code on the bottom of the screen. You know, I don't know what kind of gifts they are doing, but I guess he probably already looking to grab the code himself.
I was hoping you weren't going to say anything. I was just going to very silently grab that down and put it in my phone.
Yeah, I mean, we got to do what we got to do, but Birthright's here, uphill battle. Right, they're the team that has gone quite well in their region. Again, second place in their, I think their regional tournaments just in the winter. However, just not being able to have the impact that they're looking for in the international stage. And in order for them to kind of get over that hump, they have to beat S2G. Right, S2G is a M series team. However, Birthright has shown that they consistently.
I'm from Canada. I'm in a forest all the time. You never want to shower with soap and shampoo and perfume before you go in forest.
It's always Birthright coming out, and they've done well throughout.
Okay.
You know, their games. So this is the time that.
Then we have a great experiment here right now.
And find better drafts.
We will see if Canadian mosquitoes are different from Ukrainian.
To deal with the badang, or just let it
Madam G, hello.
Don't fall into the trap of picking it up themselves, because it's just not going to work out.
I'm just. I don't. When it comes to the badang, like, it's just not. It's me all over again in ranked screaming about seeing Mayas that nobody can handle, or EMEA, and it's be like, yo, bro, just gank. It's not that hard. Or like when I see the badang out there, I'm like, there's so many other options we can go with. Why do we put the focus on there? But I mean, we'll see. It's become an impact, at least for S2G esports, even if inadvertently, because now they gave it away to Birthright and they put them on something that they weren't exactly the most comfortable on, that didn't really have a great effect for some of their games. Right now, you do see that Eve coming out there, so I'm wondering what comes off the board for the Eve now being banned out, because I do know that we're probably going to have Tigreal on the ban list for the side of S2G esports.
No, there is no Ukrainian teams here for me. But there are Ukrainian players. Sensei is Ukrainian player.
Make sure that you have something to carry you through that early.
All Ukrainian teams failed in qualifications.
Good news, Private.
So, yep, no Ukrainian teams. Do you love Gypsy?
You know, I think there's plenty of ways to
I
deal
don't
with
love
it.
them.
Birthright just doesn't want to deal with that headache. You talked about it earlier.
What do you mean love them? Like,
the Tigreal off the board. I think SUG is not going to allow the Tigreal to be played, or they might deny it themselves. And there's also
I just don't care
Granger,
about them.
right? I think Birthright, if they have the opportunity to pick it up early, they're going to pick that up. If the Joy
Wicked, not
Suyu
Ukraine.
gets taken off one each,
Black
they're probably gonna
Ukrainian.
also prioritize that. But
Undercover
the draft
Ukrainian
seems
Wicked.
quite open so far. The Suyu gets taken off the board. There's going to be a Joy priority as a first pick, or even a potential trade between the Joy and the Granger here.
Yeah, I'm assuming Granger gets taken
Wicked is
off
French, no?
Birthright, and then they pick up the Joy. But you also have, I feel like I'm missing something.
Dazai, how are you
here
feeling? Say
when it
something
comes
about
to-
mosquitoes.
Harith needs to be banned out at some point.
I didn't see any mosquitoes for now.
Louis, another one that's been pretty heavily prioritized as well. Man, I think we're at the point where we're drafting ourselves into a corner here, where we've prioritized what we saw in the last game, but are we covering down on the overarching problem?
Ooh.
So we have the Matilda.
I like this. Open. It's a open field, right? There's only one band left. The Tigreal,
Granger open.
Louis, Joy. you know, it's kind of like a one of each, right? So the Birthright's going to take one, SUG takes two of them, and the Birthright takes the last one or two. So I think there's a lot available on the board. I wouldn't be surprised if SUG bans out at least another OP hero.
What's worse,
you know,
Kimi jungle or Zilong X?
Birthright picks up the
Kimi jungle.
SUG gets the Joy, maybe the Louis, or maybe the Joy Harith.
Kimi jungle will lose all fucking objectives. Zilong at least can win lane sometimes.
You know, I'm kind of excited to see what they bring to the table here.
And stun someone in fight.
And you're absolutely right. The Tigreal
Kimi is just useless piece of shit.
Harith, Granger out there. So many pickups, and it's kind of just gonna. Honestly, for me, kind of leaning towards the Granger. I don't think anybody is as dominant as he has been in his specific role, and then that forces the enemy team into something like an Irothel that they have to pick up, or actually they could potentially pick up the Harith. Do you prio the Harith because Harith counters Granger and then kind of hope that the Granger doesn't pop off, or and Harith,
nah,
for all his
Harith doesn't really counter Granger.
On the ban list,
I mean, he can, but Granger will just poke Harith so much.
Being at the top of like a pick ban rate, which is just super interesting to me. So I guess we'll see how this kind of works out. I when it comes to actually the laning here, I do want to say I favor Harith in this. But it's just, there's something to remain to be seen. There's a reason he's got a low percentage win rate, and maybe we might find out here, or maybe that Harith will be a dominating factor of this game for Birthright.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the Harith definitely has a better laning matchup, especially early on, all the way to his like second item. But once the game scales, I think Granger's going to be in a much better position, especially in the late game when he has the pokes, right? And I think SUG is going to be quite happy with this trade. Harith first pick, just like you said, doesn't have the highest win rate and has a pretty high pick rate.
Granger and Joy in the same
like
team.
It's just much more dominating. SUG is very happy with what they've gotten here, but Birthright's not taking anything away. He picks up the Harith and the Phoveus. That's going to be two heroes that dash a lot, and the Hayabusa. So they actually fill in that physical gap that they are missing in the gold lane. I think Birthrights also have a strong draft. Both teams are kind of like warming up their gears, and I really like where both teams are headed to right here.
Yeah, we'll see where they kind of end up. Another Hylos pickup for S2G Esports. They went with this in the last draft as well. I mean, I want to say, dare I say, he was almost forgotten before this cast. But Hylos is still, especially to those first few objectives, is just such a huge menace to deal with. You throw out the glorious pathway, you've essentially stopped an entire team from trying to get that fast engaged onto that objective. So I mean, it's a huge factor, especially when you have those assassin type junglers who don't want to hang out very long in those turtle pits, in those lord pits. It'll be very interesting to see how this is kind of coming out. For me, the big thing here, Mark. What is Mark going to be on? Because I feel like he's kind of like one of those unsung heroes. He's what enables Birthright to be great. And if he is able to kind of get that out there, if he's able to get a pick that he's comfortable on, that he can get to see, that he can get those picks on, then I feel like this will be great for Birthright. If we get something that he's kind of clunky on, that he's not as confident, then I think that kind of reflects down into the rest of the team and how they perform sometimes with some of these engagements.
And some respect bans, right, coming out to go against Mark. They don't want to deal with the Franco. I feel like Mark could go for a Chow, possibly, if they are
Chow
with that hero. The Chow is good against the Hylos, especially in the mid, and the Hylos is good against the Phoveus. So it kind of forces the Hylos onto the XP. They could also go for something like a Belric to deal with the Joy. However, it's not like a 100% safe strategy. It is still quite decent. So still some roams available.
Batrix, Iretel
here.
Iretel is good.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
For Birthright.
There's still quite a few.
The only other thing I can think of is possibly a Kaja, which I'm not.
Iretel 1-1.
I just don't think
Oh, I don't know.
as successful.
They already have Harris.
Especially because he lacks, I want to say, real CC.
He's quite
outside
good
of his
here.
ultimate, that I really feel like is super helpful for some of these teams. The big thing is CC that's going to be out there.
Mages, Loi.
Kind of patient as a Harith.
Nah, no escapes.
You're definitely waiting for Hylos
Kadita.
to kind of, burn out his 1 CC that he has out there for you to be able to kind of run in with your Zaman force and be able to kind of dash around
Kadita.
most of the team. It'll be very interesting to see what we go with here. We're still waiting for those 2 picks coming from the side of Birthright. I'm really eager. We were talking about this before. What is that roam pick going to be for them? And where do we go with that mage pick?
Sicilian and Carmilla. No. Oh,
not even close.
Yeah, I mean, I expected the Vexana, right? The Vexana is very good against heroes that kind of look to dive you heavy, right? And Vexana has a very, very
I
good
guess
stun,
S2G will win this
or
easy.
Kind of like that suppression fear thing. So the Hylos and the Joy is going to have trouble kind of getting onto him.
I remember
Joy
your
is gonna
challenge
be
on
interesting
Granger.
because
It was
it's gonna be hard
great,
to
really.
hit
Top 1 global.
the-
Yep.
I mean, the Guinevere is going to be hard to hit the Joy.
I'm really
They
proud
come
of it.
out with the Lucas. It's a lot of frontline, beefy front lines coming out from the side of S2G. But, you know, I mean, I might just depend on Mark again.
Guinevere trying to catch Granger, trying to catch Joy, trying to catch Valentina is going to be like trying to round up kittens in the backyard, you know, like it's like you're gonna have to be surgical with that Guinevere. I mean, we'll see out here. I mean, he has not had really a bad game yet, so I don't want to take that away from him. We'll just have to see how it goes out here. It's something that I wasn't expecting, and probably something that the side of S2G Esports weren't expecting either. But ladies and gentlemen, it's all on the line for Birthright. They need this victory to stay in the upper bracket against S2G Esports, who are looking at game points.
Yeah, and you know, throughout the series, it definitely feels like S2G has played quite well, but Birthright is slowly catching up, right? Besides the first game, Birthright has had opportunities to be able to take the lead. They got game 2. Game 3 was, you know, quite hardly fought, although in terms of the team fight wise, S2G felt like they had the much better draft in terms of the late game. But this time around, I think Birthrights have kind of taken, you know, a hard look on how they want to deal with the draft here. But S2G already up a little bit in terms of their gold. They got the deny on the top side green camp, and this is going to push that Hayabusa back a little bit in terms of the XP differences.
Ooh, we already see a little bit of a game kind of happening up at top, but Kazoo gonna go ahead and try to get away down here at the bottom. My lobby actually might be in trouble, taking on a heap of damage here. Looking to get away, pops him into turret range and taken down as Lunar finds the finishing touch, and that is gonna be a first blood for S2G Esports.
Yeah, big brain move coming out from Pagu. Does a solo level 2 gank onto the XP lane. This is just one of those things where, you know, the Hylo sees that the XP doesn't have you know, an escape spell, doesn't have a flicker, so it's like, hey, it's free real estate, just be a little bit aggressive, bait him out, and then you get a free gank. So Pagu with the big brain plays here, able to take
I will
first
stream later.
blood
Yep.
for the side of S2G here, but Lucas getting take dangerously low.
Oh my god, and this is what we were talking about. Big damage shock. A shockwave blast comes out from the Lucas there. Kazoo comes in with the electrifying beats. My lobby tries to come in with that demonic force. Does not catch anything on the end of it. Sensei actually takes a bit of damage. Is going to have to disengage while the rest of S2G Esports pull out the turtle. Looking for maybe the reset. Pagu on the side. Looking to help out there. Levi finds himself a kill. So still a little wiggle room for the side of Birthright as they catch the first objective.
Yeah, and they've been doing so much better since that very first match, right? They're getting a lot more objective. It's been very competitive. And S2G, again, is a M series team. So they come back with the global international experiences. They pretty much they're the contenders in this matchup. Birthright here is the one that's looking to see if they can match up to the expertise of S2Gs. And I feel like they're doing it quite well here. But again, this is still early game. It doesn't really mean too much. Depends on the rotation and how they play this out.
Hylos doesn't care at all.
Pagu takes a heap of damage from that shadow kill. Not enough to shut him down. And I want to say, I'm really waiting for Mark to kind of have an effect right now. Still kind of being held at bay. Not able to find the jumps. Not able to find the CC he needs to really be a factor in a lot of these fights. But we haven't really transitioned over and away from the late
DM Series 3
yet. So maybe it might come online more once we get to that turtle fight, once we get to those objective fights where our entire teams are kind of leaving the lane. But Wicked now starting to have a much better time up at top, more so to the fact that S2G Esports actually is going to have to answer this.
Yeah, and I definitely agree. We're still waiting to see how Mark does with this Guinevere. But again, I think he's going to shine a lot more when the objectives does come through. Birthright's able to pick up the very first objective. This second one, I feel like S2G just has a little bit more of that beefy front line, right? The high...
Ooh.
As we talk about it, we did get a little bit of a...
Mark fucked up.
We're going to go ahead and get out of there. Mark in trouble here. Sensi able to find the kill there. Shadow kill comes in. Wicked finds a kill onto his nemesis there. Levi finds his own kill as well. Lunar takes down Wicked. 2 down for Birthright. 2 down for S2G Esports. And it looks like Birthright going to take the initiative, start on the turtle.
Yeah, it's a 2 for 2 for the side of, both of these teams, but it seems like S2G has a little bit more of the presence in the objectives. They're able to take the first one, now snowballing onto the second one, and this is an assassin versus an assassin matchups. And typically, I feel like you would think the Joy has a little bit more advantage, a little bit more presence on these retributions, but Levi is just taking over with these objectives, and I think it's just the setup coming out from Danny, coming out from Mark here. They just have a great winning matchup.
Ooh, I like this pressure that they're mounting up at top, trying to hold back Siggy Bum so that they can go ahead and put some pressure onto the tower, which Wicked does immediately. But are you going to be able to get it without the cost of a member? And they are not. Mark goes down. My Lobby looks to be next up on the list. 4 members competing for that right now, as they need to mount some type of pressure in another lane to make up for it, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to. You see Wicked there, lays down the Zaman Force, putting some damage on the Kazoo, who's going to dash his way back to safety.
Yeah, I mean, kind of a throw coming out from the side of Birthrights here. They didn't have to give 2 kills off of an objective, and now S2G is able to counter that siege with a tower push onto the top side and even more pressure onto the bot. They take out the jungler, who Levi has been doing so well in this game. Gets taken off the board. This is a 1.7k lead for the side of S2G, and it's just going to be building up slowly and slowly.
Ooh, Glorious Pathway is out. Mark in trouble. He's going to have to use his dash to get away.
Nice one.
Beats plus Siggy Bomb able to wrap up that kill, and a tower at mid. My Lobby taking a heap of damage. A lot of pressing coming out there. My Lobby comes in with the demonic force. It's not enough. Lunar with the Unleash the Beast and that final shock wave blast. Not able to put the finishing touches on to Danny.
Yeah, and Pagu 0, 0, and 7. He's just dominating this game with the high. I mean, he's dominating this whole entire series here, right? Having one of the highest kill participations on their team, first and last out. And he's on this Hylos, which doesn't have the greatest win rates, but he's making it show. He has so much impact. Free push onto the bot side, going for more now.
Oh man, in goes the demonic force from my lobby, but too far without any backup from his team is going to wrap that up. And that's kind of the punishment that happens with a Phobius, is you got to really be on that communication with your team, because if they're not ready, you're basically setting yourself up for failure. Phobius is one of those all-in type of heroes. Once he activates that demonic force, there is no escape. No
I didn't take any Hunter x Hunter skins.
And there, it spells his demise.
And,
I don't want to take them right now.
Types of heroes that you should be able to blind pick into any draft, right? He's solid in laning phase, he's solid in objectives, but here he's just not getting anything done. Another team fight.
Nice.
Danny gets taken down.
4 people down. Nah, it's GG's. It's GG's.
4 kills down for
Nice wiped out.
That is a complete team wipe. They are looking to close this. There are 14 seconds left on the map. They don't have minions. They won't be able to close this up just yet. But man, what a statement from S2G Esports at the 8-minute mark.
Yeah, disaster for the side.
Just a huge draft diff, that's all.
Gold lead, 8 minutes. This is probably the biggest gold lead that the side of S2G has, and they're going for more here.
Yeah, you see the Zombie Force has been laid out with the Vengeance and a big pop-up there, followed by the Violent Requiem. Levi finds a kill. Wicked finds another onto Lunar. Pagu in trouble. Levi looking for the kill, but that Horsey has a thick behind, and they're going to have to need the help from Danny to take him down. Siggy Bum comes in, looking for those Death Sonatas. You can be able to find it. My lobby trying to escape if they can. Look at the damage coming out. Demonic Force comes out, putting the damage onto Siggy Bum, but he does find the damage to be able to take him down with the Rhapsody. Kazu now looking to come in with those electrifying beats. Wicked trying as hard as he can with those dashes, is not able to compete with Kazu.
Just a lot of, you know, mistakes coming out from both of these teams. Very aggressive, and I feel like, you know, this is game number 4, right? Birthrights, they have to find a way to kind of come back in these games. If they
Joy is trying to kill Vexana. Joy killed Vexana.
They're just playing kind of the whole entire map, right? They're getting these objectives without
And escape. No one even saws it.
Yeah, and 5 and 18 right now, we're looking at a pretty large and substantial gold lead starting to mount for S2G Esports. Only high grounds left. A little bit of pressure down at the bottom for Birthright. They're able to kind of maybe exert that, but you can see very quickly Kazu notices it. He's going to go ahead and shut that down as the Lord makes his way through the mid lane.
Where do you live? In Ukraine.
With the gold lead that S2G has, it's just a matter of time before they kind of siege it down. You could see the Granger having a lot more impact in this game, right? He has the range and he has the poke, and if Birthright is unable to find the shutdown onto him, it's going to be a little bit hard.
Hayabusa failed ultimate. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
In goes my lobby deep into enemy territory. Gets taken out by Siggy Bum. Now Kazu trying to mount off the front. We do see another big pop-up lands with the Violent Requiem. Isn't going to be enough. Kazu goes down, but Siggy Bum finds the finest kill on to Mark, and that is a double kill for Siggy Bum. They lose the Lord, they lose some pressure, but will they be able to close it out? From the back end, in goes Levi with the quad channel. Takes a little bit of damage, down to about half health, and it does look like Birthright are going to be able to survive this push, but I mean, they definitely do not have many more of those left in them. Ooh, they're going to go on to Lunar. Shadow kill is out. Glorious Pathway lands, as well as Pagu and Lunar do find themselves an escape. Diving too deep. Lobby goes in for a demonic hunt.
What are you doing, Granger? What the fuck?
Okay, so good news for the side of Birthright. They're able to grab up that Granger, which is one of the priority targets
Astra, hello.
However, the Lord is up in 60 seconds. The Granger is going to be up and about here. The gold lead, you know, 3-4K apart, 12 minutes in. It's not that much. And in terms of the towers, right, S2G did grab up the mid tower, but again, the mid inhibitor is, you know, probably the easiest lane to clear for the ones that don't have it. So I think Birthright is still in a pretty decent position. Now, do they have the micro ability to take this game here? Pagu coming in and dealing some damage.
Mark that. Okay.
Kazoo able to take down Mark, and on the back end, My Lobby completely separated from his team, getting the boots to him by S2G Esports.
Double kill.
Whoa,
Lucas.
Coming in with that Lucas, trying to take down, almost able to take down Wicked.
Oh, GG's, no, it's GG's.
Wicked, Sicky Bum picks up the kill. It is just Danny here to stave it off, but this is going to be...
What is Joy doing?
Esports looking to close this down. Danny finds a kill on the Kazoo. Oh, they actually...
What the fuck is Joy doing?
A little bit more than they can chew.
I would fire this guy.
Stance there as they dive into mid. They're gonna turn
Have you some plans about move to USA? Not really, not in near future.
Able to get the defense off, and you know this prolongs the game a little bit. Are they going to be able to get the retribution though?
Yeah, we'll see how this kind of goes out. You see Danny kind of well into the back end. My Lobby. I mean, this is the unfortunate point as a Phobius on the team that is losing. You're going to try to go in there. Your team is not going to be able to follow you, and it's just going to be a kill for the enemy. A big pop-up actually lands on the Lunar. Is that enough? That is another kill for the side of Birthright. So, but, I mean, you get the kill, but it was, I mean, it's kind of insubstantial here as an Illuminous Lord coming through mid, still have two high grounds on either side of the map for Birthright.
I mean, I think that pickoff is actually quite okay here. SUG is going to be down a member. The Lord is going to be straight hard pushing onto the mid side. So the side of Birthright is going to be able to get a clear. And SUG looking to grab up maybe potentially some of the side towers. But they might get the bot side, but it's still going to be a 4 versus 5 here.
Yeah, you see Siggy Bum is able to take himself down a high ground tower. Ooh, Kazoo actually takes a heap of damage even with electrifying beats active, is looking to run away. The team Birthright, I mean, they lose another high ground tower, and while I would say it is a successful defense, it just seems like S2G Esports are just slowly trying to whittle down Birthright, slow and steady, without really trying to put into a huge push.
Yeah, and it's a pretty good defense, again, coming out from the side of Birthrights, but it's just based off of the mistakes that S2G is doing, right? Lunar did not have to go so deep. He got picked off. The Lord was marching down onto mid. SG able to grab up the bot side, but they're not able to close this game out. And it's only against Birthright that they're able to kind of do this without being punished here. Against any of the C region teams, it's going to be hard. Even against the game winner on the very first series, it's going to be a very hard fought out. So SG, I feel like they have to play a little bit more cleaner here.
Ooh, Lunar dives into the back line there. Does get caught by My Lobby, but the rest of the team is going to have to back off. S2G Esports decide to back off from the gates of Birthright. Now starting to get a little bit of a position, trying to make their stand. Ooh, we do have a Zamen Force goes out there with the Violet Requiem as well. Immortality has been procced. My Lobby finds a kill.
Nice one.
My Lobby immediately goes down. Levi comes in with the quad shadow.
Why is this guys always make the game so complicated? Holy fuck.
With some death sonatas just for good measure. Oh, actually comes in with a shadow kill. Takes down Sensei is very close to being taken down. Lunar on the side. This might be the opportunity that Birthright has been looking for. They're going to be able to get their purple buff. 13 seconds left on the Lord, and just under a 1K gold lead for S2G Esports.
Yeah, I mean, Birthrights is able to find a pickoff onto Siggy Bum, and that's one of the priority targets again, right? They take care of Kazu early on in the team fight, and now they're looking for more. This is time to see if Birthrights, they're able to grab up the objectives for the Joy. He's in position. It's gonna be a 50-50 here.
Yeah, my lobby's going to try to stop this push at the bottom, the split push here from Lunar, while they are fighting up at the Lord, trying to gain some space there. Oh, Kazoo does find a kill on the Levi and the Lord. This might be it for Birthright as 2 XP laners duke it out at the bottom, but Lunar says,
X-Planer is just fighting.
I already won the war. I don't need to fight anymore. I was able to keep you here for the time while Birthright lost their jungler, and that allowed S2G Esports to pick up this next and possibly final Lord.
Yeah, we're just watching kind of like the 2 tankiest member just brawling it out on the opposite side of map. The S2G here coming out with another winning pickoff. A Winter Truncheon coming out, and a lot of utilities being wasted by the side of S2G here. Birthright might have an opportunity, but the Death Sonatas, the Grange ultimate is just too much damage right now.
Yeah, I see that shadow kill came out. Levi returns to the back line. Ooh,
no way.
Force that's been out there. Wicked looking for an opportunity. Paku taken down very low. Is it going to be enough? Quad Shadow is out.
Ice, my lobby dead. Lunar dead. They need to kill Harris. Okay, this is gonna be a long game, guys. It's gonna be a long game.
They're going to have to answer the mid and the top lane, but they're going to be able to do it successfully. S2G Esports really having just a little bit of hurdles in the way of taking down this last tower to get that final push onto Birthright, who seem to be getting stronger each and every defense.
I 100% agree. I think my lobby has scaled into that double digits death timer where, you know, now he's just going to be unbelievably strong. He's gotten that 10 deaths now past 11. And again, Levi gets another pick off. We've seen this already before on the Granger. Now he gets one on Kazu. This is the time where I feel like it's a little bit shaky from the side of S2G. They're not playing as disciplined as they should. And Birthright is able to potentially capitalize here.
Yeah, and they're even able to find a tower now, just like that. For some reason, now on the back foot, 2 towers coming out. A big Violent Requiem lands onto the back line. Sensei gets caught. Wicked finds himself a tower. S2G Esports are on the back foot. Out comes the glorious pathway. Danny with the finishing touches onto the tower, and the rest of Birthright decides to back up, especially now that they have minions at the core.
Yeah, man, momentum is now shifted in the hands of Birthright. But again, the side of S2G, they still have, you know, the opposite lane tower, right? They have 2 inhibitors still available. They have even all their bottom towers online. So, you know, S2G here, yes, right here, the Lord is coming up. They're looking to put a slow push on the opposite lane. Unfortunately, they're not able to get so because the minions have cleared on both sides. So it's going to be a 50-50 on this objective. Birthright has the momentum behind, and we've seen the pickoffs and the damage coming out from the Harith and the Hayabusa. Potentially, Birthright might be able to take this game around.
Yeah, you see right now they're already starting to kind of get that zonage that they need onto
Hey, my lobby should be dead.
Oh, but it does look like we might have a little bit of a problem here. Phobius, the My Lobby is taken down early. You do see that sticky bomb.
Hayabusa is top lane.
As well. Now Lord has been reset. Rest of the team, Levi on the back end doing the best he can to kind of elongate this fight, give the little chase for S2G Esports.
Lunar
gets taken down by Wicked, who's looking for another kill.
Wicked has no mana, no ultimate.
Dash his way to safety. Now, I mean, there's just a huge fight kind of going on here between them and the turtle, and the Lord here. Mark looking for an opportunity to kind of get in there. If he's going to be able to find this jump, goes in. Kazoo still finds the Lord. A big pop up onto Kazoo, but Lord down. Kazoo finds it, and this might be it for the side of Birthright. They're going to have to look for an escape. Sensei comes in. Levi finds a kill onto Pagu. That is another one. 2 down for S2G Esports. Levi with the shadow kill. Kazoo might be in a little bit of trouble. Uses that winter crown, frees himself to keep himself up from all of the damage. But at some point, Birthright is going to have to answer this Lord at mid.
Well, the answer is going to be coming through. Wicked is still alive, and Wicked has been dealing so much damage for the side of Birthright here. He's so hard to catch. He's just able to spam up to his buildings. Look at this defense coming out from Wicked. He's just taking care of the whole front line.
Destroying.
S2G. Now that is another Lord down. Birthrights have the members advantage and have the map in their favor here. I feel like they both should look for the objectives here, but S2G, they might just panic, right? They have thrown games before, so Birthrights might have the opportunity to be able to take this. I feel like Birthrights have the micro and the team fight. They have the draft, especially with the Harith and the Hayabusa mixed damage. But on the same hand, S2G also have the Granger and the Joy. That's also mixed damage here. So both teams have that. It's just Harith is more of like that lock on, you know, burst, while the Granger is looking for a long range poke. So S2G, they want to make sure that they have vision early and they get a few pokes off before the team fight starts. Versus Birthrights, they're just looking to have an all-out clash. It's all or nothing from them, and I feel like I'm slowly leaning towards Birthright right now.
I mean, it's hard to kind of go against Birthright, who, like we said, every single defense, they get stronger and stronger. Wicked laying down that Zaman Force is having a heck of a game right now. It doesn't look like it from the stats, but he's about 4-4-7. Not just that, but Mark has been doing an amazing job late game, catching a lot of these Violet Requiems onto the team. He's not able to do the damage by himself as a tank Gwen, but it's more than enough to kind of keep the enemy team stationary for the rest of them to kind of come in and put that damage down. This next fight, I doubt we're going to see anybody get it free and clear. It's going to come down to, oh, actually, my lobby is over here. Oh, the Glorious Pathway is out. We do see from the backside. Oh, Electrifying Beats has been used by Kazoo. That might be a little bit early now. Oh, we do have a Winter Crown out there. And down goes the enemy mage. No, Immortality has been proc, using the Flicker to get away as well.
Sarah, hello.
23-minute mark. This game is going into the late and final moments.
Oh.
Yeah, and some quick hands coming out here. Hayabusa hits his ultimate, but does not really do too much. S2G do have a slow push on the opposite lane. You're just able to do so extremely efficiently. And they're always looking to kind of pick off this Phobius, but that might be an issue if they waste too much spells on the Phobius, that the Harith is going to be out freely. Here, Birthright defending the opposite lane. Is this going to be a free objective again?
Yeah, and this is the problem too. As soon as they see them out there, they know they can go pedal to the metal. Oh, big Violet Requiem might land up here. 10% left on the Lord. Are they going to be able to get in there to find some space to be able to find this Lord? Can they find a steal? Levi goes in. Is he going to be able to find the
too late, Gazu. Oh my god, this can be a comeback of the year, guys. This might be a comeback of the year.
Is this the setup that Birthright has been looking for this whole entire series? This is going to be a very important siege, right? Birthright is able to get the Retribution off. They fought that 4 versus 5, didn't even have the Phobius there, and Levi was able to get the Retribution off. Now with the Lord marching down onto the mid side, Birthright is going to be able to get all the towers on the side lanes. That's going to be the best case scenario, right? Worst case, they get the top tower, and then, maybe S2G defends the bot side. But this is a 25-minute Lord. He's going to be quite beefy here.
Yeah, we're going to see how well they do. You do see that Kazoo doing a good job trying to put that pressure down in the bottom lane. But now Lord coming in through mid, Glorious Pathway.
Oh my god.
Catches 2 members. Wicked finds a kill onto Sensei.
No, it's GG's. It's GG's. Holy shit.
Snatch victory from S2G Esports to tie up this series.
Holy fuck.
Lord, game number 4. Birthright is able to take the reverse game here. 2-2 in a best of 5. We are going all the way to the end here, private, on our very last series.
It's crazy.
And honestly, I think Birthright.
It's crazy how S2G threw the game. Why they throw games? It's second time today they throw games.
But once it went past there, Birthright, it just felt like they had the team fight opportunity. The Harith was out damaging the Granger by a long shot. The Hayabusa was getting picked over and over and over. And then also the Guinevere getting a few setups. Birthright's
Phobius 12 deaths.
extremely well in the late game.
there is no way my lobby does not get the sandbag for this game. It was a struggle bus for this man, and I want to say, as much as everybody would like to probably blame him, when you're playing a character like a Phobius and your team is behind for most of the game, there is nary an engagement that you're going to be able to win, to the point that it was really left onto Mark. And once Mark finally came online to the point where he realized he needed to initiate, it was just a better overall composition for the side of Birthright, for him to kind of get in there, lay those paths for Wicked to come in and lay down that Zaman Force and put that damage out. You see there, MVP. Love to see what kind of, you could see there, the actually team healing there. He did 102,000 for his team. I'd love to see what his damage was for them though.
Oh, I mean, his damage was way above everyone else. I think it was 170k. And again, Wicked kind of carried that mid to late game stage where he was able to get full items. He was able to get the Zaman Force down and just kind of delete members on the side of S2G, right? And you talked about my lobby. You know, when it comes down to the XP and the roamers, when you hit that 10 death scaling mark, it gets really scary mentally, right? For the opponent, you killed them 10 times and they're winning. That's like double the trauma, right? And you know, the side of S2G, they really have to find a way to kind of deal with some of the throws that they're going. They're winning early game. They have opportunity to end and close things off, but it seems like S2G is just not in sync. Birthrights played a great
How did they lose after
game.
this?
Even with my lobby dying
guys?
over, they never gave up, and that's the most important thing here.
I can't believe we're talking about 10 deaths like it's a power spike here for the side of Birthright here. But I mean, it got to the point where they didn't even really need him for some of those fights. In fact, the second to last fight,
Okay, full best of 5 series.
to answer a wave being pushed up at top.
I don't know.
Levi was able to go in, get the shadow kill onto the Lord and the members over there, and still find the retribution here. And this comes down to I want to say Birthright kind of maintaining their composure, maintaining their confidence, and slowly but surely S2G Esports not being able to close this up.
Yeah, you know, it's just not the most disciplined game I've seen S2G played. And throughout this whole entire series, I don't think S2G, besides the very first game, played that great. A lot of mistakes coming out from both of these teams. A little bit more expected from the side of Birthright since they don't have that international experience. But for the side of S2G, they really need to clean up some of their mistakes. They're able to dominate, they're able to get advantages early on, but they can't close games out. They're just dying one by one. They're not getting these very good retributions off the objectives. They're allowing these 50-50s to happen. And you could say it's props to Birthrights, but I think S2G needs to play better if they want to win this series.
Yeah, especially when it comes to the late game. And this is not the first time that we've been talking about the late game where the discipline starts to kind of fall off, where the games where they start making more and more mistakes. And that's kind of like what we've talked about. This is what separates some of those higher end teams, is the ability to maintain composure, especially through a very late. We were at about 24, 25 minutes. And that's where you need to be even sharper. That's where you need to be able to tell the team, all right, guys, we know exactly what we need to do. We need to keep focused on it. But instead, it definitely looked like they started to fall apart. Not just that, but I want to say Birthright, I've been talking about this before, they seem to get sharper and sharper as the game progresses, which is, I mean, it's a double-edged sword because of games like this, they're able to kind of come away and eke away with the victory. But I want to see that 24-minute Birthright at the 1 minute mark. You know what I mean? I want to see them playing like it's all on the line from the first minute, which is where I feel like they definitely tend to struggle.
You know, Birthright just might be a little bit more disciplined than S2G. S2G just made a little bit too much mistakes. S2G still feels like they're the stronger team. It's just that they're not playing so so well so far in this series. Just a lot of mistakes, made by all the members, and Birthright's just able to capitalize on those, right? And some of the mistakes are whatever, right? You die first blood, you lose an objective, you lose a 50-50. That's fine. But when it comes down to those late games, where it's like the second, the third, the fourth Lord, and you don't get the setups correctly, you have one member dying, or you don't get a very good siege or push, it just doesn't feel good. And S2G, I don't know how many more losses that they could take. They're supposed to be the better team. They're supposed to be the one that has the international experience, the scrim results, the ones that came back from the M series looking to go there again. Yet they're just struggling against, Birthrights. Not taking anything away from Birthrights. They're a great team. They've been, doing well in their own regions, but they haven't been able to push past that onto an M series, while S2G, they definitely have, but it just doesn't look that good so far.
That was one of those, for all intents and purposes, it was won through attrition on Birthright. It wasn't the Birthright absolutely outplayed them.
Ukrainian teams does not play here.
Held the line long enough for S2G's mistakes to just start to add up. And I want to say that that's kind of my biggest critique when it comes for Birthright is like, I don't want to see them holding the line. I want to see them being the ones that are setting the standard and pushing that out there. Still a great victory there for them. You can take a look at the heat map here for Wicked, who just, had himself an excellent game, especially as you move into the late game, to that super late game where Harith is just a monster. Once those CCs have gone out, Harith lays down that Zamenforth and is just all over the map, especially with the help of Mark, who was able to get those amazing sets on the Gwen, finding 2, maybe sometimes 3 members in those Violet Requiems.
Yeah, you can tell that the side of Birthrights, they definitely have a defensive strategies coming up. And, I still think it's S2G throwing. They've been able to kind of manipulate the lanes enough where when it comes down to a lot of the objectives, right, they're almost always able to get a slow push on the opposite lane. And I think that is so important, right? They get the slow push on the opposite lane and they set up the objective so well. It really shows that S2G has it. However, the slow push, even with, a 4 versus
I don't know
5
if S2G
team
can recover from this lose now.
Still able to take control of their objectives. It just means that S2G is not playing disciplined
But let's see.
enough.
Let's see.
They're not respecting Birthrights enough. They almost don't see eye to eye. It feels like S2G is underestimating what Birthrights can do, and Birthrights is able to use some of those opportunities in their advantage, right? A lot of the times
Jay will be
SUG
fired
loses
after
team
those
fights
games,
because they're in
after
enemy
dying in
territory.
base.
They even lost a 4 versus 5 on the objective here. And it's due to the fact that they have a Joy in the extreme late games. Joy is not a great 50-50, especially if he doesn't have his beats set in place. So, the side of SUG, they have to kind of, they just have to play better. They've played well in the 2 games that they've won, especially the first game. But now they really have to show us if they're really that international team that came back from the M series, or if it's just all a fluke here.
And then as we move in to the 5th and final game of this series, S2G Esports going to start off with that Harith ban, and it does look like Zooks is going to be taken off the board for Birthright. And I'm thinking Granger needs to be taken off here for Birthright. And after that, I'm kind of stuck. I don't know where you go. The logic for these 2 teams in this match would say they need to ban Bedang, but I can't stomach saying that. I don't know what that 3rd ban's gonna be, but I know Granger probably needs to be on there.
I think SG is gonna ban out the Tigreal. Birthright's gonna take out the Bedang here. Things that are quite hard Yeah, so Birthright bans what? The Granger and the Badang, and SG bans the Tig. They trade a Soyu for Joy, or you know, they could ban out one of the Soyu and Joys. So you know, SG can only take one or the other, but they decided to go with the Granger ban. I think SUG is probably taking out the Tig here.
Yeah, there's the Tigreal, and then that kind of leaves open. I want to say the Matilda is still out there, which
it's the Badang.
Yeah, but well, I mean, I'm assuming Badang's going to be banned here. That's my immediate suspicion here, because they just have not been able to find the right answer for it, especially without the Tigreal. And I kind of don't want to see them go into a Franco pick, which I mean, it wasn't awful for them. I feel.
Dazai, what are your thoughts on Levi and Kaz as jungler?
On different picks. Let's just
No,
say that.
I think
they all really good, but they all make mistakes. Kazu is throwing a lot.
They want to, if they don't want to trade, right?
Levi is sometimes losing rotation.
And they go Alpha Matilda.
So yeah, they have a window to improve.
And so they take out the Eve. I thought that was quite important, because they could have traded both junglers. One gets Joy, one gets Soyu, and gets the Eve. But now it's Joy, Soyu,
And yeah,
available.
half of them are really toxic in ranked games.
Joy first pick. No, they decided to go with the Soyu. And
I mean, everyone is toxic sometimes, but if you are a pro player, you shouldn't be toxic at all.
But Joy has still been proven quite well. The Matilda is still open here. The Rithel can be available. The Phoveus also did have 10 deaths last game. So it did decent, but it's a hard pick. I still think it's solid here.
I'm assuming it's going to be a Matilda and Joy here for the side of
Matilda.
An extra amount of
Matilda,
kind of
nah.
through here. There goes the
Joy Badang.
And they're going to go with the Badang. Lord help us. We're gonna see how well this pick kind of comes into this competition. It did not do great for Birthrights in their third matchup with him. They also put him in an XP lane too, which for various reasons isn't one of the top tier picks. Ooh, I want to see S2G Esports scooping up Beatrix very quickly here, with the assumption that Irithel will be the pickup from Birthright. I wonder.
Yeah, but this gives Birthright the opportunity to pick up something that counters the Beatrix, like the Bruno, which has done quite well, or even a split pusher like the Moskov, right? But SUG picks up a very early Belric, and I kind of went over this, how I felt like the Belric is a decent counter to Joy, but it's not 100%. It's not like you pick Belric and you automatically win. It is still a pretty decent matchup. However, you know, it's still quite slow, and if Birthright's able to find something a little bit more long range, let's say like a Sicilian or even a Farsa, it's gonna be hard to catch, right? But for the side of Birthrights, they don't have the Granger, they don't have the Harith, they have to pick a marksman, or else the marksman's gonna get banned here, or they could opt to go for
Wicked is also really good Irithel, so yeah, they can ban him Irithel here.
They're gonna go with the
Irithel and Bruno.
If it worked last game, you know, why not this game, right?
Yeah, Guinevere out there is gonna be able to. But like I said, we need to see that 20-minute Guinevere at the first minute for Birthright, because I want to say it was absolutely complete and utter silence in the first 10 minutes of that when it came to the Guinevere. They weren't able to find many picks. They weren't able to get many opportunities there. And especially when I say, like, at the early game is when Guinevere can find those picks and actually do a decent amount of damage.
Shit, I'm dying already.
When that tank emblem hasn't really completely taken over through your entire build, when you still have a little bit of burst on you. So we'll see how well this kind of goes into it. I'm expecting nothing but marksman bans coming out from S2G Esports. Oh, actually, Sicilian ban comes out.
Yeah, they take care of the range, which I think that's what the Belric is lacking to deal with, right? Belric doesn't have a flicker, so he's just kind of a sitting duck. So taking out some of the long range caches is going to be good. But both teams looking to ban out some of the mages. I feel like SUG can go for some of the marksman bans. We saw the Bruno do quite well against the Beatrix. So I think taking out the Bruno is going to be something that they should look forward to. But Birthrights here, they're not exactly lacking in magic damage. They have two front lines. They have the Joy. They're looking for some, like, you know, late game marksman damage, late game mage damage here. You know, they could go for some like a wombo combo stun, like an Aurora or a Vexana for a double knockup. They could go for a Moskov or even a Claude, but the Claude's not going to do too well against the Belric. So I think the Moskov might be the pick here. The Bruno is going to be left open. A lot of magic being taken off the board. Birthrights gets the first dibs. Maybe the Vexana.
Yeah, I mean, Vexana's the immediate guess for me to come out there, especially for two heroes that can kind of really want to get up into your face. Vexana kind of shines about that, even though you don't really want her to kind of be that close to enemies.
Okay.
She does a better job than most of her counterparts when it comes to that, and immediately picked up, which is important too. SUG immediately pick up the Farza.
I mean, Farza is going
Sensei
to be
is really good Farza.
against all the stationary mages like the Vexana or even the marksman, but it's gonna struggle a little bit against the Joy. We kind of
Okay, I believe in SDG. I see their draft is good. Please don't fuck up this game, guys.
The Farsa, but this Lucas being picked up once again to deal with the Badong, I like it because it does have a lot of immune on the CC. I think Birthrights didn't really expect Lucas being picked up here.
It's gonna be insane just if Birthright wins.
Definitely stronger than a Badong, and this is something that can really make or break the whole entire comp. Birthright set up with a 1-1 last pick, and I absolutely love it, besides the fact that the Farsa is going to 2-hit him late game. Everything else looks great.
Yeah,
everything else.
And then that comes down to is Farja going to be able to get those opportunities? We've seen from the past series, Farja can be absolutely punished, especially with a Gwen on the opposite team. You know, he's just going to be waiting. Are we doing a feathered airstrike? Is there a feathered airstrike? As soon as he sees it, that's what I need to see. I need to see that flicker Violet Requiem come out there from them to be able to find the kill there.
Yeah, and I mean, it's definitely going to happen. That Farsa is a sitting duck. There's going to be the Guinevere, there's going to be the Badong, there's going to be the Joy that's looking for him. So the Farsa is definitely going to struggle. However, if this Farsa is able to get you know, a single burst off on the 1-1, it's going to be devastating here.
Yeah, that's going to be very
First minute of game already paused.
Ladies and gentlemen. Notice a single pause here.
Monkeys, 3 games, 3 poses.
So much on the line. Both teams tied up 2-2 apiece here. S2G Esports and Birthright here.
Is Eve meta now because of ban pick? I thought she was forgotten hero. Yeah, she is meta. Stop pausing a game, monkeys. Yeah, she is meta. Really good hero for team fights. Baiting for flickers, slowing enemies down, fast wave clear, range hero.
It's a very known
a lot of damage after buff.
C area teams where, you know,
so yeah, Eve is meta.
Just too big of an ultimate for 1-1 to dodge, and if 1-1's able to get a few auto attacks off, especially with the corrosion scythe, he starts jumping extremely fast. However, if you fight her with
are you fucking joking?
Spell, like let's say the Sicilian first, or even
they started a game to show they paused the game again.
She's going to struggle a lot. So I feel like if they're able to get the Violent Requiem off, like the 1-1, I mean the Guinevere onto the Farsa ult, or even the Joy or the Badong, as long as one of them is able to save their spells and get him, the Farsa is going to struggle to deal with the 1-1, and Birthrights may have an edge here. It just depends on how S2G sets up, especially with something like a Lucas, where he can tank so much CC. it's an uphill battle once again for the side of Birthrights.
Oh, actually, it seems like Pagu actually might be in trouble. He's going to have to activate that Revitalize. And it does come across relatively unscathed for the side of S2G Esports, but more than being a little bit of annoyance to Birthright for that first buff.
And interesting utilities coming out. I think my lobby opted to go for either a tank emblem or a support emblem. So that's going to be something
Let's
I
go.
have to watch out for. But some early aggression coming out from both sides. Mark is definitely going to have a little bit of edge in terms of that survivability. But, you know, the Belric is going to be that beefy boy that's looking to take some damage in the front. But he does have to be careful, though.
Oh, already you see Levi in a little bit of trouble there. He's going to have to use that electrifying beats and finds himself an escape. I want to say, though, that evil queller coming from the Kazoo there actually chunked Mark down to half health right before that fight even started. Just a big thing on that Suyu damage that can come out, especially in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, Suyu is definitely a hero that you don't want to fight or get caught early on. His damage is just really, really unbelievable, in my opinion, right? He has so much spells that are on low cooldown. He could just burst a single target out. Now, Suyu is going to be the one that leads the objective first. Pagu is being that annoying tree in between the objective here. Seems like S2G is going to get this uncontested.
Yeah, and I'm even unsure as to why Danny and why they even decided to kind of go in there for that. That should have been at this. Oh, goes in, looks for the spatial migration, does not find it. But I want to say this is to be expected. We're definitely waiting for that 17-minute mark for Mark to hit his targeting lock-on mode.
Yeah, I mean, Birthrights definitely has shown that they are kind of like that late game macro micro team, right? Once they get some edge going on, they typically do quite good. And you can look at the flicker being traded out on the bot side here, but the first blood going in the hands of SGG.
Okay, nice one.
Oh, and already Wicked able to find a kill with that crossbow of Tang. This is the 3-minute mark. You definitely do not want to be giving a 1-1 kills that early in the game.
It is a 1-for-1 trade. So yes, Birthright's able to get that kill back, but the gold lead is still slightly in favor for the side of S2G.
What countries
here.
does this team represent?
Is a strong
S2G Esports represent Turkey.
Wicked. But again, this 1-1
Birthright, more like international team, so originally they are from Spain, so
and you know, Lucas might not do good against
probably Spain, I don't know.
I'm interested to see how Wicked plays this. It could be a pocket pick. It could be something. It could be something that we need for the side of Birthrights.
Oh, Wicked even steals away that gold crab from S2G Esports. Oh, it's perfect timing there. Off screen, Kazoo does find himself a kill onto my lobby all the way across the map, bringing it to a 2-1 game in favor of S2G Esports. Levi comes in, electrifying beats are out. Not going to be able to find a kill onto Lunar, who very quickly throws out that vengeance to try to counteract the damage coming from Levi. Now they're going to go ahead, spread their attention onto this turtle. No team really finding the advantage just yet. You can see Mark trying to measure out. He wants to find himself a spatial migration, wants to be able to come in with that Violet Requiem, but not able to find it just yet. We do have Feathered Airstrike is out. Mark comes in, finds a spatial migration into the Violet Requiem. Is he going to be able to find a kill onto Kazoo, who dashes himself to safety? Electrifying beats from Levi. He's not able to find it just yet, but from the back end, Levi gets taken out by, it looks like it was Sensei who found the final kill, or the final button mash onto him, and that is going to be minions crashing at the mid-core there. Mark's going to have to try to clean this up, but what's saving grace there? Lunar came in from the flank.
Yeah, I mean, it looked good for the side of Birthrights for a few seconds, right? They were able to get the objective. They also got Pagu on that pick. And then you see Lunar just coming from the backside and boom.
Yeah, I know they
There we
are
go with the
Spanish,
feather
but
airstrike.
right now they
Sensei
have
put that
different
on
players,
top.
so
This is kind of that range that I was talking about. Wanwan's not gonna have a great time. She just doesn't have the range. She doesn't have the escape or the dashes available to deal with the damage that comes out from the feather airstrike.
Yeah, and that is unfortunate. I mean, you bursted down Wicked very low, and if it wasn't going to be the actual... Oh, my lobby in a little bit of trouble there. Kazoo dives under, maybe a little too deep for likely. So do have the Vengeance being popped out there as well. Oh, damage coming out. Lunar getting a little greedy, gets taken out very... I don't understand why he went into that fight. That's just all confidence right there for some reason. Siggy Bum finds himself another tower in the meantime as Birthright kind of struggling on the macro side of this game.
Yeah, SUG able to break that mid tower at that 6-minute mark with pretty much no contestation, right? Birthrights really have to put a little bit more emphasis on just protecting that mid tower altogether, but they're doing a great job on Wicked so far, right? Wicked, decent in levels, decent in gold, and they're looking for more.
Oh yeah, they go in, find the
nice one from Guin.
Kill onto Siggy Bum, Mark on the backside. We do have the crossbow attack. Out comes the damage from the feathered airstrike, but they are able to create that distance. Lunar coming in. My lobby might be in a little bit of trouble. Catches himself a blast, a shockwave blast to the back end for his troubles, but no worse for wear. Kazoo finds himself the turtle as we see a tower get taken off by Levi at the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's a tower for an objective. Birthright's not really holding back. They're still able to do quite well here, but the stun coming out from Levi, he's chunked dangerously low again.
Yeah, Kazoo, they're not going to be able. They're already starting to find themselves very comfortable in Birthright's jungle. Wicked finds himself a tower of his own. And I want to say these feathered airstrikes, for all I thought that we might see more play coming from Mark, these feathered airstrikes are basically coming out uncontested. The Sensei is able to kind of lay it
Bye,
out
Kairi. Good night.
where he wants it and not be punished for it.
Hey, I mean, remember, it's that like 15-20 minutes scaling that we're looking for the side of Birthright. They're able to make a lot of good mistakes here. Oh!
Yeah, we do have a nice little fist crack comes out there. Lunar in trouble there as Mark puts the finishing touches on there. Oh, we do have an ultimate coming out from Pagu. Is it going to be enough? Levi trying to put on the damage there. Takes a heap of damage from Siggy Bum. Hiding in the bush, but Wicked finds a kill of his own.
Danny in trouble.
Looking for more. Danny running to hide, but he is not going to be getting out of this. Wicked coming in from the back end decides against that engagement. 9-6 in favor of S2G Esports.
It's still really close, Private. 1.8k apart, 8 minutes in. This is anyone's game, and you can see, you know, S2G going for some aggressive plays. They're getting countered. Birthright's able to pick some up, but S2G still out ahead in terms of all the damage that's been dealt, right? It's 9-6 overall. They have the lead, but Birthright is not far behind. And if you have this 1-1 at 3-1-1, he's gonna be a lot of trouble, especially if he's able to get onto that super late game mode. Yes, they have Sensei, but can Sensei be that carry that, you know, denies Wicked? That's going to be kind of the issue. And S2G, again, not a very disciplined late game team. When it comes down to these objectives, they're not always doing extremely well. Now, they even have the joy on the opposite end, seeing their, you know, side of Birthrights is baiting S2G here.
Ooh, they are going to go ahead and push back at Birthright now, looking for an opportunity. Pagu, taking past 50% health right now, is going to have to create some distance between himself and this fight. S2G Esports backs off from this Lord, while the rest of Birthright may be looking for an angle if they want to take this. You see Wicked putting on the damage right now. Lunar coming onto the backside, looking for a flank. Meanwhile, at the bottom, you can see from that little picture-in-picture, Minions MVP at the the bottom, they want to go home. They say, we're not going to wait on Birthright. We're going to go ahead and solve this ourselves. Now, Lunar goes into the back end, looking for the kill onto Wicked, who does find himself and escape, but the rest of Birthright is disengaging. This could put the Lord down to 50%. Are they going to be able to come in? It has been reset. Wicked gets back to top himself.
Oh, they got Levi. Kazu. Oh, he's still retro.
Finds the Lord while Wicked unloads with the
Nah.
finds a kill onto Pagu and a double kill as well. That is 3.
Holy shit, S2G guys, S2G.
But at what cost?
Yeah, Wicked has done such a great job in some of these team fights here, just, you know, making sure that he's getting his crossbow tang off, right? And Birthrights overall as a team, they're just doing so good as a 4-man unit, denying S2G, just wasting their time. It took so long for that retribution to go down. The Violent Requiem landed on the right target. Unfortunately, the retribution was just a little bit far away, but Birthrights here coming out with the lead at 11 minutes. This is good news for the Birthrights fan. S2G do have the Lord in favor, but this is kind of like a momentum shift early on in this match.
Yeah, I mean, I have to hats off to Wicked, who took a heap of damage, went around to the backside of the orange buff, got himself topped back up, rejoined the fight. And like you said, absolutely perfect execution by Mark. Comes in with the spatial migration onto the right target. It's just that Levi was not in a position to come in, get that retribution. And I mean, a little
$5, bro? I'll tell you how much they get for this win. I'll tell you.
Well, but they lose the Lord, but do pick up some kills in the on the back end anyway. So good. Oh my God, the damage! The combination of that feathered airstrike and the snipe shot coming out there. That is I want to say at least the second time that has landed on Wicked like that. Oh, look at the spatial migration that lands onto 3 members. Big DPS coming out. Do have the crossbow of Tang.
They'll get $3,000.
As Wicked 4-1 and 4 right now.
First place, first and second place, $3,000, and a bit less other places. In challenge finals, they'll get $15,000.
And now they're able to even find another pick off.
Oh, my bad, no.
Is going into scaling. He is 2K
$2,200 in Europe.
Beatrix here, almost full items.
And in finals,
dangerous 1-1.
$20,000 first place.
Just pretty much any
and qualification to Masters.
SUG needs to make sure Sensei gets the feather airstrike off the 1-1 so they could start the team fight, and if that does not happen, Birthright may
Masters gonna be offline event
this series.
In Jakarta in Indonesia.
Later it gets, the more surgical Mark becomes with these spatial migrations.
It's challenge season. It's like qualifiers for finals. And even the finals of the season of the challenge are just qualifiers for main event in Jakarta.
S2G team in, I want to say, with some information.
So you're not fighting for $3,000. You are fighting for going to Jakarta to fight for $200,000.
To try to make something happen at this objective fight.
Are you for S2G? Yeah, I am for S2G, like,
even though they're the ones that are up,
because
they don't even mind if doing the objectives or not, right?
But they are throwing all the games.
SUG, even though SUG is down in gold, for them to be the one that starts the objective, it just feels like Birthrights, they feel like the Joy has the mobility and they could take care of business on the opposite side of the map, but the Lord is going to be coming down a little bit quickly. Not sure if any teams are going to bite here.
Ooh. Actually, you do
wow, nice ult from Farsa, nice ult.
Looks like Levi's gonna be able to clean this up clean.
But they still got a Lord.
Zoning out, great presence on the map as well. Able to push that top lane and then return for the fight just in time for the Lord to be taken down.
I mean, Birthrights here showing us a side that we really haven't seen before. Not only in the early game, they're able to find a few picks, they're using this 1-1 to another level, right? They're getting some of these team fights set up. They're even having the Badong proving us wrong that this XP Badong does wonders, and they're able to fight this 4-1 strategy, right? They have the Badong 1-1, Guinevere, and Vexana. 3 solid frontline CCs paired up with the 1-1 is just enough to take care of all of S2G's members. They have to figure out if they can find this feather airstrike.
Oh, he missed ultimate. Oh.
Now he's gonna get
Mark missed ultimate.
Crown to get himself to safety. Sticky Bum's gonna pick up the kill there. Maybe a little too eager on that. He dove in even with
My lobby dead as well.
onto my lobby. That is 2 down for Birthright, and they need to be very careful about the next few plays here, because we've seen this before from S2G Esports, where they can kind of get a little too eager when it comes to some of this offense onto the enemy's baseline, and just like, ooh, Danny just narrowly gets out of range of that feathered airstrike.
Yeah, S2G looking for a potential siege here, but it seems like Danny's gonna be able to defend that mid lane with no problem. Levi on the bot side. The Joy is gonna be able to see him. Nope, he gets away safely. So S2G looking to go a little bit aggressive here on this push. They did get 2 of the members. They got Mark and My Lobby on that last siege, but now the lanes have reset once again. S2G sieging onto the bot side.
Rising best tournament in Mobile Legends.
It's an even game once again, Private.
Yeah, absolutely even when it comes down to, oh, I guess there's 1 tower in favor of Birthright right now. They do have that mid not quite taken down to the high grounds at the mid lane yet. So this is an even game right now. It's all on to whether S2G Esports are going to be able to kind of find some of those engagements. I mean, this is kind of on the opposite end, to the point where it's kind of on Birthright to either get a successful engagement or mess up an engagement, which is what happened earlier here, where they kind of like locked in on that bottom one. Mark jumped in with the spatial migration and the flicker, but missed it, was not able to find himself an escape, and that's kind of what started the domino effect of S2G Esports being able to push onto Birthright.
Yeah, and you know, both teams are looking to, you know, make sure that they get this slow push on the opposite end, right? SCG looking to put a lot more pressure onto the mid side here. My Lobby does get the flicker out. That is a utility wasted, but that is a feather airstrike. Marcus in a great position. Side of SCG has to open these bushes here.
Oh, Lunar.
Oh, big damage goes on to Lunar, who's going to use that Winter Crown to hopefully get himself to safety. He does outlast the damage there. Does issue out a shockwave.
But Joy is pushing bot lane.
The team, but it didn't do too much damage to them. Lord down to 50%. Oh, Sensei weeds out Wicked from the back line.
Oh, nice.
Kazu finds himself the Lord for the side.
Don't die right now. Don't die right now, guys.
Trying to get into Wicked, trying to close the distance onto Kazu, looking for the crossbow of Tang. Is he gonna
It's fine. Levi dead as well.
Onto Kazu, that is 1 down for S2G Esports, but they are going to have to answer a Lord at mid.
Yeah, it seems like Levi is just a little bit slow to the party, right? SCG has already pushed the Lord up so far down, and Birthright's unable to kind of de-aggro the Lord here. They do end up getting a kill on Kazu, but is that going to be enough to stop the siege here?
Ooh, you see them kind of flying in there. Mark's going to have to back away, even with the spatial.
Oh, Wicked, be careful.
Wicked gets caught up there. Is going to have to use that. Has the crossbow of Tang. Is that going to be enough? Finds a kill onto Lunar. The rest of
what the fuck are these fights? They just can't end the game.
Put the finishing touches on the Lord.
Yeah, and I kind of felt like the feather airstrike was just a little bit too early to build a zone out Wicked, right? If they could get the feather airstrike onto the tower, that would have been a free objective for the side of S2G, but just a little bit fast pulling the trigger here. The goal lead is still even for both of these teams. And again, the solution to the 1-1 is just not working out yet. Although Sensei, 4-0-4, doing good for himself. Wicked is just doing a little bit better. 6-1-4, and especially with the front line that the side of Birthrights has set up. The amount of knockups, the violent Requiem, the ultimate coming out from Danny. Also, right, my Lobby with the fish crack is just a little bit too much for the side of SUG for anyone to handle. We saw Lucas being burst twice by the crossbow tank. Pagu doesn't even want to come close to any of that. So it just really depends on how both of these teams are setting up. But it seems like Birthright is getting a little bit better in terms of the team fighting, and SUG just sets up for the objective a little bit better here.
Sensei is forever.
What the fuck was that?
Up at the top there, just kind of
Why he was like dog?
I don't think anybody from Birthright even has a clue that he's up there. But it kind of gets down to, especially since we're up at the next
Private getting back shots.
30 seconds, how big of an impact is that place?
Dazai is Sun meta?
Really?
No.
And how quickly can Sensei clear that lane and become part of this fight to where it might actually matter?
Yeah, well, SUG loves to set up for that slow push on the far side. Birthrights have been sending the Joy onto the far side for a 4-1 split, and Birthright has done well as the 4-man to kind of control that 4 versus 5. However, Levi has always
Probably it's Last Lord.
all these objectives. This time around, Birthright seems kind of not wanting to go for that 4-1. They know how important this objective is, and they're just all waiting down. But two of the members are split on the bot side here. They're not going to get a 5 versus 5 engage. And Birthright's actually having majority of the map owned by them here.
Yeah, you see a big group of minions up at the top. Meanwhile, it looks like SGG Esports is going to have to answer something down at the bottom. They do see 2 down there. They're going to go ahead, start on the Lord. Maybe more of a bait here for Birthright. They're kind of slow playing it. As you see Farja up at the top, going to put some damage out there. I think they see that, and they are waiting for My Lobby to go ahead and answer that. Now, I mean, as soon as they see My Lobby, I think they're going to go ahead and go for the engage. They have to know, big Violent Record comes out there. Wicked does not.
Sensei, what the fuck?
Lunar in trouble on the back line. Birthright swarm around him. You do have to win.
Holy shit!
With the finishing touches, and you can see there as well. Mark able to find the Violet Requiem. They are pedal to the metal.
Holy shit, guys!
Put the damage on Wicked. Very close to going down. My Lobby finds the kill onto Pagu. Birthright looking to close the deal on this core. Can they do it? Core down. Birthright out from nowhere.
Holy fuck!
Finishing touches and take
What just Sensei did? What was that?
Oh my gosh, game number 5. The side of Birthright is able to come out with an explosive victory. And, you know, every single member from the side of Birthright played so well here. They're able to take control.
Yeah, it's Europe tournament, Europe and MENA.
Series, even with the top lane push, they were able to defend.
I don't know. Birthright just won M Series team. Of course, it was a struggle, but they won them.
When it hits that 20 minutes, it just seems like Birthright has all the confidence to make the correct calls here.
Man, what a sensational game played by each and every member here. We gave My Lobby a lot of crap for the last game, but he was instrumental here.
Okay, guys, I'm done for today.
As well.
I'll go sleep
with these huge sets that I did
and start another stream.
On a Guinevere at this point in the game, and it wasn't even the targets we expected.
So yeah,
it wasn't even Sensei that he was really aiming for. He was going for multiple
nice games.
there, which was
see you on my another stream today.
Really kind of hone in.
Bye, guys.
And find these kills on that Wan. And man, and for me, the biggest thing here is playing a Wan into a Farja and still being successful says so much for your skill on the Wan. Says so much for your teammates being able to provide that suppressive power to the team.
Yeah, I mean, the Farza was supposed to be the counter for the 1-1, right? And then the side of Birthrights, they were able to take 2 stunners, 2 knockups to be able to